Welcome to Venetian Resort Las Vegas for the first ever Venetian Poker live stream. Today, PokerGo and Venetian are thrilled to bring you the final table of the MSPT $1 million Guaranteed Poker Bowl as a field of 892 players is down to its final 7. The final 7, headlined by Dan Heimiller, will be battling for the top prize of $189,000 with $37,500 already locked up. We are inside the studio right now. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth as always, and we'll be here live on PokerGo, on the Venetian Poker YouTube channel, and of course on the PokerGo YouTube channel as well. Cards are going in the air right here. And Donnie, what a historic moment. Cards in the air for the first ever hand of live poker here from Venetian Poker Live.
Absolutely. Love to see it, Remco. What a day it is, baby. Not only for poker in Las Vegas, but I think poker everywhere. Of course, Venetian is one of the premier players in the game. This is the first of many. Oh, it's going to be great.
First of many, indeed. We'll touch on that later on during this stream, but please keep your eyes peeled for many more live streams coming from Venetian Poker Live as we dive straight into the action here. Ace-9 off for Kim. Blinds at 50K, a 100K with a 100K big blind ante. There is a lot of money to play for, so the pressure will be on these players. Some have frequented live stream poker tables, and for some, this is their very first time under the bright lights, so we might see, you know, a bit of a discrepancy between the levels of comfort here at this final table.
I think also for everyone, you know, just this being the first stream from Venetian probably generates a little bit more nerves than regularly, you know. So
does it need to be there just a split second? I mean, just a split second we had to put the cards here?
No. I would assume you have a lot of time to do that.
Can they be stacked up?
No, I'm asking.
They shouldn't be stacked up, though.
They should. You need to like put them.
Should be at least a little separated. That's the way
Okay.
I'm getting.
Some places are different.
Yeah, they shouldn't be on top of each other.
Well, I just meant the amount of time they have to be on here. Just split second.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Well, somebody's holding the game up.
Action on the legend, if I may say so myself, Dan Heimiller.
This guy's been around a time or two.
The first thing you said, Donnie, when we saw Heimiller's name on this final table is the incredible hand he played at the seniors final table last summer at the WSOP. This man can come out of nowhere with a move, a strategy, a play that you might never see anywhere else.
Yeah, I would say Dan Heimiller is certainly not going to be somebody who is going to be here just to ladder up, get some pay jumps. He's going to be gunning for the win, of course.
Heimiller, a former winner of the WSOP Seniors event. Always one of the biggest events at the WSOP. But this field also just shy of 1,000 players, something that Heimiller is extremely good at.
Me.
I'd under.
Did Chiefs?
Yeah.
What did the general
Oh,
public have?
under 6.
Small though.
Under 6.
You had the under?
That was like
Yeah,
that was like a lot going into the. It was like
Yeah, I had
Oh,
the under.
my
I thought
gosh.
it was home until.
Oh my gosh! When did they go over? The last two scores, or
just all the garbage stuff. It was.
Turned it off halfway through the fourth quarter.
yeah, that's around the third quarter, or the end of the third quarter or fourth quarter.
Had first half under 24-2. That was a bad push. The pick inside the 20 for KC.
Oh,
Eagles, I mean.
it's a push.
Yeah.
Little introduction here of the players. Michael Ung in the 1 seed, looking down at ace-7 of spades. We're up in the Dodgers, rooting for the best team in sports. Not one of my favorite moves to make, but hey,
I wonder where
sometimes
most
you
of
just
the
get
money
born
went.
into it.
What did the books?
Thank you.
traditionally on the
Did
over.
they do really well?
Traditionally on the over.
Michael Ung, 840,000 in
'cause I
career
wasn't sure.
tournament earnings.
Yeah, I would
his
guess
largest
the
score,
general public would bet the
winning
over,
a
but mostly
WSB circuit event in
on one
LA
side or the other.
for 78,000. So he's well on his way to what could be the largest cash of his tournament career.
Yeah, I think that circuit event that he won had around 2,000 entries in it. Smaller buy-in, but massive field. It's Heimiller defense, and look at that. Flush right out of the gate for Ung.
Now, against a player as volatile as Heimiller, would we generally just continue just because we know that he'll
Yeah, just
be able to
pick right
see the
away.
turn with a wide range of cards, or are we just too strong?
Yeah, well, I think you can go either way, to be honest. One, if you do bet, I think he's going to come along with, maybe a little bit more marginal holdings, maybe a little bit wider, being willing to get in there. Also, if you decide to take I'm going to slow play this a little bit, check behind, maybe Heimiller decides to kind of get a little crazy on a future street. We see here, so far, it seems like Heimiller, maybe he's in his, settle-in phase, because not getting too crazy, probably just going to fold this one, I would guess.
Not enough Diet Cokes yet running through Heimiller's veins to get creative. He gives it up, and Ung takes this one down. By the way, Ung said before the final table, his plans for the prize money, Donnie, Baccarat.
Love it.
Baccarat.
He's got the banker and the player sweatshirt on. Let's go.
I know, it's
Well,
perfect.
The Tampa Bay one, like
Yeah.
I had the
exactly.
same vibes when it first started. I was like, I feel like the Eagles are gonna destroy them.
Yeah.
And then also the Eagles had the same vibe against like the Patriots and
Yeah,
2017.
Their defense is no
Yeah,
joke.
Defense was so good.
I can't believe they didn't blitz one time the whole game. Not once. There's
Ridiculous.
And they got that many sacks.
Huh.
I couldn't believe that. They said that 0 blitzes were called.
That's
So it was just all their line.
Obviously, lots of Super Bowl talk.
Do you see them report that most of the money was on the Chiefs, or you just sort of assuming?
Oh, there's some guy on Twitter that posted something this morning. I forget what his name is. He was traveling all around the
Yeah.
sports books. And
I know that the government has
one of the sports books said it was their biggest, most single game win of the year, or Super Bowl or something. I didn't follow it real close, but
Yeah. Sometimes it's due to the amount of money bet, and if they got both sides even, then they're making tons of money anyway. But if it was
700.
Heimiller, no stranger to sports
I
betting
think the general
himself.
public did bet Chiefs because they sentimental favorite, or historically.
Good spot here for Green. I was wondering, this is the 4th hand, when we're going to hear from Kfir Nahum, the chip leader. And we do hear, and Green correctly pounces with a 3-bet and gets that one through. So well done by him.
Shout out, by the way, to everyone watching on both the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel that we just launched, as well as on Poker Go. I see Jimmy Bluffton in the chat on Poker Go already encouraging people to subscribe to the Venetian Poker channel. Let me just say this. We have 126 subscribers right now to the Venetian Poker Live channel. Let's get that up to 250 by the end of the stream. This is the very first time we're streaming
But they did
from
win the coin toss.
the specific Venetian
My
Poker
friend
Live
told
channel.
me to
I
bet the coin
urge
toss
you
for-
to
for
subscribe to
her.
the channel. I urge you to
And it
turn
did
on post
come out.
notifications
You got
because we
half her
will
money
be
back 'cause you
doing
won the
tons of
coin
live
toss.
streaming, not only tournaments, but also high-stakes cash games. I have a little bit of a fun tease already for you, as the final table of the $1 Million Guaranteed Card Player Poker Tour will be live on Sunday, so less than a week from now. And then in roughly, let's see, 12, 13 days, we're going to have our first cash game. It's going to be a pretty big game, if I'm being honest here. It's going to be a 100-200 no-limit game, $20,000 minimum buy-in, headlined by Brian Oken and Jean-Robert Belland. So JRB back in the cash game streaming streets, of course. He of high-stakes poker fame
6:30.
and many other games as well. JRB headlining along with Brian Oken. So February 21st is when that game will be live on the Venetian Poker channel. So very much appreciated for everyone tuning in. I know that people are probably thinking, wow, this room looks stunning. How have I never seen this before? Well, it's the first time. Better get used to it. Lots of streaming coming up in the next few weeks and months. We got action here at the final table. Wang raising it up with A7. And Green comes over the top with Queen Jack. Donnie, do you understand him fighting back there with the Queen Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I think another good spot for Green there. Has those 2 Broadways that can block some premiums. Positions being a little bit later here. Does get it stuffed right back in his face, though, by Wang, who isn't backing down at all.
Wang residing in Shanghai, China, from Indiana. Poker player, investor, and into business development. He also ready to gamble, just like the man on his right. He said, I'm planning to gamble it all on blackjack. as far as what he'll do with the prize money. So I don't know, Donnie. I think that the Venetian pit action tonight will be better than ever.
I mean, it sounds like these guys should just all pull their money and try and take the place down, right? Is that?
I know. Spin it up Archie Karras style. Why not? Just go for it. Back on Michael Ung. Finds pocket eights. Going to see him get involved. Shout out to the man behind MSPT, Brian Molesky, in the chat on the Venetian channel. He's saying, this looks beautiful. Thank you, Brian, for chiming into the chat. It's an honor to have MSPT launch the Venetian Poker Live stream. Venetian, of course, the home of the MSPT in Las Vegas.
Yeah, several events every single year. All of them do extremely well, including this one. You mentioned it at the top of the show, 892 entries. Do want to point out on this hand, we did see Ung fold pocket eights under the gun, so a little bit conservative there, playing the ICM game. And then you see Heimiller, certainly not one to play the ICM game. He's in there with the 9-4.
Ace 8-5, Rainbow rolls off the deck. Wow, 5 of clubs on the turn. Heimiller picks up a flush draw while Nahum is trying to get some value from his ace-queen.
Heimiller is going to continue on this card, I would guess, picking up that second club. I'm a bit surprised he didn't fire the flop as the pre-flop raiser, an ace-high texture like this. Nahum has kind of a disguised hand, you know. Probably would expect a 3-bet from the chip leader at some frequency. He can, of course, play a 5 here, yes, but has this ace. And Heimiller's coming back with a raise. Is that it's a min raise there?
This is the Dan Heimiller we know and love, applying that pressure. And Donnie, if this club comes off, we might see some blood.
Yeah, I was talking to Kfir before the final table, and he was saying that he would have had about 1 million more chips had he not lost the pot to Heimiller. So we'll see what happens here.
Oh, no! The club comes in on the river. Nahum checks the Heimiller, who obviously set this up on the turn in anticipation of making his flush. The question now is, how much damage is he looking to do here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Heimiller can just unload. He's got 2.5 million behind. There's just under 1.8 in there. He could go for it all. He could go for a fairly beefy bet here.
1 million.
Goes for $1 million even here on the river. Nahum looking down at his stack, tosses in the call. He's going to see the bad news. Just the old 9-4 clubs, no big deal. Dan Heimiller gets it done, rakes in a big one, takes a chunk out of chip leader Kfir Nahum.
Nice then.
little shrug. Oh, that's what you get out of Dan Heimiller, everyone, okay? You got the 9-4 suited in there with the raise, just raising the turn, making the flush. Like, Kfir not going to be happy over there. Look, I've played with Kfir quite a bit around town, and it's going to be quite heated after that one, I'll tell you that much. I mean, kind of rightfully so, right? I mean, what are you going to do there? Maybe a little bit of kicking yourself for not just 3-betting the ace-queen suited pre-flop, but who knows? Maybe Heimiller calls, and then you lose an even bigger pot.
2 and 1 and the other small chip.
Nahum had him
Did
right
you look
where
at
he
your
wanted.
cards when you had 8 deuce? Oh,
Then, of course, the
and then you just shifted and
club
tripled
rolls
up.
off.
That was ace 8.
That was ace 8?
260.
Oh, I thought it was 8 deuce. No, I was like,
It was ace 8. He said he forgot what his kicker was.
Shout out to Jeff Platt, Joe Ingram. See you guys in the chat. Thank
Did I
you for
have
hanging
ace
out.
Deuce? No,
This
when I
wonderful
had
I
day.
thought you had 8 deuce.
He had ace 8. Yeah.
Ace 8.
Ace 8.
Ace 8. Ace 8, yeah.
That was a long day.
Yeah. You said you were tired a couple
Yeah, I had.
We got AZR Brownie in the chat on PokerGo saying, Tommy La Rosa did a great job on the room. Yes, let's emphasize and highlight that. Tommy
Yeah,
did an
that was a
amazing
very,
job with the room. Venetian,
Eventful
Poker
5
room.
hands for you.
completely new.
Yeah,
Now
I gave more
on
than my
level
share of
2
bad
at the
beats, yeah.
Palazzo Grand Canal shops. If you're like Donnie and myself, you know, going back about 15 years playing in the old Venetian poker room, It has since moved and gotten a major upgrade. Donnie, you were here Saturday night. You said the room was absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every single table, maybe other than one where the MSPT reporter was stationed at, every table in play, which was absolutely incredible to see. They had multiple tournaments going on. They obviously had this one playing down. They had another 1100, tons and tons of cash games. So the action was here at Venetian.
More action here now at this final table as well. Green made a 260 pre. Nahum made the call. A very quick 325 and a call from Nahum, bringing us to the turn. Nahum again opting not to 3-bet. This time picking up a flush draw on the turn. Let's see if Green wants to fire a second bullet here.
Check.
Decides to check back. Ace queen high in the lead. King of spades on the river, not going to change that. Question now being, is Green going to be okay taking this to showdown, or is Nahum going to do some betting of his own?
625,000.
About what, 40% pot here, so it's going to be a tough spot for Green to call here.
How do you feel about Nahum deciding to lead the river after showing no aggression prior?
I thought he might lead a little bit smaller, more of a blocker type of sizing, but maybe this is his version of a blocker sizing. See, looks like
wow,
might get called here. Look at that.
Yeah, Green has chips in hand to make the call with ace high. If he makes this call, Nahum is going to get a tremendous amount of value out of his ace queen. Green not buying this, so it seems. Oh, that's more.
I think this is just the, let me see how much I might have left. Should I call this and lose? Still in the tank here, so.
Good.
Oh, wow, the call is made.
No, it's so good.
Nahum says you're good. The ace deuce gets shown, and he says no, not so good. Wow, what a turn of events here at Showdown. Don't get to see that all that often. Nahum thinking he was bluffing. Green indeed with the hero call, but
Yeah, I'm freezing
a
right
bit
now.
too much of a hero for this situation, as Nahum with ace queen high just gets maximum value here very unexpectedly. Wow.
You imagine you're in Green shoes?
Oh,
You're good.
Man, the pain.
I just got the old 9 high over here. No, I actually have the best hand.
Right now. Sorry.
I know you.
Dumb luck. I was just hoping you didn't have an ace.
But ace queen
I was just trying to.
should fall the river.
It's the best when you're right and wrong.
Yeah.
Donnie, let's just play a little bit of hindsight here. Is there anything in Green's sort of thought process on the river that should include trying to raise, or does that simply make no sense?
I think his hand has enough showdown value there that he can call if he thinks there's going to be some bluffs coming from Nahum. I mean, the most, I think, obvious bluffs that come into play there, Jack nines, Queen Jack, those are the suited variety, which obviously missed, so.
Nahum now going up against Wang, who makes the call with queen 5. Queen 7-4 rolls off, 2 clubs. Wang in the big blind.
150.
Blinds, meanwhile, have gone up to 60K, 120K. There was only 10 minutes left in the previous level, so we are now into the next level. Every level, 40 minutes in length. We're going to take our first break at the conclusion of the second full level, so we got lots of poker play still to be had before we get to that point.
Raise 400.
And look at this, Wang coming with the immediate check raise on the flop after flopping top pair.
Nahum right out of the gate here, just having some interesting spots to play.
Raise 900 pounds.
He comes with a re-raise himself.
Wow.
Small here.
Action definitely heating up here after a few early clashes, exchanging chips here, and Nahum 3-betting with just ace high. Wang going to make the call now. Donnie, does Wang have any concerns here holding top pair?
Yeah, I mean, it's a vulnerable top pair. This turn card here is certainly going to make him feel better about his hand. I think on the flop, given that re-raise from Nahum, it was a little bit on the smaller side. I think Wang's got too much of a hand that he's going to want to continue. Quick check here on the turn. Best of it, of course, to Wang. Let's see if he wants to come with some value. I don't think Nahum would be checking at least that quick with a queen in his hand with something like sevens full. You know, you might want to give it a little bit of thought process. So I think Wang's going to be open to just come out firing here, and he does just that.
$2.4 million in the middle,
800 down.
and Wang bets 800,000. Nahum, as you can see, left with just ace high. Made his move on the flop. Now in trouble on the river. Again, if you're catching this action live right now on the PokerGo YouTube channel or on the PokerGo.com website, please know that we are also live on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Come find us, come hang out. Make sure you subscribe to the Venetian channel as well. If you're a poker fan, we'll have plenty of live action going, as well as clips, highlights, behind the scenes, all sorts of stuff that you won't find anywhere else.
Wow, Nahum calls.
Nahum makes the call with ace high, and Wang,
Win.
the one to get an absolutely incredible amount of value from his trips. 4 million chips in the middle. Nahum slipping and sliding, still on 6.2 million, but wow, these chips are flying into the middle.
You're going to have no shortage of highlights, sir.
I mean,
coming from this final table, I mean...
I want Kfir Nahum at every final table. He's bringing the action. Stanley Weng up to 5.1 million after that hand.
I guess Kfir just put him on a hand, you know, that's like a 5-6, maybe some sort of flush draw, straight draw combo, you know, that includes clubs. Kfir's combo, you know, did unblock those hands, so probably thinking, you know, it's hard for my opponent to have a queen if there's a couple of them out there, so.
Action on Dan Heimiller under the gun,
260.
letting no opportunities go to waste to get involved here, as Scarborough looks down at 2 5s. Scarborough staying out of trouble for now, letting the small pocket pair go.
Yeah, tricky spot there. You are facing the under the gun raise. Do you really want to play 5s for set value at this point in the tournament? I know you're still pretty deep, but Ung is getting fairly short over there, so you also have to factor in you're calling from the second position after an under the gun raise, so there's still action to be had behind you. Nahum, though, he gets in there with the 4s, and now action on Wang. Thinks about it for a second.
And Green now in the big blind, getting a nice price with Queen Jack of diamonds. He's going to come along and make the call. And Donnie, I think we have the right recipe for a 3-way all-in.
I love it. I love it.
892 players started this event. This is the final 7. If you're just tuning in, we're showing you the entire final table as Green flops trip jacks. What a way to start this hand. Let's see if Nahum wants to get aggressive yet again, which has been his staple so far at this final table. 350 the bet from Nahum. Donnie, given what you know, if you're Green, you just let Nahum do the betting?
Yeah, I think it's fine to let him do the betting here. Also, you can keep Heimiller in the hand. I mean, Heimiller's still, to me, a total wild card that he can certainly get creative at times. So he can call pretty wide, he can raise pretty wide, all that sort of stuff.
Check raising is the name of the game so far, as Heimiller gets out of the way quickly. Green makes it 825.
Knowing what we've seen from Nahum so far, I was going to say I don't see him folding this. He has certainly not been one to back down from aggression from his opponents. This third spade could change some things, of course.
Obviously, we're not privy to dynamics on day 1 and 2 in this event, but there might be some additional thinking going on as it pertains to battles fought out over the first 2 days of this event, as both players check and the 9 of diamonds completes the board. Green probably hoping Nahum stabs, or potentially worried about a spade, Donnie?
Yeah, I think you can be worried about a spade. I think Nahum would take that line with, you know, a fair amount of flush draws in his range, but also when the SPR lowers like this, 1.7 for green behind 2.6 out there, I think 3 jacks in this position is ultimately going to get your money. Was another fairly quick check back on the turn from Nahum, so I think I would lead to more pocket pair type of hands like this. And then if you want to target those for value, you got to try and pick the correct size and that you think can get it done. This looks like, okay. I thought he was going to push all those chips in.
Waiting for confirmation here on the bet sizing with 2.6 million in the middle. Green betting 750,000. Now, Nahum seemingly always interested in going to showdown, at least what we've seen over the course of these first 9 hands.
I call.
And he makes the call again. Pocket 4's no good. Green, maximum value from his jacks. Nahum very displeased here on the river. Losing the chip lead at the final table. Still got 4.3 million to work with, but he is going for a walk.
Yeah, an understandable walk there. Going to cool off a little bit is Nahum. Well done there by Green. I'm not so sure I know what Nahum beats on the end there. You know, I think Green's going to have some jacks in his range, yes. I think he's going to have some flush draws himself in his range. 3 ways, I'm not so sure he's going to come with check raise with just a deuce. So I would have thought that looked a little bit more like value than a bluff, but Nahum thought otherwise, and you know, it cost him in that spot.
Results so far, as we are on hand number 10 of this final table. The playing field leveling out. Wang, Green, Heimiller. I would even include Scarborough and Nahum, all sort of hovering around the same stack size as the big blind is 120,000. And Scarborough, the farmer from South Dakota, raising to 240,000 with ace-8 of hearts. He's going to get involved here and perhaps get some action from Kim.
Kind of a tricky spot here for Kim. I know the ace-jack looks pretty. Don't hate a fold there with these early positions, these dynamics. Again, you still have Ung, which is, you know, getting quite a bit shorter there. Scarborough, you know, he hasn't really entered any pots, I don't think at all, right? So would factor in that he's probably just going to play fairly conservative here, understand the dynamics. Green, of course, I mean, you give this guy an ace, he has not backed down all final table. You love to see it.
Anthony Scarborough, residing in Aberdeen, South Dakota, married with his wife, Kelsey. 4 kids, 1 girl, 3 boys. Big time into snowmobiling, and it looks as though we might see him go to the flop for his very first hand at this final table as Dan Heimiller picks up a pair of 5s. Scarborough started this hand with 29 big blinds. Heimiller has him covered, starting with 41 big blinds.
Heimiller looks like he's reaching here.
Wow, Dan Heimiller with fives, just cranking it up.
45. 645.
Ladies and gentlemen, do not adjust your TVs. This is not a highlight package. We are actually watching a live stream of this final table. Every hand so far has been thoroughly entertaining. Heimiller with fives makes it 6:45 to go. Pressure now on Scarborough.
Yeah, Heimiller with the right idea, the right sense here that he can attack as the bigger stack against Scarborough here and really put a lot of pressure on his opponent.
And if you're Scarborough here, Donnie, what are you supposed to think?
I mean, it's kind of just a spot where you're in a way throwing up a little bit in your mouth, and you know you gotta let it go. It's a nice looking hand, but you could be dominated by a lot there. There's a bunch of pairs that can have you in bad shape. You know, 9s plus can all have you in bad shape there.
Well, Heimiller picks it up with some pre-flop aggression. Scarborough now down to 3.3 million, but still nowhere near any sort of danger. He is, however, about to pay that big blind ante and the big blind. Alex Kim finds ace queen offsuit. Donnie Kim, no stranger to the Poker Go studio, where I believe he's been working on his game a little bit.
Yeah, Kim came out to the first ever Poker Go strategy seminar. Coaching done there by Andrew Lichtenberger and Andrew Moreno. So built up some of his mental prowess in that setting. Won a satellite as part of that seminar to get into the Poker Masters event. Then went on to play in the Poker Masters event. Now we've seen him frequent a few more PGT events over at the studio throughout the years. Also made the, I think it was final table, the WSOP Millionaire Maker this past summer. 8th place, I believe, for him.
Yep.
Plays a lot of high stakes cash out of New York City. So I know Alex, you know, we've gotten to be pretty friendly. He really wants to win on the tournament felt. You know, I think that's something that drives a lot of players these days, but Alex, for sure, like, you want to get that title. You want to grab that trophy, right? And having to do so, or being able to do so here at the first ever Venetian Poker live stream, like, that's just extra special, right?
There can only be one winner of the first event. Kim's still in contention for that as he gets a customer in Scarborough who called from the big blind. Flop action was check, check, 5 of spades on the turn. Scarborough ahead here, flopping a pair of 9s.
Yeah, this one breaking nicely so far for Scarborough. I think he's going to probably come out with a lead here. Try and deny some equity to these high card type of hands for Kim. Maybe also get some value if Kim decides to come along with those type of hands. Should Kim be in there with, let's say, the 7s or the 8s of the worlds, you know, those pocket pairs, then he can maybe get some value from those.
Some heavy breathing going on from Scarborough into his microphone, in case you're wondering what that sound is. Both players trying to hide between hat and hoodie, and Alex Kim tosses it into the muck. Scarborough gets to take one down. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the first ever Venetian Poker live stream from the Venetian Poker Room on level 2 at the Palazzo Grand Canal shops. If you are in Las Vegas, do not
Can you
leave
turn on the AC, please?
before checking out this
Turn down.
incredible new poker room. We're honored to launch the first stream from there,
You think
and
it's
many
hot?
more
I
to
think it's
come.
Cold.
Oh.
You like it, huh?
$1 million
I
guaranteed
just
card
ate
player poker tour
so
final
I-
table coming at you on Sunday.
I'm actually, it's just about, I think it's just about right.
Yeah, I'm
I think it's
per-
about
I'm-
right.
I'm
The
perfect.
air is like blowing right here.
Let's take a vote on the temperature real quick.
I think it's about right. I don't,
Are you cold?
I don't think so.
It's pretty cold over here.
Action is hot.
I didn't feel
Table
that
is
first,
cold.
Maybe it's blowing over here.
Lots going on here already. Once again, if you tune in on YouTube, whether you're on PokerGo or on the
temperature
Venetian
is it?
channel, please make sure to
Any
like
idea?
this video.
Gotta feel like
Subscribe to the channel. You know, do all that good
60
stuff
something, I don't know.
to
What
stay in the
temperature is
know
it?
on whatever we have going on. Can highly encourage you today.
That's what
Check
I'm
out the
saying.
Venetian channel as we are
I think it's right.
brand
70 feet is a
new.
good temperature, but-
But then with the wind chill,
Live
with
for
the
the
wind
first
chill,
time.
it'll go down. It's,
It's a little chilly on
I
this
think
side.
it's just right.
A little chilly on this side.
They're cold on that side.
I just
we're
ate,
Just
so,
right
you know.
over here.
Maybe a space heater over here, and maybe like some fanning over there.
Kfir Nahum raising it up with ace-9 offsuit to 250. Wang's going to make the call with sixes. Stanley Weng in for 3 bullets, he told us. This is his second MSPT final table. We've got some hands here. Green made the call with 10-9 suited, and Scarborough finds ace-king off in the small blinds. We might see a significant 3-bet here. Scarborough
All in.
looking down at his stack, moves all in for 30 big blinds.
Can we have a count on his chips?
And Wang with sixes is going to ask for a count. The excellent dealers here inside the Venetian poker room, making sure this count is verified and correct. Sixes, however, not really the type of hand to risk this much of your chips with, right?
Yeah, I think you want to get a count just to make sure that the sizing is probably what you might have assumed that it was, but I think this is just too much to call with a hand like sixes. Might even think you would want something as good as maybe nines there.
I'm calling that so light.
Wang does just that, gets the count, and then
That's so light.
into the muck it goes. Nice pickup, given all the action that was ahead of him for Scarborough there. You know, the ace-king off, as you always say,
ace
Remco,
jack,
it's
yeah,
just a
something like
drawing
that.
hand, so you don't mind just winning the chips pre-flop and just pulling it in.
Absolutely.
see that
Scarborough
flop.
with that move up to 4.6 million,
No, I'm saying if I had ace jack, I would probably
announcing
snap
himself
fold it.
as a real contender.
I fold small.
1.425. 1.425.
Yeah.
You had what?
Ace nine
You?
suited.
I had 9-10 suited. I want to see that.
1.67. Oh.
I think you had the real hand.
No, I just want to know his chip stack.
Who's your fan in the chat on the Venetian
Make him
YouTube channel
slow a little
says,
bit.
love
No,
the
I just
new
wanna
Venetian
know for
poker
future
room.
reference.
Who's your fan? We're on the same page here. Blown away by the look, the vibe, the energy. Donnie, not even to mention the, I call it the bar. You just get yourself a beverage, good coffee too,
Yeah, free.
free.
I had a
Yeah,
better
it's
hand than you.
perfect.
2 coffee machines.
Yeah.
They got espresso drinks, some
No, I don't do
cappuccino,
that.
cafe americano, all right there.
Swap, man.
Of course, there's a soft drink machine too. I know they have plenty of signs around with little
Shit,
QR
we made
codes to
that.
order in-room dining, which you and I had a taste of this morning. We had
Oh.
some breakfast. Amazing.
Yes.
Couple hours, you'll know. Or
You
if
can
I
trust
don't.
Donnie and I to talk about food. the eggs, bacon with the hash brown, absolute winner.
Maybe ace 4 looked like 2 aces or something.
Was that it?
Heimiller, Donnie, casual, 310K here, into the small blind of Alex Kim.
They were different too. Good
Kim
Five.
thought about it there, ultimately passes.
Thoughts on Heimiller's sizing? They're going a little bit bigger than what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just Dan Heimiller being Dan Heimiller. You know, kind of just wants to win it pre-flop there with a couple of fives. And if somebody does come along, okay, well, I'll make them pay a little bit extra and go from there. I don't think Heimiller is going to be somebody who is worried about bloating pots or anything like that. He's just going to be more of a field player, do what he wants, which may be a break from the norm that we see oftentimes in tournament poker these days, but also somewhat refreshing, you know, to see someone just kind of firing at the hip in a lot of ways.
Shout out to Jason Zambricki, one of our regulars on the YouTube chat. Thank you as always for your donations to the coffee fund. Seeing $5 hit the stream there. Thank you very much. Coffee fund will not be used at the Venetian because we got that free coffee going here.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And Nahum comes with the shove from the small blind, just applying that pressure on Ung. Michael Ung short stack on 11 bigs. Does not find a calling hand.
Yeah, again, going back to those 8s, as long as the card graphics were correct, and I would lean that they are, then he folded those 8s earlier under the gun, did Ung, and hasn't found anything to get involved with since, so just kind of waiting around, being patient. You guys can see the leaderboard at the top of the screen. You have Ung as the short stack with just under 10 big blinds, and then Kim isn't too far ahead of him, so if you're Ung, you know, maybe you're thinking, hey, Alex, can you put your chips in over there? Like, maybe I get a page up? Like, let's go.
Well, Kim and Ung now virtually tied at the bottom of the standings here. Only a few big blinds apart. And Green finds the Cowboys. Pocket Kings. That's exactly what you're hoping for when you make it to one of these big final tables. A opportunity to rake in the big pots with the big pocket pair.
Yeah, he's been active so far, so when you're an active player, you love picking up a big premium hand like this. Maybe your opponents don't believe you. Maybe they come at you a little bit lighter than normal. So far, no one's got anything. Wang might come along, 10-9 off from the big blind.
Any sort of connecting hand, whether suited or not, is always the type of hand that'll bring a big pocket pair into the most trouble. But Wang does decide to let it go, and minimal earnings here. Are we going to see it? There we go. There we go.
Nice guy.
Donnie, you got to show your big hands to make the people aware of the fact that you only raise the good ones.
Sure, but I mean, the way he showed that one was kind of like, man, I didn't get any action type of thing. So if you're at the table, maybe you're like, okay, maybe this guy's a little bit upset that he didn't get action with those kings.
By the way, while we're on this camera angle, look at that beautiful trophy in the background. The lion with the wings. Absolutely something that needs to be part of your poker prize display or case, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I want one of those bad.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
There is a short list, shout out to the Globe Poker Awards, of trophies that any poker fan should aspire to have. This being one of them.
Yeah, those are right up there with any other trophy. It's kind of an underrated thing in tournament poker. You know, I think creating a really special, unique trophy that looks badass, that people want to win. I know you can look at it and you can say, that's just a silly cost. We don't need to do that. No. That is cool, okay? I want to walk out of the poker room with that winged lion under my arm. And show that bad boy off. Another good one here for Green. This time facing the limp from the small blind from Wang.
Wang simply trying to see a cheap flop here. Looks as though that's not going to be the case.
475.
475.
Raising a quick fold, so Green takes that one. He's going to show that one too. I had it again, guys. I had it again.
I told you. Just got to show it. Make the people know that you're picking up only good hands. Shout out to Lorianne in the chat saying the studio's looking great.
I don't know if you want me to.
Re-raise?
Yeah, re-raise.
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd be very uncomfortable if I did.
I don't know what I would want there.
Yeah.
I had the same thing happen on I had to make a big fold like that with
Yeah.
I was actually in your spot. I limped with, and I limp re-raised and you jammed. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Just a weird
I
spot.
limp jammed.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
you just have to fold.
Yeah, we got or just Oops, sorry.
You have an exposed card, gentlemen.
Jeff Platt saying one of the best trophies in the game. I concur. Absolutely.
Yeah, you limp jam. I'm in trouble.
Does
there.
Jeff have one?
Well, you set it up.
I know he won an event here, but I don't know if
475.
did that trophy come with it, sir? Is that why it's one of the best? Because you own one?
Are you saying Jeff Platt has won a poker tournament? That's big talk. That is big talk. Brent Hanks in the chat saying a lot of people still talking about my trophy from the Venetian back in 2011. Great trophy. I can confirm no one has talked about Brent Hanks winning anything for the last decade or so. Believe it or not.
So green comes with a limp this time
Rope
from
a
the
dope.
small blind, and Heimiller just fires in there with the 6 deuce.
Well,
Enough to limp call there for green, so here we go.
how do we read into the reluctant okay
I
from
check for
green
the
as he
better.
tosses in the chips?
I think he's just trying to have a little fun with it with Heimiller specifically. Flops top pair here. Goes check, check. I think if you're green, you're feeling pretty good overall about your hand here. I mean, I probably don't want to go too crazy, just given where Kim and Ung are on the leaderboard, but especially when this has been checked through. Even now, I think it's, you're probably fine to just check call.
Jack.
That's good.
Heimiller with a bunch of very quick checks here, trying to stay out of any additional trouble that could have been created here with the old 6 deuce. Quick little interruption here to give some shout outs to the people in the chat on the Venetian channel. Tom asking how many days a week are we going to stream? It's going to be at least 2 days a week, a mix between cash games and tournaments. I see you all in there. Annie, Juan,
What's up, man?
Emmy Noel Gaming, Richie Lee, Juan Felix, Daniel Gonzalez,
not
D.
here with us.
Costa, regular of the PokerGo chat as well. Thank you all. We have some special commands in the
No.
YouTube chat on the Venetian channel, Donnie, because Venetian has so much
Do they
stuff
like
going
to play
on
the events
as
here?
it pertains to promos,
forgot.
upcoming
I just forgot
events,
what I see
hotel
here.
room
Here or-
discounts, that it is almost impossible for us to
win.
keep track of all of these things.
Yeah, I mean, there are tons of promos running around the room. They have a bad beat barrel, they call it,
We
which
gotta
is
get
like, I
that
guess,
changed.
their version of a bad beat jackpot. They have a mystery high hand. I mean, it's just,
Whoa.
if you play here, I feel like, I was reading through these promos, before we got on the show. I was like, there's just like hundreds, if not thousands of dollars all the time. Yeah,
Just to paint the picture here, Donnie has a stack of papers in his hand,
there's like 8 papers here.
going through all the promos. Also upcoming.
I would almost get lost if I was playing like, oh, does this hand qualify? Does that hand qualify?
I
But that's a
love
good
it.
good problem to have when the room is giving back like that. Like that's what you want, right?
So yeah, Donnie will show those commands off on the Venetian YouTube chat as we see Michael Ung jam ace-4 suited for 1.1 million. That is 9 big blinds for those keeping score at home. And green on the button with ace-9 off, as we can see, has the better ace, giving it some thoughts. Green can afford this, sitting on 46 bigs. Let's see if he wants to tangle here with still 2 players in the blinds left to act behind.
So like 1.3 and change? 1.3 and change? Right?
1.135.
1.135. Got it.
Count on the screen is correct, 1.135. Green seems eager to get involved here. 2 big stacks behind him in the blinds. Does decide to let it go. Heimiller King 10 not going to do it. Scarborough with Queen 5 off. Tosses him as well, and Ung gets to pick up some much needed
to
blinds
call
and
there.
antes.
I think, anyways.
MSPT starting back in 2009, currently in his 15th season, over 30 stops every year. And for those looking to play one of their events, please check out the MSPT website. And also keep an eye out on that MSPT Player of the Year race. The winner will receive a $10,000 WSP main event seat. It's It's always good to have something to chase after. MSPT events happening on the regular here at Venetian. But they also, of course, are the Mid-States Poker Tour. So they will be on tour again soon. Events coming up in Cleveland, Ohio at Jacqueline Casino. We got Hollywood Casino in St. Louis, Grand Falls Casino in Larchwood, Iowa, and many more. So go check them out at msptpoker.com. Got a fan of Mike in the chat. Kenny Do says, let's go, Mike. Love to see it.
It was a pretty good pitch. It kept spinning.
Mike's got some work to do.
I appreciate that.
No, he was doing the thing with the
I have to warm up
trick,
a little bit more.
the trick folds, the trick mucks. He had one curve all the way around and like bend into the freaking muck. That was you, right?
When I was in seat
Seat-
9?
yeah.
All eyes on Ung and Kim still, who are around the 10 big blind mark. You don't want to misstep now, as those guys are getting shorter, having to pay off any shoves with inferior hands.
275 raise, 275.
Green makes it 275 with 10-7 of diamonds. Looks as though his timing is pretty good.
Fun space.
Thank you.
We call this the level of death inside the PokerGo studio. It is the 75K, 150K level. Let's see if we see some bloodshed here at Venetian Poker Live as well.
150. 75, 150.
Very much a game of chicken right now between Ung and Kim. Both looking at the other, trying to see who's going to blink first. That said, I mean, the way these chips have been flying, I wouldn't be surprised if the two other players got their money in. There's been no shortage of big pots and going head to head.
Taking this opportunity here to also remind players who are in Las Vegas or looking to make travel plans, the $1,600 No Limit Hold'em Card Player Poker Tour main event, which has a $1 million guarantee, kicks off with day 1A on Wednesday, so that's just 2 days from now. Multiple starting flights, final table streaming live on PokerGo and the Venetian Poker channels as we see Nahum take one down with Ace-King of Diamonds. That event, 40-minute levels, starting with 30,000 chips. Terrific way to get your feet wet here in 2025, perhaps rack up a big score, maybe play on the final table stream. It's all possible here at Venetian. Paluma sound setting. Alex Kim, the young gun. Hopefully, Alex Kim can mount a little bit of a comeback here. Needs some help for sure. Someone who doesn't need any help for now is Mr. Green over here. First he picks up kings, now he picks up aces. Let's see if he'll meet some resistance here. Rick Green from Newport Beach, California. An entrepreneur who is looking to, and I quote, put it all on red. So once again, this table full of players who love to gamble. Action folds around, and I'm starting to get concerned that Green might show this hand again if Wang gets out of the way. With a bit of a shrug, perhaps. Two big pocket pairs, maybe no action, although Wang is considering something.
$1 million.
Oh, excuse me, I spoke too soon. Wang is using the spot, perhaps a little tired of the aggression Green has been showing, but boy, oh boy, is his timing out of place.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised to see Wang come here with a 3-bet like this, but maybe he's just thinking, hey, Green's been a little too active for my liking, so I'm going to pounce. They did have a little back and forth earlier when it was small blind versus big blind. Not that the pot amounted to anything, but
2.1 million.
Raised it 2 point.
there's the 4-bet and quick fold. But Wang was saying, you know, if I jam, you really can't do anything because of these other short stacks here. You just have to fold. So maybe some sort of that thinking came into play there. Hey, this guy can really only come back after me if he has the goods. Of course, he did there with the aces, so the 4-bet goes in, and Wang gives up 1,000,000 chips.
With that, Green taking a sizable lead over the rest of the field, up to 7.4 million, just shy of 50 big blinds. Still lots of room to play here. Heimiller tosses ace-4. Eight-7 of hearts. Scarborough remaining patient. Well done, sir.
Yeah, once you get down to final tables, even, you know, final 2 tables, 3 tables, etc., when ICM becomes much more of a factor in the tournament, you're going to try and skew your range to play more high card type of hands. So those suited connector hands, the 7-8 suited, 6-7 suited, etc.,
950.
you know, they look pretty and they can probably do all right, but you ultimately don't really want to get involved with those, especially in this sort of situation when you have these 2 short stacks. Notice Kim's approach there was to come in with a non-all-in raise, takes it down. So he fights his way to gain a little bit more separation between him and Ung. Kim now up to right around 11 big blinds. Ung still the short stack over there. He is in the cutoff seat, so a few free hands here for him.
Forest Base from Yarber.
For those just tuning in, final 7 players guaranteed $37,500. You have not missed an elimination yet. We're on hand 24. Action has been all over the place so far. It's been a really fun final table, but of course all eyes on a top prize of $189,000. This event had a $1 million guaranteed prize pool.
Blind versus blind here on the 10-4-3 with a couple of hearts. Bottom pair for Heimiller, and he looks like he's interested in betting it. There it is. Check back from Green at his cards. Does have that king of hearts. King high could be good some percentage of the time. And he's just going to fire back with the raise. Look at that.
575.
Correctly pouncing here from what we can see, really putting a lot of pressure on Heimiller. Of course, Green can do that, now being the chip leader. Heimiller really doesn't have a choice. He can't do much here, so into the muck it goes.
All right, Green taking a few steps in the right direction with some aggression there. Does help to pick up aces earlier in that hand against Wang. Daniel in the chat says, "Am I allowed to say something stupid? It's natural for me." Daniel, don't let me stop you, please. Seeing lots of new people, new names in the chat, both between the PokerGo channel and on Venetian. All I ask of you, please subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. We just launched in partnership with Venetian. We're very stoked to have another place
Owen.
to post a ton of poker content, as we see Kim jam with ace queen for 1.7 million. And we might be looking at a battle of the short stacks as Ung finds ace queen himself. Is Ung perhaps thinking, Donnie, if I can survive one pay jump, that'd be great for me, but instead he just goes for it.
Yeah, I think this one's just too good for him to go with, and
Queens or ace queen?
ace queen, ace queen, ace queen.
Both
that two
players,
clubs?
both players with ace queen, so likely
Oh, of course,
heading
you got
towards a
ace
chop, but you never know.
Just want to apologize in advance
For what? Doubling me up?
for the bad beat.
Oh, the spades.
Diamond. Spades, diamonds.
Spades versus diamonds. Clubs perhaps also.
That's it.
7-5 king. That'll result in a chop. No backdoor flush is possible for either player. So our first pre-flop all in will result in a chop.
How can you call?
Still going to be seven-handed.
I think I had a queen too.
4 spades.
Here we are.
Nuts.
At least you had a decent hand.
Almost.
Wait, we both have. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to change on this?
Yeah, thank
Everybody hated that on the table.
That was like a 15% increase in my stock.
We're all rooting for you.
You guys were rooting for one of us. That didn't matter who it was, just a sweat.
Nahum, after some early troubles, going down from 8 million to 4 million, has decided to sit back a little bit, perhaps cool down from those early swings as Ung finds pocket fives. Kinda England in the chat on PokerGo YouTube saying this was a $1,600 event. Kinda England fell just shy of this final table. She
I believe it was
finished-
10th.
Yeah, 10th place. Dan Sepiol, by the way, bubbled this final table, finishing in 8th place. A player we often see on our PokerGo live streams, as Ung is going to get this one through. But Kim puts on the sunglasses, indicating that he is serious about whatever we're about to see.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see known players at these upcoming Venetian final tables, obviously starting with this one. There are tons of known players around Las Vegas that regularly have competed in the Venetian events, whether that be their Deep Stack Extravaganza Series events, whether that be an MSPT, Card Player Poker Tour, which we have coming up. Remco and I already talked about that. You know, you get a lot of the regulars in the field. They're always here. They're always playing in these events. So now that streaming is involved, I would only imagine that many of those regulars end up at these final tables, end up on the screens in your homes, and that's who you're watching. So don't just think that this new Venetian project here is just going to be a bunch of no-names. No, you're going to get, you know, all the regulars, all the up-and-comers, all that sort of stuff. So it's great that they're bringing the streaming here and, you know, putting these guys on the stage, under the bright lights, all that sort of stuff.
And Dan Heimiller.
Yeah, well, you know, Dan Heimiller is a legend. Come on, he deserves to be on streams too.
Heimiller with King Deuce of Hearts. It's going to raise and attack these blinds. A few more notables, by the way, that fell just shy of the final table, or at least made deep runs. Give you some names here. Ryan Lang in 21st. Stephen Song in 22nd.
It's. Oh, did you put?
Mitchell Halverson also finished in the money along with Joseph Chong, Jeremy Becker. Some guy named Tim Duckworth, 38th
Wow.
place.
Yeah, Tim did very well. I mean, he played a hand pretty horrifically on day one,
Wow,
but other than that, he did
1.32.
great.
1.3.
Mark
Yeah.
Save, Nick Papillo,
1.32.
Aaron Massey, Calvin Anderson, JJ Liu, Calais Campbell. I mean, it's a who's who
Yeah, 1.6.
of the
1.67.
Las Vegas poker scene here in the money. By the way, also shout out to the person with the greatest name in 44th place, Kim Possible. Wow, that is a top tier name. So yes, Card Player Poker Tour kicking off on Wednesday with day 1A. 3 starting days, day 2, and then the stream final table live on Sunday. Donnie and I will be on the call for that one.
Fun's good.
Thank you.
Would you show a 3?
I just showed an ace.
6 subscribers away from hitting 200 on the Venetian Poker channel. We got to start somewhere, of course.
Let's go.
We are aiming for the stars, sky, moon, whatever you want to call it, but you can be part of the first 200 here. We'll be in the thousands soon enough as Heimiller. Heimiller, by the way, on his LinkedIn, his job title, Master of the Universe.
Raise 325.
Went to the School of Hard Knocks with he has a BS in BS, he says. His skills include nunchucks. I'm not making this up, by the way. This is actually from his LinkedIn page. Kim finds kings with the perfect bit of timing here on 1.5 million, 10 big blinds.
All in.
All in.
Moves all in with pocket kings.
It's not the biggest jam here. I think Heimiller could call with his hand.
Too much.
Yeah, all right, he says too much.
Would you argue making the call there, or for making the call there?
I mean, I think if you think he's jamming
You didn't even
some
get a
ace
count.
X hands, some pairs that are,
Oh,
you know,
you've been giving us
7s,
counts.
8s, 9s of the world, stuff
I don't
like
think
that.
it's changed much from 2 minutes
Stuff that you
ago.
have
Was
decent
it
amount of
9-4
equity
of
against.
space this time?
Even ace king isn't the worst, but do you really want to jeopardize your
No
position
comment.
at the table?
So hearts.
Marge on Venetian YouTube is asking, how often will Venetian be streaming? It's going to be at least twice a week. The more you guys subscribe and like, the more we'll be able to stream, obviously.
Yeah, let's
Raise
go.
300,000.
Trying to give the poker fans what they want, as Scarborough here is trying to get some action going with ace-deuce suited. Action folds around to green in the big blind. Looks like green might be considering a call here, and he does come along.
Call.
Richard Green, 460,000 in career tournament earnings. His biggest score, a 2023 win in the Win Signature Series for 94,000. So he also looking for the largest score of his live poker career here today.
Okay.
As we see ace 4-4 roll off the deck, Scarborough pairs up. Scarborough reaching. Continues for just 175. Contrary to most players at this final table who referenced some form of gambling as far as what they will do with the winnings, Scarborough said, house fund for my wife. I'm sure she'll be happy to hear that the house might be getting some significant upgrades after a good result here today.
Cups of ice too. I'm not going to use the paper ones. Thank you. Yep, thanks.
Scarborough continues picking up hands. Ace, pocket tens this time.
Raise 300,000.
A few quick folds over to the blinds. How do we treat a hand like ace-jack from the small blind here, given stack sizes and positions?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I look at is stack sizes, and I think green here has enough of a hand. You know, it has some good properties to it. Block some premiums from your opponent. Again, his stack size, he can leverage some stuff. I was going to say that I wouldn't mind having him just 3-bet here. Again, he could put a lot of pressure on Scarborough. Playing ace-jack off out of position, I don't know. I don't feel overly great about it. You also let Dan Heimiller come in there, so then you have to play ace-jack off out of position against 2 players in a multi-way pot. So now I'm not saying that it necessarily would have worked. You know, he could have got 4-bet on with those 10s from Scarborough, yes, but
That was 350.
that's the way I would have gone with this one.
Heimiller finds it tempting to continue with the 5. Turn card brings the 8 of diamonds. Heads up action between Heimiller and Scarborough. Facing an overcard here, are we going to have to be a bit more cautious on the turn? Do we rather perhaps, you know, control the narrative, continue betting, perhaps charging draws for a river card?
Yeah, I think Scarborough could go kind of either way here. You know, you talked about it earlier. Heimiller is certainly somebody who can come along with, you know, a bit less of a hand overall.
Wow.
That said, I think 10s, you're just, I don't think you're ultimately going to get 3 streets from it. You might not even get 2 on this type of texture. You also have to factor in kind of that stack preservation. Again, you still have Ung, who's very short over there, so you don't want to really put yourself at any risk. Heimiller does get that 2-pair on the river, so it was a good bet on the flop for Scarborough. You know, I think he played it pretty correctly. Ultimately, things just didn't work out for him in that spot, but that's poker. That's the game. What are you going to do? Your opponent outdrew you. At least he didn't come out betting the river and, you know, kind of put you in a tricky spot.
Second big river card for Dan Heimiller, who earlier hit a flush against Nahum to take a chunk from him. Now hitting 2-pair to beat the 10s of Scarborough. Dan Heimiller up to 5.8 million. Challenging for the chip lead.
Ace 10 off there, one of those hands that, you know, looks pretty, looks tempting, but again, Ung is still over there working with, you know, 8 or 9 big blinds, so probably just best to fold. When you get down to these kind of delicate spots here at final tables, you can often make more money by folding. Green gets that one through from the button.
No, I'm good, thank you.
mean, I love the way the studio looks. It's just,
Can I just get
it's
10
incredible.
Oh man, I mean,
It really is. I mean, I know people are gonna be like, you're just a homer, blah blah blah. No, I mean, it looks awesome.
it's okay to be a homer when it looks like this. I've been inside this room now, you know, just sort of feeling it out, and it has a special kind of aura to it. You can't see this now on the feed, but the players are looking at a beautiful glass wall looking into the poker room. So when you're in the poker room, you can actually come over and, you know, check out the sort of fishbowl that this is. Players are behind the glass battling for the top payouts.
Raise 375.
Green has been extremely active all final table, and understandably so here. Comes in with the raise, queen 10 of hearts. Heimiller is going to fight back
Raise 800,000.
with the ace-8 suited. Says, listen, sir, you've been a little bit too much getting after it, so I'm going to have to put a little bit of a hammer down here. 3 bets at 800K. We did see sixes go into the muck from Scarborough.
Say what you will about Dan Heimiller's, you know, style or strategy. It is not an easy player to play against.
No, certainly not.
Green here out of position, contemplating with king, or excuse me, with queen 10 of hearts against someone with a large stack as well, and he surrenders under the pressure of Heimiller, who takes it down and is now only a few big blinds away from taking the chip lead. Are you surprised that we haven't seen a bust out yet, 33 hands into this final table?
Yes, but also I did see Michael Ung fold those 8s earlier.
Yep.
So once I see that, I kind of get the sense that, okay, this is how he's going to be approaching this final table. He's going to be very conservative, try and do what he can to stay alive, find a really good spot to double up, etc. So because I saw him less likely to get his money in there, then I just think that I'm less likely to be surprised that we are still 7-handed. That said, the other players at the table, I feel like, have just been ready to fire the money in. So if we happen to get 2 really big hands, maybe there's one here because we have Scarborough with the ace-king on the button, then yeah, I could see the money getting in.
Final 7 guaranteed $37,500. Already an awesome ROI on that $1,600 buy-in. Top prize $189, so don't go anywhere. We are crowning a champion today, tonight, this morning, whatever time zone you're watching from. By the way, let us know where you're tuned in from as we go back to the action here. Scarborough with ace-king, raising to 325. Nahum, who's been very, very quiet for the last 20 hands or so, decides to defend here, only to see queen jack 6 on the flop. Scarborough, Broadway draw, 2 overs.
Yeah, Scarborough can come with a bet here, I think. You know, he's going to be raising a lot of queens, a lot of jacks. Also even, you know, better premiums, all the overpairs, stuff like that. So pretty automatic there. If it were to come to it, I think he could even continue against the check raise. So nice pickup for him, and I guess a little bit of a different tune from Nahum, you know, who lost a bunch of those pots early, came tumbling down from that big chip lead that he started the day with, and now you see him not really being active, not really being involved right now. Scarborough there, up over 4 million in chips. I'm getting a sense of growing confidence from Scarborough, right? The more he chips up, the more he pulls pots in, settles into this final table. You know, I feel like a little bit of a dark horse if you were to pick one of the 7 to win. I would not be surprised to see Scarborough come out on top. I think he's played very well so far. I also think, Remco, going back to your point about, you know, the fact that we haven't lost a player yet, I think once we lose a player, the other players might be a little bit more likely to kind of just start getting after it, right? No one wants to go out first. And here we go. Ace-5 Nahum jams the small blind, and Ung is ace-10. He's in there.
Wow. Ung with a terrific spot to double up. holding the better ace.
Can't fault Nahum here for jamming, given the stack size of Ung. It's just he just runs into it. You know, it really has been a bad day at the table for Nahum, and it continues here with this dominating position that he's in and very much behind.
How much you have?
Don't answer.
Yeah, hit him with the prepay.
Nahum trying to go for the prepay. Ung, the player at risk. Hung says his hobbies include being a degen. Now, this, of course, one of those spots you live for.
1.1
If you are a degen, hoping for that ace-10 to hold up.
The good old prepay.
There you go.
As long as you didn't say it, it's good. This guy has the tricks, bro.
Let's see if the tricks work for Nahum. We've got Queen 5-4 on the flop, and there it is. A 5-4 Nahum. Ung is in trouble, looking for a 10 only, or running cards to stay alive.
World flush.
8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds would be the sweat.
World flush.
Backdoor diamonds available. Backdoor Broadway available. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. Ung now looking for an ace or a 10 to survive, or else he will be our 7th place finisher. Yeah, doing the stand-up. If he had a backpack, he would put it on right now. River card is the ace of spades.
I win.
There's a chop.
You win, sir.
Ace, queen, queen, 10.
I didn't even see that out.
Ace, queen, queen, 10. Oh, it's in 10
I didn't even
place.
see that out.
For a second, I thought it was a chop.
Thanks for rooting for me, guys.
Oh, wow, look at
I didn't
this.
think ace was a good card for you.
Ung
didn't
gets
see
to
that.
sit
I
back
didn't-
down,
Because of the queen, you know.
rake in a double up, and Nahum has once again disappeared from the
I know you
streaming
guys are
room.
rooting for me. Thanks.
It's been a
Appreciate
day
it.
for Kfir.
Oh my God.
It's been a day. Just when you think, you know, oh, my luck's going to turn around, I hit the 5. No.
Think about it.
The ace from
see that
space.
to win.
Good old Barry Greenstein,
Well, I was
ace on
for
the
sure
river.
thinking 10 only, and then
Rips
it
the
just
pot
hit me,
right
like,
from
real
his
quick,
hands.
like,
Doubles up Ung.
wow.
Alex Kim
flush
now
is
the
a
short
good
stack.
10.
7 remaining.
Backdoor flush. That's it. And then all of a sudden they got another out.
Wow.
Jesus, come on.
Nahum, Ung, and Wang now all very close
Sorry.
together, along with Kim, I should say.
Good
It's sort
thing
of
you
the
didn't
haves and the
answer, I told you.
have-nots. Scarborough sitting in the middle,
You have something against me or something?
hoping for a few bust-outs.
No, just looking after my fellow short stack so that when I'm all in, he's, you know, has some sympathy for me.
There's 425.
Nice looking ace king suited for Heimiller. Note the sizing once again, a little bit on the larger size for what we're used to
Yeah,
seeing.
tilted, you know, he just doubled up.
Action over to Stanley Weng in the big blind. He's been quiet as of late. He's got ace 7 suited. Wang on just under 20 bigs here to start this hand.
That was sick.
That was.
If you had answered, most likely would have lost, honestly.
That was good for the stream.
All in.
That was great for the stream.
Wow, and he's going to run right into it here.
Wow.
Oh,
Heimiller versus Wang for a big pile of chips. Stanley Weng finds himself at risk holding ace-7 of diamonds. Coming over the top of the Dan Heimiller race to 425,000.
No.
Don't answer. Nobody.
The big ace prevailed on the river on the previous hand. Can it again survive to reduce this field at this point to its final 6 as the chip leader now holding the biggest cards? And it's 10-5-6, 2 spades. Music to the ears of Dan Heimiller, who picks up a spade draw as well, eliminating the 7 of spades from Wang's outs. Wang looking for a 7 and a 7 only. He is standing up, channeling those poker gods, hoping to keep his seat here at Venetian Poker Live. 6 of diamonds on the turn opens up some chop outs.
Could be worse, that's for sure.
It's never easy.
Deuce of hearts.
Heimiller looking for a deuce. River card is the 3 of
game.
diamonds. It might as well be a deuce. Stanley Wang, first casualty from this final table, collects 37,000 for his efforts.
Beautiful flop.
Terrific showing by him as Dan
really
Heimiller
surprised he did
rakes
that.
in the chips and takes the chip lead, now up to
got-
9.5 million
again.
as the final
got-
6 are guaranteed $47,900 as the action continues here at Venetian Poker Live.
A little bit.
You absolutely love to see that if you're Michael Ung or Alex Kim. You were able to secure that ladder there. I also think we could start seeing some fireworks here because Dan Heimiller with the chip lead could be a lot of fun.
150.
Next page jump will go from 47,000 to 61,000, so the steps are getting bigger as well.
Surprised he didn't predict you.
Alex Kim probably
Who,
stoked
me?
Yeah.
No.
on the
no.
short
Never,
stack to
you
get at
never,
least the pay jump here.
You know,
You have the
you never celebrate ahead of time. I hate that. We do. Your rail is cheering and cheering.
Yeah, that's the worst.
The rail is cheering and cheering, and the game's and the tournament's not over yet, and anything can happen.
Yep.
I hate to celebrate in advance.
wait, 300,000.
What do you start with?
2.2.
2.2.
All right, back to the action after our first casualty as Ung finds King 10 of hearts on the button after a Nahum raise to 300,000. Ung makes the call in position. Donnie, off a stack of 15 bigs. How do you like this in position call from
Where'd you
Ung?
watch the game?
In my hotel room, they bet in,
I don't-
wanted to bet in game.
Hate it.
And,
I don't love it.
I sure.
I think given
It
these
irritates me that these casinos
positions,
encourage you
I
to
could have seen a
you know,
Yeah.
sort of irritates
3-bet
me that
jam
they want like
or
a
even a
hun-
non-all-in 3-bet.
They want like a couple $100 for you to sit.
The Win was selling seats to the buffet. They had the buffet. They had the buffet, the whole watch party at the buffet for like 300, 400 bucks. It's crazy.
There were some places. There's some odd bars that had seats.
Yeah.
Nahum
I'll
continues
tell you,
for
one of the places
150 on
Flamingo
8, 5,
near
4,
the
2
spa,
diamonds.
They had a bar there, and
Nahum
It
not
was-
displeased
it
with
was,
this flop. As he
uh,
flops a gut shot, has backdoor
place to
diamond
market, yeah.
nut draw, and Ung decides to raise it up, and Nahum comes with the snap call. Jack of diamonds on the turn gives Nahum the flush draw. What's Ung gonna do here?
the sports books are all online. They want $200, or I'm not sure whether you had to buy something
I-
for 200 or was 200 for
I
the
think
seat.
he's just
Can't remember. I'm
gonna
not sure.
continue, given how he's
Venetian,
approached the hand so
Sometimes they say
far.
you gotta buy $200 worth, and sometimes they say, I think they're trying to sell it.
And there's no sports book on this side, huh? It's on the other side, right? Or Venetian
It
used
was
to
a
have
Venetian. Yeah, the
Or
Venetian.
Palazzo used to have a sports book.
And Ung does decide to continue.
It was.
That's only 350 into
I remember
1.6 million. Now,
the,
we've seen Nahum
setup.
make plenty of,
I think they had to walk up.
I guess, loose calls, if you want to call them that. This is not a loose call at all.
Well,
Here.
once he calls the flop,
with the-
right? I mean,
Horseshoe that had that.
the diamond comes again. Like you're calling again, especially for that sizing, which was
I can't remember
pretty
if you had to
small.
buy 200
Now here
or
on the river,
$200.
Ung knows that
Fee.
checking is not going to result into him winning here. Can we just surrender, or do we have a chance?
I mean, I think he has a chance, yeah. But I mean, you gotta come with it here. I think if you're repping value here, your only real size is all in 1.3, 1.3 into 2.3. Like I don't think you would come with another size if you didn't have value.
Check.
Ung decides to check back. Gives up. An ace high is good. Frustration there on the face of Ung, and Nahum finally gets to celebrate after a pretty bad start to this final table after coming in with the chip lead. Nahum now back up to 3.5 million as we see some of the tournament staff enter the room here as the players are about to go on their first break of this final table. Still 6 players remaining,
Sure.
all guaranteed $47,900.
We got one hand left, I think.
75?
You might be 2 hands.
One hand here.
You might actually want to
No,
play
it's 30
fast.
seconds.
Unless they go really fast.
No, I guess you probably won't get your bonus.
You want to go 6?
Once again, a reminder, please subscribe to the new Venetian
Yeah, right
Poker
after the hand.
live YouTube channel.
I
You can
can't-
find a link in the chat on PokerGo YouTube, or just search for Venetian Poker Live on YouTube. We'd love to build out
Yeah,
that
I
community
don't even urgent need to go to the
special
rest of
clips,
my room.
highlights behind the scenes,
Here, on
and a
my
whole
ace.
bunch more.
They give you a rack? What's it?
Looks like we're coloring
Where's
up
the
on the
rack
break
set?
as well.
100.
How much?
This is 100. 200.
We need another rack.
250.
Do-
All in?
do it.
275.
And Ung decides to shove with Jack 8
275.
for 1.2 million, hoping to recoup some of the losses.
Thank you.
Can't see. Let me see
earlier.
here. Nope. Can't see any reason to call that one.
All right, that was it.
All right, Heimiller
650.
lets it go, and that will send us on our first break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Until then, please enjoy some highlights from High Stakes Poker, your favorite poker cash game show. Thank you all so much for being tuned into this
Oh, never
first
mind.
ever
Check the mics with us, we're
Venetian
good.
Poker
One more
live
rack.
stream.
One more
We'll
rack.
see you all in 15 minutes for continued
Ace
coverage
Queen off
of this
before,
final table.
But playing deep stacked cash, we've touched upon this. This hand he has now is
Very aggressive today.
arguably better.
Is that part of your guys' dinner last night? We're gonna push him around today.
That laugh is killing me.
Andrew had a spy at our dinner.
Oh, and
boy.
no waiting at all for Roble. Trips right off the bat.
He's got no time for child's play.
Santos essentially drawing dead. This is sick. Note he can't even make the running wheel as Roble would make a boat.
Wow.
He needs king, king, or ace, ace only. Also known as perfect, perfect, AJ.
Is that right?
Oh, and there's one piece of the puzzle.
Hey, wait a minute here.
And naturally a brutal card for Santos. Oh my
Bang.
God, it does come in.
Wow.
Santos goes perfect, perfect, AJ.
Man, dream flop for Roble turns into a nightmare. But
300,000.
that's 300,000. Pots at $500,000.
All in.
Hey.
Oh my God.
2, 3,
How much more is it?
Only 50 more.
385, 395.
95 more.
95.
Just do it. There you go.
And indeed he does.
I guess there's the $1 million pot, Brandon.
$992,000, the biggest pot in high stakes poker history.
Like 9. Santoshi, nice hand.
Kings for Roble. Gonna raise to 2,000. Hey, hey, Ace King for Sammy.
Well, thank you, because I was
makes
just
it
about to make a very
10,400.
AJ, you getting that feeling I'm getting?
I sure am.
Oh wow, you're gonna travel back and forth? It's a lot of travel.
Yeah, I know. I hate it.
You have things you need to get done in
Roble
Japan.
makes it 35,000.
They might be getting it in pre.
It certainly looks like that.
They have a lot of history all season. They've been scrapping.
Oh, okay.
He just said 150, AJ.
All right. There it is. Sammy. I love this guy. Good time, Sammy. These guys have been going at it, you know, with not the best cards, but now they're loaded. So someone's going to get hurt.
Spell's been broken.
Exactly.
Rubble nervous here, or?
I think this is more acting, posturing a bit.
I get you. I mean, Robles got way the best of it.
On.
All in.
Yep.
500.
1 to 5.
No problem. Right in.
Ace king. Yeah.
Look at that pot. 981,000 and change.
No, I think it's yours. Yeah. That's
Buckle up.
Please, poker gods. Please.
Why have you forsaken
This is your
me?
friend Andrew.
Please, yes. Why have you forsaken me? It's your old pal. Remember me? We had so many good times together. One more good time. One more good time, please.
By the way, note Sammy's
First
genuinely
board.
laughing.
The king of diamonds. Eric, the king of diamonds.
You can get the king
Please,
if you
king
put
of
a jack and a
diamonds.
queen with it.
Oh, Sammy.
Okay.
It's all Sammy.
Roble might have summoned the gods too hard.
Yeah.
To what in your hand?
10 jack.
Oh, yeah.
2 of his chop outs. God, it sucks losing the first one.
Please.
They are running it twice.
Just a couple of guys laughing over $1 million. No big deal.
Now I can't
Please.
Please.
Oh, boy.
Put a king on there. Put a king on
Come
there.
on.
Put a king on there.
I never thought I'd feel bad for Robo.
I actually feel bad for Robo.
Oh my God.
Another king is coming.
Window guard.
Oh, I have one of them. Oh yeah, there's still
How
one.
much do you have?
There's one king left.
Of diamonds.
There's one more king in there.
Yeah. Andrew's waiting to say he had the other king.
You got a shot. I have it.
Wow. Well, we knew there was going to be a clash between these two players. They ran it twice, and Sammy won them both.
That was 100.
One of the biggest pots in high-stakes poker history.
Oh, okay.
We know Chino's got one ace.
Battle 10K.
Oh, it's another ace right next door, AJ.
There we go. Bullets.
Cheers. Nice aces.
Here we go. Salo.
There you go. Chendan.
Note the slow play from Chino. Nut spades working for airball.
He bets 20,000.
Middle pair in the spades working for Santos. Might be getting in 3 ways here, AJ. Not to be presumptuous.
Well, why not?
Or you. I mean, something.
It's high time.
You had a straight ace, you were going to pop it on me.
Oh,
No, right
other
there.
hand?
You didn't have a straight ace. You made it.
Chino's going all in.
Yeah, you were gonna. You would have worked. It would have worked.
Yeah.
Your little thought trap would have trapped me into like, dang.
I believe it will all be going in. Santos with middle pair and the spades working of his own. Such a big hand. And for airball with the nut flush draw closing the action.
20, 70, 80, 94, 9.
94.9.
Cool.
Call from Santos.
90?
This is just natural, right? Because hands collide. So sick.
On.
Wow.
Here it is.
You're right.
Good luck, gentlemen. Good luck, Chino.
Here we go.
You have a set?
No.
Oh my God, okay. Twice, boys?
Oh my God, look at this. You guys doing it twice? Is that what it is?
Hold on.
Oh, for the rest of the night?
This is a filmable
This is a
moment.
nice pot.
Wait, everyone wanted to do it 2
aces.
times?
He's
Yeah,
got
do that.
Nick
Okay.
has the ace jack of spades and Santos has the 7-8 of spades.
Remember Dole used to take his iPhone out and film the crew too?
Yeah.
different era.
I'm just talking about my money. Twice, right, gentlemen?
2 times.
Yes, twice.
2 times.
Yeah.
Man,
Aces, 2 hands in a row.
this is crazy.
2 times.
This is really crazy.
Can you hold him off, AJ?
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
clean for Chino.
Yeah. Well, Chino's due. He's due for a big hand.
Okay, winner on the
That's
first
one.
for
Yeah,
Chino.
he won the
Nice
first
to win
one.
the first. And Santos wins the first side pot, by the way, against Airball. Kings and sevens, good. Straight draw working for Airball.
Mm-hmm.
It does come in. Go ahead, Nicky.
go.
Chop it up.
Ace jack. No, he made a straight. Sideboard, oh, straight. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you guys chop the side
Buddy, I
pot.
was happy no spade.
Luck boxes. You open it, it's the jack of diamonds.
Robo loves his 8s, or at least wants to have some fun with them.
Big flop for Santos. Always nice to have an open-ended, so deep with all this money on the table, you know? Draw to
Yes.
the nuts is nice.
Okay.
Tang and Roble in there.
Has a set for Robo.
Huge draw for Santos, too. Don't forget. Picks
Yeah.
up the hearts now.
Santos.
This pot's getting big, AJ.
That's 36,000. Yeah, it slowly builds.
Would imagine Roble check raises here all the time.
Here he goes. Left hand. There's that left hand. 165,000. He makes it.
Wow.
Just shy of $250,000 in the pot.
Santos right around a 2-to-1 dog. Slightly
Whoa.
worse.
Here he goes.
Big river coming here, AJ.
Yes,
Strap
it
in.
is. Yes, it is. There's the
Oh,
flush.
and it does come in for Santos. Look how icy he is, by the way.
He
No
really
reaction
is.
at all.
I know.
He's just calm as can be.
No big deal. Not a day at the office.
We've never really seen Roble face adversity like this ever. You know, these are huge pots going against him.
Yeah, Roble's been battling tonight, without a doubt.
And naturally, he doesn't love that river, but he still has a set, AJ.
Oh, here he goes. Bets 80,000. Loves that brick to his left.
Go ahead, Santos.
What's up?
Set.
No, flush.
Wow.
Did Santos call the end? I thought he said all in.
He did call.
He called.
Yeah, he called.
Nice hand.
Well, what a beautiful pickup, Mr. Suvarna there. The size of that pot, AJ.
That's a nice one. King Charles,
Here he is, AJ.
the legend. Crypto miner.
You mind any cryptocurrency at all? Or?
Yeah. I'm going to get to that next week.
All right.
Talking to my banker about it now.
100% no walk, okay?
Okay. Oh, I saw a hand. This 7.
You saw it?
Air ball raises to 20,000.
If you saw it, then you know I have to raise.
Some poor timing from Airball as it stands now.
Okay.
Give me action.
I give you action.
There's a king for King Charles.
15,000.
Airball bets 15 and
Nice restraint from Charlie has him so trapped up. That does carry some outs for Airball now in the form of the club. Oh, look at this, AJ. My.
50,000.
50 grand.
He cut out raisin chips for a moment. Did come with the call and a clean river for you. Airball with just queen high, AJ.
All in.
All in.
Wow, look at this. Get snapped.
Wow.
Take it, Charles.
Airball.
Can't fool king queen to me, Charlie.
That's me.
You want to help me out on this hand? What was Airball thinking?
He was just living up to his nickname, AJ.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You don't bluff me.
I always try.
5?
Wow.
All right.
Look at this.
Nice fun for the whole family here.
Diamonds everywhere, AJ.
Love it.
All right. Since
Oh my God!
everyone's in,
I thought you were gonna squeeze. It's like so
thought for
dead
sure he
money.
was gonna
like every time
Family
I see you
pop.
play, when there's like more than one caller, it's like squeezes on instantly.
4 of hearts, 3 of clubs, 5 of hearts.
More about me with nothing.
Stone nuts for Santos.
I've inspired someone else to try it.
Nut hearts working for Adams. Look at Santos just sneaking along. Great fold from Roble, by the way.
Yeah, but in fairness, you also did show us that if we f around, you would.
Shoe was on the other foot from last hand, straight to the 7 for Santos this time.
Right.
Airball with the lone 6. And the professor still with his nut flush draw. Wheel.
45,000.
45 dimes from Santos. These guys are tangling.
Obviously, Airball in dire straits. And for Brandon with the wheel and that nut flush draw, he's not going anywhere, AJ.
Yep, you're right.
2 players.
Welcome back inside Venetian Poker Live, the studio at Venetian Resort Las Vegas. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Happy to call the action for you here as we are playing down to a winner in the MSPT Poker Bowl $1 Million Guaranteed Tournament. The action was really hot and heavy from the start, Donnie, and then we had a bit of a lull, and we lost our first player just before the break. What can we expect to see in the next 2 levels?
I mean, I think as everything starts to converge here, also coupled with the fact that, you know, we did pop that cherry in terms of an elimination happening, I think we'll start seeing the chips fly a little bit more freely now. You never want to be the first player out of the final table, especially in a setting like this where so much has been made about this historic first stream from Venetian. You don't want to be the one that goes out in 7th place. But we've now gotten over that hump, okay? So now let's move forward and get down to a winner. Here we see Nahum attacking.
Yeah, blinds up to 100K, 200K with 200K big blind. Anti-Nahum makes it 425. Scarborough with the call. Nahum now continuing for 250K on the flop. Scarborough again making the call. Scarborough flopping a 9. Let's see how much appetite for resistance he has. if Nahum decides to continue firing. However, Donnie, Nahum could shut it down here.
Could shut it down. He could continue here. I think it'd be kind of hard for him to continue, and he does check back.
Music to the ears of Scarborough, who's happy to get the showdown here with a 9. Decides to check again.
9.
Nahum gives up. 9 announced, and that'll do it. Well played by Scarborough.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a decent enough portion of that board and is able to just navigate his way to showdown without really being put in too much of a
pretty good one.
Been good
iffy spot. And he continues to chip up, continues to show well at this final table. Does Scarborough. Almost $5 million now for him. Moving on up. I gotta say, the chips are great. The colors are great. I know you and I talk about that many times on many different broadcasts, that it's an easy thing to mess up. You know, get chips that look too close to one another. No, these are all very distinct. You know the colors. I know we do have the lime green chips now in play. We took out the blue 5Ks. So, I mean, these are just, they're all very, like, you know exactly what each color is. It's nothing's really mixing with one another. I like it a lot.
You can also tell just by looking at them that they have a good weight to them.
Oh, yeah.
The sound also is good. Nothing but praise here from us in the booth as we watch the first ever final table at Venetian Poker Live. If you're just tuning in, if you've missed the first hours of the show, the final 6 now guaranteed $47,900. First prize today, $189,500. And of course, a lot of points up for grabs in the race for the MSPT Player of the Year. You can find more information on MSPTpoker.com. They have over 30 event series throughout the year, throughout the country. And the ultimate Player of the Year winner will receive a 10K main event seat. If you're catching us on YouTube, on the PokerGo channel, or on PokerGo.com, please be aware of the fact that we have a new Venetian Poker Live channel that you can subscribe to. Turn on those post notifications. We'll have highlights behind the scenes. We'll have some, interviews. We'll have recaps and more of that sort on almost a daily basis going forward. So if you are a poker fan, add the Venetian Poker Live channel to your list of favorite YouTube channels to follow along. And we are also on Instagram, on Twitter, and on Facebook. Green makes it 450 with ace-10. Heimiller makes the call in position. Action goes heads up. Donnie, a little uncomfortable for Green, perhaps. Heimiller's presence has 3-bet him already before. Now coming along in position with 6s. However, on a flop like this, you'll be more than happy to proceed.
Yeah, he does get a good texture here, rolling out on the flop for him. He's got a royal flush draw. Of course, it's still never easy out of position, especially against somebody who can be erratic at times. In Heimiller, has the covering stack against you. All those things are working against you. Heimiller does come out with a bet here, so just going to start trying to put that pressure on. And if you're Green, you have a ton of equity here, but still void of a made hand, right? So I think you can just proceed with a call plenty of times. I also would not be surprised to see him if he were to come with a raise, given how he's played. But you have a great draw, yes. It's on a paired board. Do you want to ultimately play for stacks? I mean, I don't know, given where the short stacks are. So he does come with that check call approach. Quick check, check.
Yeah, interesting turn card, giving Heimiller a full house. Queen's full of 6s. Green checking it down, and the small pair of Heimiller is going to look really big up against ace high. And again, Green can't find a way to beat Dan Heimiller.
Nope. It's his kryptonite at this table.
Sounds good.
Venetian running lots of promos in the room, ranging from high-hand promos to bad beat jackpots. You can find out more about that stuff if you join us on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. We have some commands in the chat.
Mike.
That'll give you more info.
You said he's your buddy and you don't even know his name?
You know, Matt, Mike. I'm on
The
like.
floor man is Matt. I got a
1.325.
1250 behind.
The winged lion residing in the back corner,
I'm on,
waiting
like, no sleep the last like
for
4
its
days,
new
so,
owner.
You know.
Beautiful trophy awaits the winner here today.
I would expect Heimiller now
told you
to
Mike
just
earlier, and he
really
didn't
press on the
respond.
gas.
Oh, he
He's
was
up
Matt.
over
Oh.
10 million.
He's Stanley.
Oh shit, never mind.
I mean, Billy Baxter's not here to stop him.
That's
not even
right.
close.
Any hand that is even remotely
Appreciate
playable,
it, man.
I would expect Heimiller to be in
You
there.
want to bet?
No, you're right.
Yes.
Of course, Queen Jack suited does qualify.
Steven.
This is certainly good enough.
Raise 550.
He has been coming with these larger sizings. You know, every time he's come in, Heimiller has been getting close to just a straight 3x with his raises.
Well, action now on Kim, looking down at ace-10 of clubs on 7 big blinds. Given Heimiller's status, or
All in.
yeah, I was going to say his playing style, ace-10 must look very appealing to Kim.
The count, it's how much?
Yeah, good spot here, and it looks like he's going to get called. Yep.
All right, Dan Heimiller with the snap call. Kim's tournament life on the line. Ace-10 versus Queen Jack. Could see our 6th place finisher here, but Kim is in the lead. So 57 to 42%. Alex Kim from New York City. It's time for this ace-10 to hold up right now for Kim. Here comes the flop. Ace-7-8, just what the doctor ordered. Kim not only flopping a pair, also connecting with his clubs a little bit here. Heimiller looking for runner-runner cards to end Kim's day, and the 2 on the turn will not do it. Alex Kim with a much-needed double up.
At ace-7.
Yeah, that's set.
Ace-7.
Oh.
And the first bit of resistance here against Heimiller, who is still the chip leader with 9 million chips.
Yeah, flesh wound for Heimiller.
Yep, yeah, clips just a little bit.
But if you're Alex Kim over there,
I
you're
used
feeling
my
like
one
you
time
just
in my head.
got pumped up on some steroids or something, you know? You're feeling great now, right back into the thick of it. You're ahead of not only Ung, but also now Kfir Nahum is behind you in the rear view, so good spot for him to be in. You see our short stack, Michael Ung in the Dodgers hat. I wouldn't be surprised to see him somehow get his way to like the final 3 or 4. You know, he's seems like he's not going to be someone who's going to be easy to kill at this final table. You know, he's going to be hanging around. He's going to be fighting to survive as much as possible. So
I used my 1 time 5 times.
The ace-8's where it started, right? You forgot what you had.
I wasn't sure. I thought I didn't know whether it had an ace 6, 7, or 8, or 9. I wasn't sure. It was. I know it was that. All I know is I had an ace, and that was. No.
Dan Heimiller mid-sentence, looking down at it, 8-7 of hearts. That is once again music to his ears.
I mean, again, just anything remotely playable for the chip leader in this spot. He's just really going to try and put the pressure on his opponents as much as possible.
I mean, Heimiller, 7.7 million in career tournament earnings. Already off to a good start this year, winning a smaller event locally here in Las Vegas for $50,000. This man has an astounding amount of live tournament results, 513 to be exact. 513 live cashes, just think about that. That's an incredible number. Originally from Livonia, Michigan, now living in Las Vegas. Former cab driver in Las Vegas. probably someone in the poker scene that I would watch a documentary on.
Green coming along here, ace-3 suited for him out of the big blind. He hasn't really been able to get the better of Dan Heimiller every time that they've gone to battle. Let's see if he can pull one out here. Check, check. King pairs the board on the turn.
Green with ace high is going to lead. How do you like a move like this versus a player like Heimiller?
I mean, I think given the way that Heimiller has played so far at this final table, he's done some kind of quick checking back in position when he's just not really had it. And I think back to that blind versus blind, I think he had 6 deuce off, right, where he was just kind of quickly checking back. So Green's just like, you know what, if you don't want it, then I'm going to try and take it. I think any sort of king there probably would have bet. I think even anything that's like a pair between the 6 and the king probably would have bet the flop if you're Heimiller. So, you know, Green probably felt pretty comfortable that he's going to get through there on a lot of his bluffs, and he does.
Heimiller still leading with 42 bigs. Green in second with 31 big blinds.
I do agree with Steve Beers in the chat. I thought Heimiller could have c-bet that flop, you know. King high texture like that probably going to favor his range as the raiser. He also does have that gutter, you know, should he get called, he can connect with that. You know, and then also, you know, don't discount the fact that you have 2 overs to that second card on board. You know, you have a 7 and an 8 that could possibly pair on the turn should your opponent, who's out of the big blind, call you with a 6 or call you with a 4, right? You can still improve, maybe get to showdown that way and win. So we see Ung here on the button. Pretty short with sub 6 big blinds. He's got an ace. Probably time.
All in.
There it is.
All in announced on the button. Lots to fight for here. Already 500K in the middle for Ung's stack.
Queen high here.
That's a pile.
A little bit better, but not much.
Wow.
Heimiller's going to make the call with ace-3. Automatic there in the big blinds, given how much is already out there. Heimiller finding out the bad news. Ace-3 up against ace-8. Some chop opportunities here potentially if we see some big cards. Otherwise, Ung might be heading towards a much-needed double-up. Everything going through Dan Heimiller right now. Involved in every hand since we've resumed action after the break. SLC in the chat says, hold Ung. All the Ung fans in the chat, let's hear it for your guy as we await the flop. All right, first 3 cards. 8-8 Jack, that is exactly what Ung was hoping for. 99%.
Jack, Jack, that's it. Is that it? Ace, ace.
Heimiller finding ways
Jack, ace.
to escape with runner.
Jack. Let's go.
3-3. 3-3.
Turn is the 9 of
I
diamonds.
need the 8 of
Ung gets
hearts
the
over
check
here.
mark. He will double up, 2.6 million. Heimiller still only a flesh wound here. Maintains his chip lead after doubling up 2 players. The battle for the top payouts just got a little bit tougher. Someone like a Scarborough, Donnie, or Nahum is probably shrugging and thinking, like, man, I wish Dan had just taken care of those boys.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think you want to really root for bad beats.
Of course you do. You're trying to get the pay jumps.
No, because that's for me. It's a karma thing, a poker karma. So you just root for the best hand. Let the rest just take care of
Both
itself.
short stacks. Double both of them.
Up to 231 subscribers on the Venetian Poker Live channel. I set the goal to hit 250 today. I think we are very much drawing live for that. If you have not yet subscribed to the new Venetian Poker Live channel on YouTube, please do so right now. We're going to be live again on Sunday with the final table of the $1 Million Guaranteed Card Player Poker Tour event. Followed by, on February 21st, our first cash game, headlined by Jean-Robert Ballon, Mr. JRB, and Brian Oken. It's going to be a 100-200 cash game 20K minimum buy-in.
2.6.
Venetian Poker Live is the place where it is all happening. Poke Vault in the chat says,
3.3.
we want blood. I think we'll get plenty as the night goes on here.
Blind battle here that checks through to the turn. Heimiller here picking up top pair. He's going to come out with a lead.
275.
Probably just going to be just a fold from Scarborough. Really not much there. Can't put too much value in the jack high as well.
Nice turn card there.
Heimiller shows him the 9. Says nice turn card there for me. He takes that one.
Some of the Michael Ung fans are starting the Ungstoppable chant in the chat. I gotta love it. As I mentioned before, he's looking to wager his winnings at the Baccarat table, as shown by the sweater he's wearing. Player or banker. That's yet to be decided. Ung now looking down at ace-7 suited. Are we considering jamming here again?
I mean, I think it might come into your mind a little bit. I think fold is probably where I would end up. Yeah, Ung does end up there with the fold. I mean, it's tricky because if you fold there, I think there's a little bit of a greater likelihood that Kim could possibly go broke on this hand.
475.
You also have to factor in that you're coming in there with, or against, I should say, Green, Heimiller, you know, kind of that murderer's row of the chip leaders at this tournament, or at this final table, I should say. But Green gets in there with the Queen 10 suited. Heimiller is right behind him with King Jack off. Probably a spot to 3-bet if you're Heimiller. Doesn't elect to take it, just comes with the...
Behind here, there's no stuff in there?
I got a...
Oh, you got another stack there, okay.
Heads up.
Yeah, you guys are the richest here, okay?
All right, we're going to see a flop here. Queen, Jack, 7, Rainbow. A little bit of something for both players. Again, quick with the check-check. Heimiller making his moves almost instantly at all times, and then finds the 2-pair on the turn. Green again with the check. Of course, he picking up the open, and it's straight draw. If you're Heimiller here, Donnie, what sort of sizing would you like to see?
I think I would start off kind of on the smallish side, 30% pot or so. If I'm looking at
75.
Green's range, I'm kind of thinking he's got maybe a jack of some sort, you know, an ace-jack, a jack-10, maybe some sort of underpair to those 2 Broadway cards, you know, 10s, 9s, 8s, something like that. So I want to get called by those, keep those hands in, obviously get value out of them. He does come along, and nice river card here for Heimiller to just continue to come with value.
Yeah, so Green pays the 675. Heimiller, a little glance over at Green's stack, glance over at his own stack, looking at the river card now before deciding how much to charge his opponent. Going for those expensive chips up front.
$1,675,000.
1,675,000. Huge bet here from Heimiller on the river. Green decides to let it go. Well done by him. Dan Heimiller, after doubling up 2 players, back to his winning ways.
Green still can't beat Heimiller.
No,
I mean, it's like impossible for him at this final table.
It's not happening.
Sometimes in poker, you know, somebody at the table just has your number. Doesn't matter what you do. They're picking off your bluffs. When you got value, they got better value. You know, it just all just kind of doesn't work out. But that's the game. Fortunately for Green, you know, he has a healthy enough stack that those ups and downs really don't hurt him too much here. He is still in second place with just over 5 million. Nice one here for Scarborough. Could see him just elect to jam given the stacks from the small blind, big blind here. There it is.
Scarborough looking to maintain his stack with all the action going on around him. And as long as you pick up the blinds and antes at every orbit, you're totally fine just, you know, playing a conservative style game, especially with these payouts, especially with Heimiller and Green being so eager to battle one-on-one.
Real similar.
Yeah, I think Scarborough has played extremely well so far.
I feel like that's the only thing I'm good at. It's when like everyone folds on back.
Sitting in second place now. Hasn't really gotten out of line, hasn't really had any sort of big situations he's had to deal with yet, so
I didn't have Queen Jack.
pretty much smooth sailing, but
Ace 10 suited, you know. I was like, yeah, I gotta
doing well
get
for
rid of that
himself.
one, yeah.
Once again, welcome to everyone watching. We are live in 3
Not even
places. PokerGo YouTube channel, Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, as well as the PokerGo.com mothership. Six subscribers away on the Venetian channel before we hit our first benchmark of 250.
Raise.
It sounds small, but we are building something big. Green raising it up, ace-8 offsuit. By the way, let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. I've seen lots of Michael Ung fans, seen a fair amount of love for Kim.
Wonder if Scarborough here is thinking about possible 3-bet opportunity.
I wonder if Dan Heimiller is trying to get a read on me, Donnie. I'm a little intimidated by this stare.
Scarborough does give it up there. Action over to Ung. Jack 5 suited.
I feel like if Green gets Heimiller to fold, he's going to win the hand. If not, he's going to lose the hand.
Man, that's pretty much how it's gone. the entire final table.
Oh, yeah?
Seeing some action in the chat now about the players people are rooting for. Carl Derry rooting for Scarborough. TH rooting for Kim. Depth Quest is on Team Mike. Chuck is rooting for Dan. I feel like we're well represented here. People rooting for all different players. Well, if you guys aren't mentioning Kfir Nahum, I'll jump on his bandwagon. He delivered us some very interesting hands to start off the stream. Has since cooled down or calmed down, however you want to put that. But he is waiting for a good spot. Give Nahum some chips and he'll be sure to splash around with those.
Any in the chat said rooting for the blackjack dealers for the tip these guys are going to give with the winnings. You have some information about that specific thing. These guys are going to gamble.
Yes, I'm gonna speak here as long as I can, but maybe we'll wait for Michael Kim's action here as he gets involved. Off the smaller stack, Kim raising off the 14 big blind stack with ace-9 off. Don't think he'll get any action here, so I'll run through this real quick. We had player buyouts given to us by the wonderful people over at the MSPT. I'll go through all of these. Michael Kim.
Alex Kim.
Oh, sorry, Michael Ung.
Oh, sorry.
Michael Ung, seat 1. We're going in seat order. Michael Ung, when asked what his plans was for the prize money, he said baccarat. Stanley Weng, who's already busted, gamble it on blackjack. All right. Rick Green, who is right now battling with Dan Heimiller almost every hand, he said, put it all on red. Guess what Dan Heimiller said? Put it all on black. So those guys are going to be going face-to-face at the roulette wheel. And then the more, I guess, you want to call it sane, you want to call it boring, as far as answers go, we're going to go with Anthony Scarborough, house fund for the wife. Very well done, sir. She'll probably allow you on future poker trips with that kind of answer. And then Alex Kim, he said nothing significant. I might invest. I might give some to my mom. Shout out to Alex Kim's mom. And then last but not least, Kfir Nahum. He's got his priorities straight. He says nothing. I'm going to keep playing.
There we
go. All right.
So a few of these guys are going to be in the pits.
I hope together. And I hope we get to see footage of it. That'd be great.
Yeah, just footage of Rick Green and Dan Heimiller betting opposite colors on roulette the whole time. That'd be great. That'd be absolutely great.
It's kind of the same as what we're watching right now. They're just going head-to-head, taking different lines.
So Green comes in with the raise here from the small blind. This is an interesting spot. It's pretty delicate given that you are tied for second in chips. And Heimiller just gives it up there. Thought we might see Heimiller get a little frisky and play that one in position with that covering stack, but does give it up.
Menu, right,
Yeah.
for food.
Yeah.
And people, when they get to the final table and it's streaming like this, do they chow down even at the final table?
On stream that people are eating. Yeah.
We eat like a the full meal.
I saw Chicano eat
Gillis Parsonen
like a big sandwich once.
Lobster.
On the table.
Final table?
Yeah.
Does it look sort of disgusting? Because
if you want to go eat, no one's gonna judge you here.
No. I just meant I was at one final table and they let us eat.
Yeah.
And they said later nobody eats after this because
when was this?
They said it looked disgusting on television. They were taping it.
That's kind of.
This was a long time ago, but it was. I'm trying to recall what casino. I can't remember. But they thought nothing of it at the time. But then after they locked the video, they said, "Oh man, it was disgusting." I guess people were eating with their mouth open. Something. With
probably like the noise too.
I was eating, and several other people started eating when they saw me eating, and then they all ordered something. And
I think at Hustler Casino Live too, they also banned eating on stream.
Dan Heimiller, have you not watched Phil Hellmuth at the poker table?
It was like 8 or 9 handed.
Yeah, you want to speak of disgusting eating.
It was like three people eating and chowing down, and they said later we have to stop. Only little snacks. So I guess they said the word the guy used was disgusting.
Shout out to everyone in the chat right now who was there when Donnie Peters, who was alongside me, made the call of the century when Phil Hellmuth opened the roast beef sandwich up in a way that we cannot really even think or talk about anymore.
PG-13 at the bare minimum.
That was good thing that was after midnight.
That is very true. No kids were watching that broadcast, that's for sure. Nice flop here for Kim, getting top pair. Scarborough did connect with enough that I could see him continuing, especially against a small size in here. He's got that 4 for a pair. He's also got that ace of hearts working for him. Oh, Scarborough does elect to give it up. Showing some discipline there. I think I would have come along. Just, I think you kind of have enough. Got some backdoor equity as well.
Can I get an iced green tea? Unsweetened, please. Yes, thank you.
Don't look now, but Alex Kim is up over 4 million in chips. You see Kfir Nahum is now the short stack on just over 1.8. Michael Ung, about 2 big blinds or so, 1.5 big blinds ahead of him. Action here folds over to Rick Green. 7-6 suited into the muck it goes, and that's going to clear things out for Heimiller to come in with this king-jack off.
And your count is about
3.625
Oh,
billion.
Just calls. Okay, that's a new one for this final table.
Little trappy trap.
I really don't know what it is.
Does Heimiller know what it is?
I would bet that he has an explanation.
Right.
Yes.
A game plan, if you will.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say he wants to see a flop, doesn't want to play a really big pot, doesn't want to get jammed on. These guys do have 20, 22 and a half big blinds behind him, so they could jam. That said, I could have seen a world where Heimiller just stuck it in as well. Really put the pressure on those two guys who certainly can't call off light at all. Action goes check, check on the flop. Kim checks this turn. 10-3 deuce with a couple of diamonds, 7 on the turn. Heimiller's going to pounce here. Kim does have the best of it with that deuce in his hand.
Tough spot, though, for Kim. He knows that aggression could be coming down on him on the river as well. Just sitting there with the deuce makes him extremely vulnerable.
I think calling's fine here. Okay, he's going to fold.
All right, so Heimiller takes this one down. Shout out to Carter Lane in the chat on the Venetian Poker Live channel. He says, Scarborough representing our local home game, bring home the money. Donnie, is Carter rooting for his friend to win? Or is Carter rooting for his friends to bring new money to the home game?
That's a question for Carter. Carter, is Scarborough the fish in the game, or is he the good player? Because if he's the good player, I don't necessarily know you wanted to bring back more money, because then he'll take more money from you. But if he's the bad player, yeah, sure. Pull up a seat. Let's go.
Yes.
You guys, you want to kick the stakes up for this week? You know?
Yeah, Anthony's going to win this thing and ask if the home game stakes can get doubled, just to make it more exciting. Love it, though. Love everyone rooting for friends and family in the chat. Lots of chatter about eating at the poker table. How do you guys feel about it? Should it be banned on stream, obviously? Should it be allowed? Do you get a kick out of the Phil Hellmuth Sour Patch Kids or roast beef sandwich or whatever sandwich he's working on? We've seen it so many times at the studio.
Couple of 8s here for Heimiller.
600,000.
This one's going to be a raise, and this time it is the full 3x.
Troy Lombardo says the bite heard around the world.
Love it. It was, I mean, it was outrageous.
1.7.
All right.
Look at this.
Scarborough fighting back.
Bad throw.
I don't hate the idea. You know, ace-4 suited. It's got some decent properties. You are, of course, attacking the chip leader as well, who's certainly been one to get after it, has Heimiller. You know, it's just a little bit of bad timing here because Heimiller does have a good hand. That said, you know, Heimiller could read some strength into this one, given the situation where is Scarborough really going to risk this many chips? You know, he's in a really good position. You have Nahum and Ung who are getting pretty short.
Heimiller not want to let go easily. Definitely a sticky player. I could totally see him go aggressive here. Apply that pressure, knowing that the payouts are applying pressure on Scarborough if he decides to pull this trigger.
Yeah, I don't think he would want to just call. I mean, you would have to play out of position. I don't think 8s are going to ultimately play that well in this spot out of position, so I can see him going with either fold or maybe if he wants to, as you're doing, say, get aggressive and jam. But he does read aggression into this line from Scarborough. A nice pickup from him.
Didn't look good for me.
Dan Heimiller lets it go.
You call mine, right?
Yeah. I call you. I call him.
You say you call me?
Oh, yeah, you too.
Wow.
And I call him.
Oh, yeah.
No, I call you two short stacks. But for him to go in when he knows there's a couple short stacks, he's willing to put all his chips in. I just didn't like the situation. I call a lot of people with it. I mean, if you had a little bit less chips, I would have just gone all in. But you didn't. You had too much. Too much.
Scarborough remaining quiet, Donnie, not giving away any information on the strength of his hand.
Yeah, but he's obviously thinking, that's exactly what I wanted you to think. I wanted you to think that I was super strong here, given the situation, and get you to fold a good, if not better hand, and he did just that.
Alex Kim on the button, queen 10 of clubs. 17 big blinds.
All in.
And he moves all in. Oh, and Nahum with the snap call, finding ace-king. Ung is happy to get out of the way. Nahum risking his tournament life.
I love seeing that. That's not bad. As long as you don't have like ace-queen, ace-ten, I'm fine with this.
Kim understandably happy with the live cards.
He's not feeling too good right now.
Yeah, two, no clubs.
That's the truth.
Nahum.
I gotta buy you guys books. Your guys' book.
Needs to fade a lot of cards here.
Yeah, it's either hit it, you either hit it or not.
Yeah.
All right, here comes the flop. Can Nahum survive, or will he be our 6th place finisher? Queen in the window. Bad news for Nahum. He stands up and sees that there are still some opportunities here.
Still got a diamond.
Still like a flip.
It's a flip.
Still 2 overs.
It looks like a 50-50. I don't even know.
Put me a diamond over there.
Still a flip.
Deserve to win one over.
As Kim said.
14 cards twice.
Here comes the turn. Kim's favor. As you can see, the percentages change. Nahum looking for an ace, a king, or a diamond, or else he will be out in 6th place. Let's see the river card. It is the deuce of hearts. Ace-king cannot find a way to hold up for Kfir Nahum, who came into this final table as chip leader, and now he'll find himself on the rail, holding a check worth $47,900.
Rooting for you.
Alex Kim rakes it in up to $5.3 million. And Donnie, where Kim earlier was down to roughly a million chips, right now he is in contention.
Yeah, Kim right into the thick of things, you know, challenging with Scarborough and Green for 2nd place on that leaderboard. And as for Nahum, I mean, it just was not his day. He came in with the chip lead, as you mentioned, and it was a big chip lead at that. He had more than 8 million, double anyone else at the final table, lost a bunch of pots early on. He had Michael Ung on the ropes coming from behind, but an ace on the river saved Michael Ung in that spot. There, he gets his money in good with the ace-king, but Alex Kim outdraws him, and Kfir Nahum, who once won the MSPT Poker Bowl several years ago, he's out the door in 6th place.
All right, the price of poker has just gone up in reference to the current payouts.
What's the largest field they ever had at Poker Gold? I mean, a tournament that started there. A tournament that started there and finished there. You never heard. You're not shocked.
I don't know.
Because
it was live, 9-2 suited.
Dan Heimiller, Donnie, with a bit of Poker Go chatter.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Poker Go Tour events, and the answer would be 200 entries in the studio for one of the PLO series events.
250, 250, huh?
125.
Yeah, we can see it from here.
Dan Heimiller still leading the way here. 5 players left, 8.6 million for him. Michael Ung is the shortest stack, 8 big blinds for him on 1.6 million.
Ace-8's been winning every, right, every flip, or every all-in. Started with you, and then I think you had someone had ace-8 and doubled.
Yancey Blaylock in the chat says, Heimiller refreshingly old school, but I do not know if it's going to work out in the end.
feel like an ace-8 double.
You never know.
I had a disadvantage. I was the dog both times.
Still seeing some people talk about eating at the poker table. Steve Bear says, I'd bring fried chicken to the table, enough for everyone. Man, you better bring chopsticks or some kind of vehicle to eat that without all the cards getting greased on.
I mean, everyone can just be civilized and eat pretty normal. I mean, what's so hard about that? I mean, you can eat at the poker table, just, you know, don't be a savage.
I think it was D Moon Girl, Danielle Anderson, many years ago, who tweeted a photo or a video, I don't recall exactly, of a player in her cash game eating a fully dressed Caesar salad with his hands.
What?
Piece by piece. And that made me laugh so hard when I saw that. Please correct me in the chat if I'm wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure it was a Caesar salad covered in dressing, piece by piece. Perhaps a bit of licking of the fingers was involved. It was a whole scene.
On the opposite side of that, I've seen Jeremy Osmus eat chips and salsa with chopsticks.
Absolutely, Donnie. I have done the same thing. I know you and I played some mixed games back in the day. I am a big fan of kettle chips. I'll be the first to admit it. And I have eaten kettle chips at the poker table with chopsticks.
I mean, you don't want to get your food dirty, right?
Or like,
You can't say this one?
I don't tell nobody nothing.
He was like,
man.
oh, I call him.
I don't want to lie to
him,
you.
you.
I don't want to lie to you, and I have to lie. For $10, I'll tell you what I had, and for 40, I'll tell you the truth.
I'll throw him $5 easily.
40.
You want to split?
Well,
God bless Dan Heimiller.
$10, I'll tell you what I had.
I'll buy you dinner.
We'll see.
$10, I'll tell you what I had, and for 40, I'll tell you the truth.
40 seems pretty cheap.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Given the stakes they're playing right
Exactly
now.
what I
You
had
know?
for $40, sure. Now, I'll tell you suits, too. Oh, shit, I told him you had suits.
So Dan Heimler should have that on a T-shirt.
Oh, yes.
Not exactly. You'd say.
We hit our mark, up to 260 subs on the new Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Jamie Bluffett, our first moderator crowned on the new channel. Thank you for the help, as always. I'm happy that I wasn't mistaken on this. Tony Montana in the chat says that he remembers the Caesar salad.
I mean, that's one of those outrageous stories. I don't think you can forget.
I mean,
like the details are so crazy that they're just burned into your mind.
Your nickname, if you ever were to do that, should forever be Salad Fingers.
Yeah. I think there is a character. If you ever want to dive on YouTube, search Salad
Fingers. Yeah, I know. Pretty epic.
5 million, though.
Which is probably looks like the character I'm envisioning eating that Caesar salad.
Yeah.
To be honest.
100%. Richie Lee says, we in the top 5 now.
4.8.
Indeed we are. Richie, thanks for the love in the chat all day.
A little higher than out there, I think.
By the way, for all those watching, please
And
smash
that
the like
helps
button,
with the
subscribe to the
legroom,
channel.
man. It helps a lot
Really
with
helps
the
us out.
legroom.
And the pad up too.
They should all be this tall out there, huh?
Yeah. I don't know.
Dan Heimiller wants this sort
That
of
makes a
table
difference, yeah.
all over the poker
Yeah,
room.
still
Huh?
got this wall
Might
in
be a little bit
front
pricey, sir. These streaming tables are no joke.
No, they are not. They're also insanely large.
Yeah.
Like if you were to walk up to this table, if you're sitting in the 2-seat, like Michael Ung is right now,
60,000 locked up.
you almost can't
Been
see
fun,
the
guys.
8-seat.
What an angle.
Oh, here we go.
Yep,
You said
5's
a
good
number.
enough on this
Did
short
you-
stack,
did
of
you
course.
say the entire amount, or you didn't?
No.
Okay.
It's a PGT special, Donnie, leaving yourself with 1 chip behind.
Daniel Negreanu
No mas.
just died a little bit inside.
Let's see.
Yeah. I don't think the 9-3 suited is going to make the cut.
I mean, we're playing 125K, 250K. Like, there's so much up for grabs every single time a hand starts. Michael Ung happy to just rake in the chips here. Pay jumps are getting
I
larger
didn't want to do
also.
it to you anyways.
Appreciate it.
Tony Montana
The last
saying,
Asians on the table.
the salad guy reminds me of Frank Stepichin when he won the World Poker Tour holding a chicken wing in his hand. Also a
Dan, you
classic.
should try to hustle them for some food vouchers for us.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, why not, right? If Arya could give a $20 Javier's or Din Tai Fung voucher, why
Maybe they should give us. I was thinking about.
It's probably more than 20.
I was thinking
like
about
50.
thinking about it, but
50, yeah.
sushi. You know, maybe they should bring in something very small and.
You can't buy
light.
anything at Javier's for $20. But
Oh yeah.
You get chips and sauce?
Yeah.
I don't know if guac is
Nah.
under 20. I don't think so.
all you need is the chips and salsa, to be honest. Shit's like crack. So good.
Chips and salsa. Well, I'm thinking about sushi myself.
That's risky.
Risky.
All in.
All in.
Scarborough not participating in the banter or talk of food. He is just all business right now. Understandably so, jamming with ace-3
Oh,
suited.
this has probably got a. No, they don't. No dinner break. That's right. No dinner break. Probably they don't do it for this table either.
Buns.
Thank you.
Isn't it funny, Donnie, how
You like dinner break?
there's always chatter of eating or drinking at any final table?
No.
Yeah.
Always.
No,
it always
really,
comes up.
I hate to be on a time constraint when
People
you're
love
eating.
food.
Yeah.
Not only that, but there's people that when you're eating and you got a lot of chips, all of a sudden there's a bunch of people want to eat with you. And
You must be very hungry right now. You've been talking about food and like the Arias.
no. It
You're
just. I just recall when you used to be in Poker Go, everybody had they had a really nice menu. I've been over there a couple times playing the tournaments, and I've been maybe 4 times I played the tournaments over there. And
When did they bar you from eating? Or
as soon as I started opening my mouth and
The lettuce.
so I'm eating.
They barred him.
Yeah, there's a video of me at the World Series. I had a bunch of food in my mouth and I spit it out. And they had a video of it.
at the nice table too?
It was streamed. It was streamed. It wasn't on TV. It was.
I feel like
streamed on
I've
the
seen
internet.
that video actually.
And what occurred is they had all this was way back when they first started with all these sponsors at the World Series, and they had food from the different sponsors. So I laid it out on the counter, and I took a bite out of every single one of them. And then my mouth got dry, and I couldn't. And then I got very dry, and then I coughed out. I coughed, and then spit out on the table.
What tournament?
I thought it'd be fun. It'd be a good idea to eat a bite of these different sponsors' food, you know, like a joke.
First
Say it like
card
a
is
joke.
no
I took a
good.
bite of each one. They're like
Second
candy
card is
bar,
good.
granola bar.
Dan Heimiller's chatter of choking on food at the poker table is rudely interrupted here by some all-in action. Michael Ung risking it all with King 3 from the small blind. Rick Green happy to call it off with ace-5 suited. He is the covering stack. Michael Ung,
I don't know who's who.
hoping to remain alive in this event, or else he will be heading to the Baccarat table. Ung with King 3, looking for some help here. Ace in the window, bad news for Ung, as he is down to just 3% heading to the turn.
You need some paint.
Backdoor Broadway is a way to escape for Ung, otherwise running kings, running 3s. He is drawing very thin, and the deuce on the turn will seal his fate. Michael Ung, after quite a roller coaster day at this final table, will walk away collecting a $61,000 paycheck here at the MSPT Poker Bowl at Venetian Poker Live. Round of handshakes for the final 4.
The other ones were running out so fast, you don't have enough time.
Who will
to
now
shake
be
their
guaranteed
hands.
$80,565.
I guess they were sort of discussing the whole thing. He was chip leader, and the other two.
Are there deals in this thing, or is it just play out till the end?
Yeah.
There's
Do you have 6, 7?
6, 7,
7, 1.
7, 1, and change.
Once again, please.
Do you guys ever want to look at anything? I'm open.
I wouldn't mind doing the IBCBM, but I don't know if you guys will do that.
I'll look at it. I mean,
The
we're
IB
flipping for.
What do you call it, IBM? Or what do you call it?
Blinds are pretty high.
What?
ICM?
I'd do that.
I'll look at it, yeah.
Yeah, we can look at it. You in? You can look at ICM?
Dan Heimiller looking at some IBM or ICM numbers, whichever numbers are available to him.
I would look at it, but
Yeah, just
honestly,
look.
right now, I'm
in the same boat. I just want to see what it looks like.
I would look at it, but I don't know if I would pick anything at the
Can we
moment.
see the ICM?
What I can explain to you guys today is that we've got only 10% up to the top. Okay?
fine.
Looking at numbers for everything otherwise.
Yeah, so pull the ICM and then leave the 10 and full play for whatever. Yeah.
Can you pause the clock?
You can pause the clock.
10% for first, huh?
Well, I've got 10% of the remaining price for the first. That's the
Yeah,
let's look at it and see what it.
All right, so players will be looking at a chop. We'll be going to some highlights
I mean,
here
I
for
would
just
look
a
at it,
minute.
but honestly, like,
I'm being
it's
told
tempting to
right
keep
now
on
that we
playing.
are
How much
going on roughly a
down for
20-minute
whatever.
break. So enjoy some high-stakes poker highlights in the meantime as these players will discuss a chop. If they come to an agreement, we will let you know what those final numbers are. But as you heard, 10% of the remaining prize pool still has to be at stake. So please don't go anywhere. While you're at it, please subscribe to that Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Smash us with a
It was about it. It was
like
a
and
20 it was-
subscribe. And then we'll be back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of this final table at Venetian Poker Live of the MSPT Poker Bowl.
I mean, if it makes sense for all of us, we'll do it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know.
What's the 10%
I mean,
going to be?
I honestly like
3.2?
came here being like, I'm probably not gonna chop like regardless, even. But
I said the same thing, but the blinds are pretty damn beefy.
It was that next hand, too, when something weird happened. Santos picks him off with the ducks
Look
and
at
just
this.
right away.
Look at this. 4 bets to 90,000. These things happen quick.
It's going in.
King Charles is all in. You said it. Yep. Quick inventory.
Twice? Okay.
631 in the pot, like nothing.
Oh my God. The replacement card.
The replacement card.
That's pretty sick, AJ. One of his cards was exposed. He got a second. It's a queen.
Still would have seen a flop.
I would have seen a flop.
I guess the queen of diamonds would have been the burn, right? So we'll see the natural flop anyways. Okay. More outs than if you had the queen jack of hearts.
You think if Sammy Farha got the replacement card queen, ran it into kings, he'd be as calm as Dortash over here?
Oh my God. The room would be torn apart.
6. I'll take a 6. Roll said the 6, so it has to come.
You're like
Chop it up.
50-50.
One down.
Upside down 6.
Okay.
How much is it, Charles?
Queen of spades.
200.
One out.
Yep.
One lone out.
That's all he needs. That's all he needs. No big deal.
Queen of clubs.
Queen
Come
of
on.
clubs available.
No.
200 and what?
311.
311.
Nice hand, King Charles. Take it, sir.
Swooped in and did his thing.
What did you have, Charles? Be grateful. I'm here for you, buddy.
Gabby raised the 5,000 with his ace, king of diamonds.
Always save you, Charles.
Oh, Nikki. Poor Gabby.
30,000. Again?
30,000.
This is obviously dire for Gavri, AJ. Dire. Oh boy.
There he goes.
Can't.
Oh boy. Hey, hey, hey. 85,000.
Can't blame him at all. Let's, you know, this Gavri is, it's been a hard luck.
How much behind? Like 200?
Few weeks for
Yeah,
Gavri.
it really has.
He just opened the beautiful bottle of Chablis.
He wanted to drink
it's back there
1.2 million in
decanting.
wine.
Yeah,
That ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, you're on your way.
220.
Maybe he'll get lucky. You know, hit the diamonds. See if airball slow plays or just gets it in.
All right, okay, I see. All in?
All in.
It does just go in.
Twice?
Twice.
I have aces.
We're going twice.
I have ace king suited. Good game.
Oh boy. Or 2 times. Here we go, Gavri. Let's see some diamonds, pal. Okay, he's got the 10. He's got this. Honestly, that's probably an above-average flop for him at this point.
Okay.
Or jack of diamonds.
Buddy, come on. You guys.
All right, one down.
Now I'll root for whatever.
King. King.
You didn't really use up any of your cards.
King, king, king.
Just one diamond.
King, flop.
Stanley, buddy. Don't say these things.
No, give you a sweat, the river will be brick.
Avery's getting his stuff together. Just took the phone out. It's over, AJ.
Sweat on
10
this
jack or king king, but this is bad. No diamonds.
Do the man of jack.
Satchel's on. Fair enough. Good night, sir.
Goodbye. Sorry, buddy.
Good night.
Good night.
And a sight we've seen more than once. Justin Gabbard walking around the aria. Is there parts of the year you just don't play, or no? You gotta.
I take some time off. I always take some breaks.
I imagine you have to.
Go ahead, Santos.
Santos, 3 bets to 29,000. Big slick.
And a great deep stack, no limit hand for airball. The small little suited connectors. Doyle was talking about those hands 40 years ago.
Right, right.
Adams hunting the clubs 3 ways. Pair for airball, middle for Adams. Still ace king for Santos.
Professor bets 40,000.
40,000.
Santos calls. Nicky Airball says bye-bye.
Oh, what a bad card for Santos. Making top pair, top kicker, obviously, as it stands, falling to the aces and eights of Adams.
$110,000 from Adams now.
110,000.
Looking for the jack, Santos, or the king.
Oh, boy.
Oh, not the ace, though. Brutal. 391 in the middle.
Check.
$160,000 from Adams.
At 160.
You can tell Santos doesn't love it. He'll see the bad news.
It's full of eights.
Go ahead, Professor.
I was
Maybe
wrong.
he can be pushed around.
Ducks for Gabry.
Maybe
Wow.
he can be pushed around.
Raises to 5,000.
Changes everything.
No, you can push me on pre-flop, post-flop.
Ladies for Adams.
Uh-huh. He calls.
Heads up.
Going just for the call.
Oh, look at
Oh, and
this.
somehow puts set on Gaffrey. This guy's bad run continues this Gaffrey.
Unreal, man. He bets 4 dimes
Rule
here.
that out of my range.
Imagine big blind defense. You're just drawing a 1
Maybe he
out
did that on purpose.
right off the bat.
Oh,
He
man.
purposely exposed it to make us think we could attack him.
16,000 from Adams.
Like, my net worth's up 20% in a day. Come get it.
Call.
45 in the middle. We'll see how ugly this gets for Gaffrey. That is the kind of card where he could start just calling bets, barring a board pair. We have to worry about 5-6 now, ace-5.
Right.
Of course, no going anywhere.
45,000 from Adams. And Gabry calls. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
and it is the board pair. Brutal.
Man. $125. A lot of cranberries there.
See if Gavri goes for call or raise. Raise really targets the straight, maybe even a 4. Brandon was sort of keeping the pressure on the turn with 4-6. He does
boy,
shove.
okay.
Brandon will see the good news. This is crazy.
He's on. Call.
Look at this. Pot's just under $1 million.
What the?
Gavri might have to take a walk again.
Nice.
Kings for Roble. Gonna raise to 2,000. Hey, hey. Ace King for Sammy.
Well, thank you, because I was
makes
just
it
about to make a very
10,400.
My schedule is going to be very
AJ, you getting that feeling I'm getting?
I sure am.
Oh, wow, you're going to travel back and forth? It's a lot of travel.
Yeah, I know. I hate it.
You have things you need to do in
Roble
Japan.
makes it 35,000.
They might be getting it in pre.
It certainly looks like that.
They have a lot of history all season. They've been scrapping.
Oh, okay.
He just said 150, AJ.
All right. There it is. Sammy. I love this guy. Good time, Sammy.
And so is it your room or are you like?
These guys have been going at it, you know, with not the best cards, but now they're loaded. So someone's going to get hurt.
Spell's been broken.
Exactly.
Roble nervous here, or?
I think this is more acting, posturing a bit.
I get you. I mean, Roble's got way the best of it.
All in.
All in.
500.
125.
No problem. Right in.
Ace King. Yes.
Look at that pot. 981,000 and change.
No, I think it's yours. Yeah.
Buckle up.
Please, poker gods. Please.
Why have you forsaken
This is your
me?
friend Andrew.
Please, yes. Why have you forsaken me? It's your old pal. Remember me? We had so many good times together. One more good time. One more good time, please.
By the way, note Sammy's genuinely laughing.
Yeah. The King of Diamonds. Eric, the King of Diamonds.
You can get the king
Please,
if you
King
put
of
a jack and a
Diamonds.
queen with it.
Oh, Sammy.
Okay.
It's all Sammy.
Roble might have summoned the gods too hard.
Yeah.
To what in your hand?
10 jack.
Oh, yeah.
2 of his chop outs. God, it sucks losing the first one.
Please.
They are running it twice.
Just a couple of guys laughing over $1 million. No big deal.
Now I can't
Please.
look.
Please.
The window card.
Oh, boy.
Put a king on there. Put a king on
Come
there.
on.
Put a king on there.
It's ridiculous.
I never thought I'd feel bad for Roble.
I actually feel bad for Roble.
Oh my God.
Another king is coming.
Window guard.
Oh, I have one of them. Oh yeah, there's still
How
one.
much do you have?
There's one king left.
Of diamonds.
There's one more king in there.
Yeah. Andrew's waiting to say he had the other king.
You got a shot. I didn't have it.
Wow. Well, we knew there was going to be a clash between these two players. They ran it twice, and Sammy won them both. One of the biggest pots in high-stakes poker history. He calls.
Going just for the call.
Oh, look at this.
And somehow puts set on Gaffrey. This guy's bad run continues this Gaffrey.
Unreal, man. He bets 4 dimes here.
Roll that out of my range.
Imagine big blind defense. You're just drawing a 1 out right off the bat.
Oh,
You
man.
purposely exposed it to make us think we could attack him.
16,000 from Adams.
Like, my net worth's up 20% in a day. Come get it.
Call.
45 in the middle. We'll see how ugly this gets for Gaffrey. That is the kind of card where he could start just calling bets, barring a board pair. We have to worry about 5-6 now, ace-5.
Right.
Of course, no going anywhere.
45,000 from Adams. And Gaffrey calls. Oh, okay.
And it is the board pair. Brutal.
Man. $125. A lot of cranberries there.
See if Gaffrey goes for call or raise. Raise really targets the straight, maybe even a 4. Brandon was sort of keeping the pressure on the turn with 4-6. He does
boy,
shove.
okay.
Brandon will see the good news. This is crazy.
He's on. Call.
Look at this. Pot's just under $1 million.
What the?
Gaffrey might have to take a walk again.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Where's that black bag of yours, Justin? There it is.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Back in a few, yeah. Clear his head.
Nice hand.
You can never see it
Never.
coming.
That's why there's no way he could have the better full house.
Yeah. Wow. It's
a brutal game sometimes.
Poker is a brutal game. We've all been on both ends of it.
Santos 3 bets to 21,000.
Airball looks intrigued, AJ. There it is.
All righty.
Here we go.
100 dimes.
This is a little bit awkward for Santos.
Mm-hmm.
He's in.
I love it. Already, we're over 200 grand in the middle. That took no time at all.
Disaster for Santos.
Oh, man. Airball bet 75,000.
See if he can hit that queen or ace.
Okay.
358 in the middle.
Wow. King still best.
On.
Nicky loves to shove.
He sure does, AJ. And for Santos, as played, I don't really think there's any getting away.
666.
The devil is upon us, and
Oh,
it's still 300 dimes. You know, he knows kings or aces are real, but
There he goes.
here we go. Once or
Wow.
twice, gentlemen.
Almost $1 million in the middle now. That took about 4 minutes. Wow.
Need a little help, Santos.
And they're going to run this twice.
Nice to win the first with $1 million sitting out there, AJ. It's so nice to win that first one. Of course, he's a huge favorite, but go on, airball.
Thank you.
Ooh, Santos just lost 400 and change. Look at that. Oh, my word. Well, a lot of table talk. Whenever you got airball at the table, time just flies.
Not when you have them in your personal life, though.
Aces for Stanley. Makes it 15,000. Airball called, and here's the flop. All clubs. How about that, Nicky?
This is bad for Stanley. Does have that ace of clubs working, though. Let's see.
Tang bets 35,000. Nicky ain't going anywhere.
Kind of a slick, slow play the way he did it. The snap, high toss call, clean for airball.
75.
75,000.
Well, this is the dream for airball. Does put it in.
Sean said that it's better to bluff in these spots without the ace of clubs because then your opponent can fold if they just have the ace of clubs.
You just spew some GTO wizard.
That's what Sean said.
I mean, I get what you mean, yeah, because I blocked your bluff, so then I don't want.
Yeah, you're on monkey tilt. He's a GTO.
The thing is, Nick, you know that. I know that you know that. So now,
That's too complicated.
Dude, I need a nap. I need a nap. This is wild.
Now we don't.
Oh my God.
So what percent are you gonna call?
25% on here. So I guess I'll do the chip randomizing. 9 to 12, I call.
All right, good luck.
It's 10 o'clock.
Cool.
Yep.
Flush.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, the flush.
All right.
Brandon thought about it.
15,000 from Stanley.
Would imagine Humboldt continues telling the story and just calls.
Yeah, you're right. Three on the river.
This is rough for Stanley, AJ. Checked all around 15 times on the turn. Humboldt calls. Now he's going 50 on the river. And the thing is, Humboldt looks like he might be a little bit blind. You know, he got stacked against Gavri. Then he paid off the 75 dimes against Sammy. Really odd spot coming up for Stanley.
Yeah.
He's
put it all in.
The dynamics we were discussing prior, he does pay it off. DoorDash will see the bad news. Humboldt's back.
Yeah, he is.
Flopper.
Just shy of $500,000 there. Man, the ups and downs of this game.
Wow.
Well, let's count 100.
It is close.
Just before that hand.
Well, you can never get to, you know, no early celebrations out there. If you're losing, you can always claw your way out. Bullets for Tang.
How about that? Stanley makes it 5,000.
Cool. Cool.
Ooh. Nice no 3-bet from Humboldt.
Stuck again?
Gavri in.
Yeah,
All right.
Or on the week, but I'm up 100 on the day.
5 late.
5:30.
2 hours
I
left.
could have been.
That could have been it.
That could have been very deadly.
Middle set for Gavri. He's heating up right now.
Check.
Tang bets 8,000.
Oh, 8,000. Cool.
This is a little out there from Sammy, AJ. Just jack high. He's in.
Humboldt Mike is kicking it up to 26,000.
And what a sight this is for Kfir, all this action in front of him.
Before his first glass of wine, too.
See how he wants to play it. It's an amazing hand, but we aren't dying to get stacks in right now. He goes for call. Understandable. And for Stanley, he looks like he's gone. One would not blame Stanley for bowing out. Very nice.
There you go. Good fold.
Lost all credibility, so I'm just going to fold.
That is true, my friend. You have lost the whole. Not that you ever had any with me.
Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. It's the final table of the MSPT Poker Bowl. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We are four-handed, battling it out for the top prize, but we have some interesting information to report as a deal has been agreed to by the final four players. Took a little bit longer than we were hoping for, but the numbers are in. There's $40,000 left to play for, so still we will see an active battle for the top spot along with the trophy, of course. But here's a look at the numbers.
I got how to play now after all that.
It's going to be Dan Heimiller receiving $136,000, Rick Green $123,000, Anthony Scarborough $112,000, and Alex Kim $105,000. All players will receive fourth place points in the race for the MSPT Player of the Year. And as I said, still $40K up top to play for and the trophy. Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong. I still think that despite the chop, the battle to win will be just as fierce as if they hadn't made the chop.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to come out on top, grab that winged lion trophy that looks so gosh darn awesome? Also, listen, you will be the first tournament winner in Venetian Poker Live history.
Exactly.
They might as well, I mean, name the studio after you, right? I mean, like, put your name on the wall, something.
There should be a special plaque for the first winner. I totally agree here. As we go right back into the action here, Green makes a 125. Heimiller 650 pre with ace-5. Both players holding ace-5. 10-9-5 on the flop. It goes check-check, and now Green leading out for 425 on the turn. Heimiller calls for 425. Look at these guys. Only with ace-5, both making it to the river here. $2.4 million up for grabs here. This will be a chop if it goes check-check. Let's see if someone wants to take a stab. And it is Green reaching. And look at Heimiller with the snap call. Wow, look at this. Very impressive.
D5. We both had D5.
I said eight. Yeah, thought I had that when I said he had 5. Of course, that's the.
Yancey Blaylock says, free Venetian Poker Live tattoo for the winner. I mean, I don't hate it. Have a tattoo artist on site. Get you a little bit of a logo on the shoulder. Much love to everyone who is hanging out with us in the chat, both on PokerGo and on the YouTube channels. In case you're new, first ever stream. All players now making at least $105,000 with $40K up top for the winner. What a way to start the year.
Yeah, they do have a prize for the best year end at these tournaments. But it's only, I think, only one spot, only the first place in points.
Raise 575.
Oops, sorry.
We're all getting sloppy right now. Oh, and he shows a card now that we chopped. Interesting.
Perhaps the game getting a little more friendly.
The old chop show.
After everyone has secured the six-figure the payday.
Who knows? You probably show it too. Regardless. Are you cash game
Do
player?
you want to point out that in 2 days,
cash game player?
$1,600 card player poker tour here at Venetian, $1 million guarantee. So very similar to this event that you're watching.
Well,
3 starting
pretty
flights.
good ROI.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They'll play day 2 on Saturday, and then the final table back in the Venetian Poker Studio right here on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. That'll play out on Sunday. So if you want to take a shot at getting to this streamed final table under these bright lights, playing for your own Winged Lion trophy, then come play the Card Player Poker Tour event. $1,600 buy-in. Very affordable. You know, it's going to be quite a juicy prize pool.
Oh, the World Series? Yeah. Yeah, they haven't, I haven't heard anything else.
10-8-4,
What's weird is they only have one
Rainbow
poker room
here.
in town now. Caesar's
Line
only
battle
owns
between Scarborough and
one
Kim.
poker at the Horseshoe now.
Scarborough
All the
flopping
rest
top
of them are
pair.
closed.
Kim with middle pair. He's going to take a stab at this one.
Yeah, very strange. Very strange.
I was
Usually casinos like to get rid of their poker room once in a while because they do a calculation, dollars per square foot.
The slots make more per square, right?
Per square foot, everything
Kim
makes
bets
more money than the
250K.
poker room per
Scarborough
square foot.
comes
They do
along
a
and makes the
calculation,
call.
they say, oh,
Ace
let's
of
get rid
clubs
the
on the
poker room.
turn.
They do it.
Are
and
both
Caesars-
players here
actually,
thinking,
Caesars
let's just get the
doesn't have
showdown?
a point. Their poker room at Caesars
Yeah, I mean, I
Palace is
think
their-
that's
their number one
kind of the case here.
casino in the world. So
I mean, probably a little bit more
They're making
freedom
tons- they're making a
once
lot
you
of
do
money off the
make the deal,
restaurants
right?
and-
But still, I think these guys are certainly going to want to play to win.
So they have a point from they moved it from Caesars and they have. They
Now
told
things
them-
do
they
get
said,
a
"Look
little
how
bit more
they
interesting
they
with
really
the
don't- they have-
the ace pairing here
they had a
because
lot of
I could
meetings
see
to decide where to
Scarborough
put it,
hunting for
where
some
they're gonna put
value.
it, but-
I could also see on the
but
other
they
side,
told-
I could
they
see
did
Kim
say
if he wants
they
to
probably
try and get thin
will
and
put up
hunt for
another
some
poker
value
room,
here.
But they might put it somewhere else.
And he is going to do just that. And
But the Horseshoe is the only Caesars property poker room right now.
That's crazy.
75 and a call.
Considering
All right, so a
that
bet and a call. Scarborough
you
tabling
were
the 10.
here 15 years ago.
So take down a
20
really nice
years
pot
ago,
here, up to
they
6.2
had
million. Kim,
like 6 poker
the
rooms
short stack on 3.6
at
million.
their casino. And
I remember I was young. I was going to Caesars, and there was always packed.
Speaking of
Caesars,
chop, I would've
the big room.
obviously
They had Caesars.
gone for that value.
They had Flamingo. They had Harris had a poker room. The
Thought about
Imperial
betting river,
Palace
but
had
I
a
was like,
poker
oh, you
room.
can just
They
fold
put
so
them.
much
They
here.
put them at
Check, you can bluff.
all up and down the strip. They had
I mean, I was
6 of them.
betting for that.
Yeah.
I thought.
Planet Highwood used to have a poker room. Right,
Yep,
that was a noisy sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
no,
It's
for
right
sure.
in front of the casino.
Yeah.
That was. I didn't like it because
How does the placement work again? Like, since I got 4th place money, and then let's say, just theoretically, I come in 3rd. Do I get 3rd place?
For points for MSPT, no, but for like all the other stuff, yes.
Okay.
Just MSPT is
All right.
affected.
Oh, we get points for the GPI,
Yeah.
the same as always. Okay, but their points. It's because some people need the points and some people don't. So that's why they're afraid someone will make a deal and give their friend the points. That's the logic behind it, which makes a lot of sense.
Heimiller raising to
Some
600K
people
with
will
King
use-
9.
Are going to play all these around the country.
I'm sure
Some
Michael
aren't.
Ung would have been a big fan of this hand. So would Ren Lin. Natural 9. Green with Ace King suited in the big blind, contemplating his 3-bet size, I'm sure.
$2.2.
There it is.
Oh my.
that reaction from Heimiller says it all. Oh my. And oh my into the muck it goes.
No one has ever moved all in after saying "oh my."
I don't know. I might need to
That's
work
probably
that into my game.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my.
You should balance.
I'm all in.
You should
Oh, me? Oh, shit, no.
Are you surprised to see the play continue in this way after making a deal? I know there's 40K up top, but still, the shorter stacks might think, you know, it's winner take all. I have to really take some chances here.
I don't think so much, and one reason why I say that is we did go on a pretty lengthy break of around 20 minutes, which would tell me that there was probably some deal making going around, right? Which that means that these guys are highly competitive and they want to, you know, perform the best that they can, get the best deal that they can, which I think would then carry over, at least in my best guess, carry over into the play. You know, they're not just going to then make a deal and then just, you know, blast it off. Yeah, maybe they do get a little bit more free in terms of how they approach some things in some spots, but overall, like, I think they're certainly, you know, going to try and win. I think at the end of the day, you know, deal or no deal, you play a poker tournament, you play to try and win the damn poker tournament. You make it to the final table, you're right there. You make it to four-handed play, three-handed play, you're right there. You know, you can taste it even more, and you want that win.
Raise.
And yeah, it's great to reduce that variance and lock up some additional money, yes, but you still, at the end of the day, you know, you want to come out with the title, the trophy. You're the one in the winner's circle, etc.
The win, of course, comes with the trophy and the 40K bonus, so that is something worth sticking around for. Thank you all so much for tuning in, watching live with me. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters in the booth with me. Ace Jack 8, 2 hearts on board here. Green with the big heart, the king. Curious to see if he's going to continue stabbing here. And that was enough to take it down. William White in the chat says, so this isn't live. We are as live as can be, of course, on a short delay for the integrity of the game, as always. That is the standard. By the way, if you're in the chat with us, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know how your weekend has been. Of course, it was a big weekend in Las Vegas. Super Bowl always bringing some action to town. I myself just watched the old game at the in-laws, and I ate my own weight in apple pie, which was very, very good. Actually, a random side step here, Donnie. My wife and I were driving back from California on Saturday, and there was a big sign on the side of the freeway. We were driving from Bakersfield to Tehachapi on our way back to Vegas. And there was a sign that said, free fruit with any gas purchase. So obviously we pulled over right away, and it was a gas station, and with the showing of your receipt you would get free fruit. So my wife collected the free bag of oranges. They were fantastic.
I love it.
I found out that they also sold homemade pies and empanadas and chicken pot pies. So I think between the two of us we consumed about 4,500 calories on the drive back to Vegas, and it was all very much worth it.
That's great. More places should do stuff like that.
Yeah, thought it was really cool.
You could do it here at Venetian. Win a pot, free fruit.
Free fruit. Yeah, the bad beat jackpot could just be like, you know, a pie. King, Queen, 3, 2 diamonds on board. Kim with top pair facing a bet of 700,000 from Heimiller.
Yeah, Heimiller, the aggressor here, did raise pre. Kim defended. And it comes king high. So this is a really good spot for Kim to be in. And he is going to move all in.
1, 2, 5.
Heimiller with backdoor hearts. Not much else going on. You like the way that Kim is doing this?
All right, that's good enough. I'm out.
Yeah, I think maybe lean call there a little bit more than jam. Well, I don't think jam is something,
Where am I
totally
going?
outrageous,
Yeah.
but with that king of diamonds in your hand, You know, I think you can be less scared of, you know, some
later.
flush cards peeling off.
What do we got? I still got plenty of chips.
I think you just keep all of your opponent's bluffs in for sure.
4, 5, 6, 7. I still got a little 7.
Also blocking a hand like a Jack 10, Jack 9, Ace Jack, so.
Never know.
King 4 suited here for Heimiller. This time he's under the gun, and he would be raising into the chip leader, Rick Green's big blind. But he's right back in there. Nice one for Mr. Scarborough.
Yeah, stacks aren't deep, but they're also not shallow. We're sort of in that in-between phase where everyone still has plenty to play with. And Scarborough here pulls the trigger with pocket 9s.
Yeah, this should work, and we'll see if Heimiller starts to kind of adjust his strategy a little bit, because losing back-to-back pots there. Seeing, you know, a decent chunk of your stack go to other players doesn't feel so great. Maybe you just want to kind of rein it in a little bit, you know, slow it down. Scarborough now on 6.6 million.
Yeah, anyone know what time it is?
I was just gonna ask that.
It's like I have no clue if it's like 6.
3:40.
3:40?
Yeah, 3:41.
Oh, wow, it feels like it's like
25
I was
seconds.
looking to see if anybody had a watch on, didn't
Yeah.
see one, so I figured I didn't need to ask.
I mean, I feel like they should have a clock in here, like at least an analog clock.
Yeah.
And the level stuff.
All right, chat, who do you think is going to win this thing?
Fuck, we should have went to the bathroom.
Scarborough, Heimiller, tied in chips. Kim chipped up nicely on that recent hand, and Green now holding the chip lead. I feel like it's really anyone's game here.
I didn't understand why they took a...
King A4 here with a couple of spades.
It was pretty quick. I thought 20 seconds pre. Like,
I think 20 seconds pre is fine, but once there's like a three bet,
yeah,
it should, I feel like,
add some.
those are always like, you know, you have to think about it.
Yeah, there's a couple spots guys folded and just because they ran out of time.
Oh, really?
Nothing, yeah.
Did you have all of your time chips left when they took it away?
Me?
Yeah.
I had one left when they reloaded, and then I think final table I had all 3. I don't think I used any after that, but I played 12 bigs, 12 to 15 bigs, so
TH is saying,
tough, you
this is
know,
my favorite part of the game, four-handed. Personally, I'm more of a three-handed guy myself, but I do see the appeal of three-handed play, or excuse me, four-handed play, and Alex Kim will also see the appeal here, picking up pocket aces. Kim starting this hand with 19 bigs. He's going to come in with the raise.
So Heimiller calls, which puts Scarborough in an interesting spot here. I think he's got the type of hand that's, you know, fine to just call. You can go 3 ways with the 10-8 suited.
Well, they got 3-way action. Kim probably getting exactly what he was hoping for.
Heimiller connects a little bit here. He hits that 6. He's got backdoor spades as well, so he might have enough that he can come along should Kim bet here. Nice disconnected texture, queen high, that Kim is going to continue quite a bit here and feel pretty comfortable about it.
Yeah, and Kim now looking to thin the herd, hopefully taking one customer to the turn to extract some more value. And Dan Heimiller will oblige. As Scarborough gets out of the way, we go to the turn. Look at those percentages, Kim. 87% here. Turn card is the Jack of Diamonds. Heimiller now down to just 6 and a 6 only to upset Kim here. And if you're Kim, you just naturally continue betting, right?
Yeah, I think he's gonna, probably try and get his chips in at some point. He does come with the check back, so laying in the weeds a little bit.
Heimiller checks to Kim again, who will now be considering what kind of value can he extract here after the turn when check. 3 million in the middle, by the way.
775.
And he goes small, 775.
If you're Heimiller here, you might be thinking, the check back on the turn seems to raise a little bit of suspicion. But that said, I think Kim can obviously play a hand like aces or kings like this. I think he could also have a hand like an ace-jack, a king-jack. I think he could even have the ace-kings of the world. Those are, all in his range, given how this hand originally started with him raising under the gun. I mean, yeah, some of those hands you do block with that ace in your hand, but is he really coming here with some sort of bluff with I mean, what? Ace 9? I mean, even that, you're interfering with that. So, correct the laydown.
And a terrific pickup for Kim, who is peaking as far as his chip count goes. 6.7 million now ahead of both Scarborough and Heimiller. A situation you could not have easily predicted about an hour ago. Green still in the lead. Heimiller now for the first time the short stack at this final table. If you're just tuning in, these 4 players have made a deal. They're all guaranteed $105,000 minimum. Some players got a little more.
That is a terrible omen. I mean, that's twice.
Winner will receive an extra $40,000 and a beautiful lion trophy that is sitting in the back corner.
Yeah, someone put their. Oh, I should do this yet.
Raise 525.
Go to your home and
it just comes back.
The chat says, Poker Go, we need heart rate monitors on these players. You can make it happen. It'd be kind of fun to see that. I think that's been done before. Jonas is asking, what's the best pizza joint in Vegas? Donnie and I, connoisseurs of the pie, if you will. Good Pie, one of my favorites. 2 locations now, one on Main Street, one in Henderson, closer to where Donnie and I live. That place I would sort of start with. I think that Vegas has an underrated amount of good pizza. The Detroit style at Good Pie is probably my favorite, to be very specific. With caramelized cheese crust. Even just talking about it now, getting hungry. We got some action here. Green makes it 525 with 7s. Heimiller comes over the top to 1.35 million with ace-8. And now Scarborough in the tank. Given the winner-take-all-esque scenario that we have here, should Scarborough be considering a shove here?
I think, it might enter your mind. You might entertain it a little bit, but...
How much you got back down?
Listen, I know we've talked about it plenty of times here at this final table, also on other streams that we've done, where Heimiller can get a bit wild. I really haven't seen him get too wild pre-flop at this final table, right? So knowing that, yeah, maybe he starts to open it up here four-handed right after they've made the deal, but I don't know. Ace-Jack off feels a little thin there. Might want to have Ace-Jack off or some side of, some kind of medium-ish pair, 9s plus there to come with.
All in.
And Green comes right back over the top, jamming all in. How much is this shove a product of the fact that they made a chop?
3, 1,
Yeah, I mean, some of it's honestly just the way Green's approached this table. Like he's been an aggressor in a lot of spots. So yeah, maybe a little bit more freedom for Green here, knowing, hey, you know, we made the chop, okay. Maybe some thought that like, hey, this guy's been kind of losing some pots recently. Maybe he's reeling a little bit, so I'm just gonna keep the pressure on.
Probably not.
It's hard to get dealt a pair on poker. I got a pair of sevens. I mean, if you got a better one, let's go.
Not. It wasn't
right?
It wasn't a no.
If you got ace king, ace queen, let's go.
I gotta have some pretty serious shit.
He's just trying to get into your head. Don't worry about it.
Green all the way up to 11.2 million. Heimiller, he's short stack now on 3.6.
Yeah, he's really been tumbling these these last 3 orbits around the table. You know, he hasn't really been able to win a hand.
Trying to force it, trying to make it happen.
Probably not. Maybe it was one of those hands.
Well, he's not going to force the 7-3 off. I'll tell you that much. Into the muck it goes.
Say I had a pair, but it wasn't aces.
I think you read a book. It says always jam it against old guys.
I'm letting you raise me there.
Nice one here for Kim.
I'm folding. I'm respecting.
Gonna start this one off with limp. Understandable having to go up against the chip leader who would have position on you in this hand.
I almost had 2 to 1. Yeah, almost 2 to 1 on my money. Not quite.
10-5-5.
Check.
2 quick checks, taking us to the turn. Jack hits on the turn, right in Kim's wheelhouse. Ever since the chop was agreed upon, Kim's been on a roll. $375 is the bet. Not much out there for Green, other than perhaps some creativity.
Thinks better of it though, and Kim's climb continues. Playing well, winning pots, chipping up nicely.
Raise.
Raise 500.
Scarborough's turn to get active here. Jack 10 off. Gets it through.
John Young asking about the fact that we can see these cards on
straddle one
screen,
time?
but there's no cameras visible
Yeah, we'll go around
inside the
straddle.
rail. There's a beautiful
Stand-up
piece of
game.
RFID technology underneath this
How would
felt.
we do stand-up game?
Every time the
I mean,
cards
I guess,
hit
yeah.
those boxes in front of the players,
That'd be
the cards
quite the
get
pressure
scanned,
also.
and that's how they end up on your screen.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why these tables are so big, all the wiring that has to go into them. Although I do miss that little
The little peeker
the
camera.
little
Yep.
lipstick cam, you know, the little,
yeah.
little peeker cam.
Wow.
I like that back in the day.
Absolutely.
Every time I raise, I get re-raise. Every time I can't get a hand. The other times.
Heimiller has been card dead for 10 hands and immediately wants to let the table know.
10, he's been card dead for 3.
He's had such a big run leading up to this point. King Jack 7, 2 diamonds. Both players holding just one diamond. Scarborough open-ended here, as Kim has ace high to remain in the lead. However, that is not a comfortable position to be in. He is, however, going to bet.
250.
Minimum bet here from Kim, 250. Brings Scarborough along. Scarborough has, you know, a nice piece of that. No made hand yet, but the open-ended straight draw, of course.
And this deuce of diamonds is very interesting. Both players now with a diamond flush draw. 1.9 million in the middle. Scarborough again with the check. Now, if you're Kim, having picked up that flush draw, are you more likely to bet or less likely to bet?
I think he's going to take the approach that he just did, check behind, try and, you know, fully realize that equity.
Wow.
Might even have some showdown value with the ace high as is.
What a river card here. Scarborough making Broadway as Kim finds a pair of aces. Scarborough first to act with 1.9 million in the middle.
I think that is the best card too, you know, as opposed to a 9 for Scarborough, because I think there's going to be a lot of aces in the range of Kim. So
must be somewhere. Why would anybody do that?
he's getting greedy right now. 1.8 into just over 1.9, so he's going for as much as he thinks he can get. Targeting hands just like Kim has, really putting those aces in a super, super tough spot. Bit more confidence in the bet here from Scarborough, knowing he has the queen of diamonds in his hand, so blocking some of those flush combinations that your opponent could have. Hands like, you know, ace, queen of diamonds.
There's a guy about my age who was doing it the other day. I told him, hey, you're too old to do that. You can't do that. You're too
Oh,
old.
look at this. Kim with the nice laydown. Do you think Scarborough got a little bit too greedy there?
That's fine. No, I mean, I like the sizing. You know, I think you want to, when you get called there, you want to really maximize the opportunity.
Yeah, it's hard to start drinking.
I'll do a, I'll do a green tea, honey lemon, please.
Drink away your...
Green tea.
Look at that.
I think you also have to think about, you know, not that it
times have
necessarily
done? It feels
fully
like
applied
both
there,
there.
but when you are bluffing and you try and
guess I'll
pick a
see the
sizing,
hand
you know, like kind of try and think of it like, how would my value hands approach this? I think that, you know, your absolute value there is going to target an ace and try and get greedy.
Well, you could tell he had a magnet under there attracting all the chips. Something to attract all the chips.
My prediction is, I feel like you had a queen of diamonds in your hand or something.
I did.
I
had a queen of diamonds in my hand.
Yeah, we had to.
Well,
153. I can't see the clock from here.
Alex Kim just guesses one of his cards, so he's just playing on another level.
What is the level now?
Queen of
3?
diamonds. I don't know, man. You're obviously capable of bluffing, like decent player, pretty good, you know. We played with each other day 2. You're splashing a little bit.
The players actually let me.
I didn't bluff either.
You didn't bluff me? Damn. I had the ace of diamonds.
Maybe I should have bet small. Got you to bomb.
If you bet small, I would have probably jammed. Now that, you know, we're chopped, I would never say this.
I made a mistake then.
No.
I'll go all in.
And Dan Heimiller moves all in from the button, trying to put a stop to the bleeding he's
Probably like, what,
been suffering from the last few orbits. Green, by the way, still maintaining his chip lead.
2, 3, so we're at 3.
No, it was like 1.3.
Once again, our first ever stream on the Venetian Poker Live channel. If you're catching us elsewhere, please give them some love and subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live channel. Up to 282 subscribers. So 300 is still in play.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Turn on the post notifications on the Venetian channel. We're going to be live twice a week, at least. Depending on how much you guys love the streams, we're going to expand from there on out.
No, I'm just it'd be funny.
Another big final table will be coming up on Sunday. $1,600 buy-in card player poker tour. Final table will play out.
World cashier in the poker room. You just put the chips down and they know how much it is.
I got a call from Resorts World.
I feel like if you're bluffing with Queen of Diamonds,
saying that they underpaid me by $100.
Yeah. That's why I was really intrigued.
And like weeks later, it's pretty cool.
Do you get interest on that? Is that how that works?
I've never heard that before. I've heard the opposite happen.
No, it's every quarter.
Could you imagine if the opposite happened and you like spent the money, you like bought a car or whatever? They're like, oh, you owe us $6,000. Oh, well, sorry, I already spent it. What do you want me to do?
I don't even recall when it was or which property, but there is a story I recall from back in the day where someone got paid out way too much. And then the next time he entered the casino, they saw him on the cameras, they approached him, and he said, well, I don't have that money. I wonder what the fallout of that was. Heimiller picking up back-to-back pots with the stakes this high. Winning back-to-back hands will make a massive difference for your stack.
5%, and you're just gonna let her fly.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was gonna let that thing fly.
Triple D is asking, when is the JRB stream? Yes, we will have a JRB cash game hosting alongside Brian Oaken. It's going to be a 100-200 no-limit hold'em game with a $20,000 minimum buy-in. It's going to be a cash game
very questionable
on
fold.
February 21st, streaming live from Venetian Poker Live.
At least you get to see it.
So if you're into cash games, you also
didn't
might
lie
as
to him.
well hit that subscribe
No,
button.
no, I'm saying
it's going to be a nice
questionable
mix
just now.
of tournaments and cash games here on the stream. As we go back to Alex Kim, raising it up with Queen Jack suited.
Nah. Drat.
Oh yeah, right. Thank you. Thanks. You can
The break is
actually
30?
leave that one. It's fine. Yeah, just do that. Sure. Yeah,
Break is
cool.
in
Thank
30?
you. Appreciate it.
31.
Break. Come on.
Why do we need a break? You guys just had a super long break.
Were you born in another country?
Yeah, it's a checkmate.
Mark your territory.
Some news from the PokerGo front, of course. You guys, the viewers, will be fans of both properties here. And Donnie, the satellite for the PokerGo Cup event number 1 is off the charts.
Good. What's it at? Do you know?
Well, I just saw a tweet from the PokerGo Tour account. 14 seats.
14 seats.
For the 5K opening event.
1, 2, 30.5.
So the poker action in Las Vegas, tournament action, is crazy right now. You can play the PokerGo Cup. You can play the Card Player Poker Tour. Both properties will be buzzing with action. Donnie and I will be on the call for bonus coverage on PokerGo for the day ones of all the PokerGo Cup events, with the exception of event number 1. So starting with event number 2, we'll have bonus coverage every single night on YouTube. And then Jeff Plattenberg and Hanks will be on the commentary for the final table of each one of the PokerGo Cup events.
300.
Back to the action here. Heimiller versus Scarborough on Ace-King 5. Heimiller lets it go. Scarborough gets to pick one up. And I'm honestly a little surprised with the, I want to say maybe patience or maybe reluctance towards aggression here of the final 4.
Good luck.
40K at stake for the winner. These players all playing carefully, wanting to give themselves a shot at making it the heads-up play. Time Traveler Poker on the Venetian Poker Stream channel says, great quality stream. Thank you so much for tuning in.
What
I recognize your
happened?
name.
Any cute-looking
Jesse
women
Fullen,
dealers?
also well known
Deal
in
this
the world of
all
poker, says this stream is a W.
He's got
Graphics
long
look
hair,
great.
so, I mean,
Thank you,
if you're
Jesse,
into that.
for your love. Please spread the word. Chris Cole is asking, "Is this live right now?" No, this is not. I'm talking. I'm talking to you from the past. Time travel. Time Traveler Poker is in the chat, so we're traveling through time, obviously. Heimiller with the jam takes it down. Donnie, I had 2 donuts on the break.
Yeah, but you know, you did that race this weekend, which you probably burned 37,000 calories. So
that's true. Like, I have this issue that whenever a pastry or cookie of any kind presents itself, I just cannot walk past without dipping the hand into the cookie jar.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
I'm gonna have to start bringing my own boring snacks. I'm starting to get hungry. I mean, Venetian has so many good restaurants. Same for Palazzo, which we are, of course, also close to. If we go on break again, I might have to run out.
Oh, just quads. No
Wow.
big deal.
Just quads for Alex Kim. Of course, he's going to slow play this in hopes that green catches something to call with. Perhaps that deuce a little enticing for green to come along with if Kim keeps it small, but other than that, it's going to be hard for him to extract major value. Kim betting 300,000 does indeed try to keep it small and tempting, and well. Green with the min raise to 600,000. Music to the ears of Kim, who has quads. Hasn't even double checked his cards. He's just so confident. Would love to see a call here. Give green some rope, as they say. Oh, wow. We are in a bit of a raising war. Kim now making it 1 million. How do you feel about this move?
Yeah, I do like it. You know, I think that there's going to be obviously the really good value hands.
2.2.
I would. Oh.
Whoa!
Hello.
What is going on here? Green is not buying the fact that Kim has the goods here, and he comes back over the top. Is this where Kim hits the brakes and gives green the opportunity to make another misstep on the river?
Yeah, you know, this feels like one of those spots where kind of if you're in Alex Kim's spot, you're like, anything I do feels like he's going to know.
Right.
It's like, so what's the best path to me getting more money? And I think it is just call here. Certainly let him just, you know, really just hang himself if he's bluffing, if he wants to get crazy. Even if he's got a hand like this where if the river just blanks off with, like, I don't know, a 10, for example, green might just feel compelled to bluff because the pot is so big.
River is the king of clubs. Green put a lot of chips in the middle on the turn with just the jack deuce here. 5.3 million up for grabs in this pot, and we know that Kim has the nuts. Kim with 2.9 million left behind. Green has him covered by a wide margin. Kim just keeps looking back down at his stack, perhaps not confident that green will do the betting. What an interesting hand. And he does check. Now the action on green. Will checking to him feel like surrendering? I'm sure it has to, because how often is this deuce going to be good?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine this deuce is good.
Does check behind.
I have quads.
Wow.
Very casually, Kim announces, I have quads.
I have quads, no big deal.
monster pot heading in Kim's direction. And he now, for the first time, takes the tournament chip lead. Alex Kim up to 8.2 million as Rick Green is down to 7 million. Can you fault Rick Green there for, trying to take this thing down with aggression on the turn?
I felt like, the first raise seemed fine. Also just knowing how he's approached this final table at times, taking some aggressive lines. But then coming back with the re-raise after you got 3-bet by Kim, I thought that was a bit out there, I guess I'll say. But, I mean, listen, he's been aggressive the whole time, and he hasn't backed away from spots. So I think the important thing for Green now is, although he has lost the chip lead, he's still very healthy on over 7 million. Like, it's one bad hand, it's one big pot that you lost, yes, but you got to just kind of forget about it and move on. That's a very important thing to do in poker. It's on to the next hand right away. So get right back in there.
Green with ace-7 of spades. A strong four-handed hand.
All in.
And he moves all in. That'll do it.
I just quickly want to hit on, Remco, you brought up satellites a few minutes ago. Tomorrow, February 11th, there is a $200 milestone satellite to that $1,600 Card Player Poker Tour event. There will be 3 seats guaranteed. That $200 satellite is going to start at 4:10 p.m. here at the Venetian Poker Room. There's also a satellite on Wednesday, February 12th. There's actually 2 satellites that day. One's at 10:10 a.m., guaranteeing 3 seats. One's at 4:10 a.m., guaranteeing 3 seats. You guys can check out the Venetian Poker Twitter account. You guys can head over to VenetianLasVegas.com and navigate to the Poker Room page, and you can see the schedule there for this entire Deep Stack Extravaganza Poker Series. It has all the satellites listed on there. So if you might be thinking, hey, $1,600 might be a little bit out of my price range in terms of a buy-in, well, there's plenty of $200 buy-in milestone satellites with guaranteed seats on offer here at the Venetian Poker Room. So come give it your shot, and maybe you're sitting in this seat where Dan Heimiller is, and maybe we're talking about you on Sunday.
And that's the beauty of this Venetian Poker Live streaming room. It is very accessible for everyone who wants to take a shot. Of course, streams happening twice a week. Stay tuned to the Venetian Poker Live Twitter page, Instagram page, Facebook page, YouTube page for announcements on future streaming events, as well as cash game lineups. There's just so much going on in Las Vegas.
Thinking about those quads.
Absolutely love it.
Said I was still thinking about those quads.
I was gonna bet I don't know, 300 on the river.
It was either that or absolutely nothing. Either quads or absolutely nothing. Oh, yeah.
What'd you have? Absolutely nothing?
I had a little something. But
oh, God.
I had Showdown.
Don't tell me that.
I had Showdown.
Yeah, Showdown?
I had Showdown.
Damn. I misplayed that one, huh?
I mean, I misplayed that one. Let's say that.
Action checked through here. Got a blind battle between Scarborough and Kim. Pair of sevens currently best in this one. Scarborough holding that. He did limp from the small blind, and Kim checked back. Now we're checking through to the river. 10 of clubs here. That puts Kim out in front. He's got the check mark. Check from Scarborough. Let's see if Kim tries to hunt for some value again. He was in a similar spot to this not too long ago against Scarborough, and he kind of value on himself, but here he elects to check back. He's going to take the pot anyway.
You got me spooked from last time.
See? There you go.
Well,
Yeah, last time he tried to bet an inferior 2-pair for value. Leads to the check back here.
Wow, 10 big blinds is 10 big blinds is the average, I think, something like that.
Watch out there, sir, with your hot beverage on that expensive RFID table.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen disasters like that happen before.
No, it's not the average. Three.
We'll just take it out of his payday. You're going to get $5,000 less, sir.
I would like quads again, please. That would be great.
Limp here from Kim from the small blind. He's in a good spot up against that king deuce for green, who checks his option in the big. Ace, 8-8 with a couple of clubs. Nut flush draw for Kim. Starts it off with a check.
Got green.
300,000 from green. Always seems to just be the aggressor. Kim, of course, not going to go anywhere. Hello. 10 of clubs. Makes me feel good. I'll make quads against you last time. This time, you know, I just got the nut flush. No big deal.
Quads are possible.
You have quads?
I do not have quads.
I thought you said top. Oh, wow. And for some insult to injury, green backs into a baby flush. Kim again with the best of it ever since they made that
I guess
deal.
I have to bet my quads.
Oh, yeah.
2 million.
Coming with the speech play.
Overbet, too, yeah.
Overbet. You gotta love being in Kim's shoes, hearing the ay, indicating that green indeed has a decision to make. Do you like the overbet here?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty polarizing. You know, I think he's going to have the king of clubs, the jack of clubs quite a bit here. I think he's might even have some full houses here and then some bluffs, you know, but it's obviously not hard to figure out because let's just make it easy. Half of that range you beat, right? The bluffs. With, you know, even though you just have the deuce of clubs and the other half you're smashed by. So it makes it tricky, right?
They're good folds.
With that pot, Kim does swing back into the chip lead. He had it lost momentarily to green, so those two just kind of going back and forth at the top of the leaderboard. These players did make a four-way deal. ICM chop, you know, a little bit of negotiation in there. Everyone locked up a good chunk of money. Everyone's getting at least 6 figures. And then $40,000 will go to the winner. As we see Scarborough get in there with Jack 10 suited, one of the prettiest hands in poker. I honestly don't think I've ever heard a poker player who doesn't love Jack 10 suited. Is that like the universally most loved hand in poker?
So much.
Like pocket jacks, people are like, I hate them. Some people are like, you know, they're fine. You just don't know how to play them. Even aces, people are like, you don't know how to play them. Or somebody like, I hate aces. I always lose with them. You know, whatever. Jack 10 suited, it's like, no. Everyone loves Jack 10 suited. So much so that they probably have lost way too much money, like overplaying it.
All right, so stick with me here, Donnie. Is Jack 10 suited the warm, freshly baked bread and butter that comes out when you go to the restaurant? You might get full on the bread, you might overplay your hand, or perhaps it's just the start of something really nice. I feel like that's what Jack 10 suited is to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, it may not be the best bread in the world.
Right.
But at that moment, it's the best bread in the world. And you're probably going to eat 3 pieces too many.
Exactly.
Like, that's how it is.
You go
and then next thing you know, you're on the river and you can't eat your entree because you had 3 extra pieces of bread. You're like, what the heck just happened?
Jack 10 suited is the bread basket of the international poker scene. And I love myself some bread. Speaking of Scarborough, with Jack 10 looking comfortable from his perspective, got the top pair with the gut shot. However, Heimiller staring down a straight after hitting his gut shot. Donnie makes sense of this. Heimiller bets 650 on the flop with the gut shot, then hits the turn and decides to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, now he's hoping to get extra value. At the end of the day, he might be a little bit surprised to see that he didn't get a bet out of Scarborough here on the turn, who does check it back. And now I think you got to, if you're Heimiller, you got to just try and hunt for some value here. I know the backdoor hearts did come in, yes, but I think this hand's just a little bit too good not to try and come with.
Heimiller with a long glance down at his stack, going for a large pile. And now Scarborough has multiple things to be concerned with. The ace, the hearts, perhaps even being up against a better 10. How often is his Jack 10 going to be good here?
I think it's hard here to put your opponent on in ace, right? And then is he taking this line with a better 10, queen 10, king 10? I don't know. He might just try and check those hands on the river. So maybe Heimiller's getting a little bit crazy with, I don't know, a 9-8 of the world, a 9-6 of the world, something like that.
Feels like Scarborough is on something here. Doesn't like it one bit.
Yeah, he doesn't like it, but I mean, it's also, he's very curious. Like, he's suspicious of this bet. So, is that ultimately going to lead him to make the incorrect decision in this spot?
Still in the tank here. Scarborough ultimately lets it go. Well done.
I want to see that one.
Avoids paying off a hefty tab.
On the tape. Maybe we can look back on the tape, I guess.
I don't know.
Kim here as chip leader. Ace-9 off, understandable. Coming in with a raise.
Rick Green finding the monster draw. Ace-King offsuit, the biggest draw in the game.
1.7.
And he's going to come over the top for 1.7 million. A little bit of pre-flop tangling here as Scarborough throws sixes into the muck.
Yeah, Green here coming with the approach to 3-bet non-all-in, try and induce something from Kim, but Kim is wise to the test once again, making the right move. And with that, we see Green jump right back into the chip lead. I mean, these two are just back and forth, back and forth. You get the chip lead, I get the chip lead. You get the chip lead, I get the chip lead.
It's really anyone's game. All four of these guys I could easily see hoisting up the trophy when it's all said and done. Shout out to Rick on the Venetian Poker Live channel. It's a nice stream, guys. Appreciate it. By the way, I also added Tony Montana as one of our moderators on the Venetian channel. Always good to see some familiar faces. Speaking of familiar faces, shout out to Joey Ingram, who's been hanging out in the chat with us for the last few hours. Heimiller now with Queen 9 off, raising to 600,000. Takes it down. By the way, one subscriber away from hitting 300.
Love it.
I feel like we might hit 1,000 by the end of the week at this rate.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, people should for sure be subscribing. I don't see any drawback to it at all. There's going to be plenty of streaming coming here from the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Also, by the way, you can find us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Rebel Poker says, I will definitely be on the channel often. Thank you, Rebel Poker. Appreciate that. Michael Hinkle says, I'm always watching. You guys are great. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Heimiller with the fake aces, as some people like to call them. If you're in need for some readers, you might confuse these for pocket aces. Wow. Are you surprised to see Kim fold the 10-9 suit?
A little bit, yeah. I thought maybe we see a 3-bet there. Maybe we see him call. I could see avenues to all of those things. Maybe he's just scared off by the fact that Heimiller once again comes in with the larger sizing. So off this stack size of 21 bigs, is he really going to have many raise folds? I mean, he could have a fair amount, yeah. But we do see that Kim did avoid losing chips because Green's got a couple of 9s, and I would only imagine this is going in.
There's the shove. Green jamming 6.3 million into the middle. That is 28 big blinds. He, of course, has everyone covered. And Heimiller decides to let it go.
Yeah, quick fold out of Heimiller there. Just in an ideal sense, probably would love to just take down the blinds and ante pre-flop. Not really worried about too much there post-flop. But, of course, gets jammed on. It does seem like, as of late, the Green has gotten the better of Heimiller. For the first, hour, 2 hours of the final table, it was all Heimiller versus Green. Every time those two got in a hand, it was Heimiller got the better of him. But that script seems to have flipped. And we see Kim here with an open on the button, couple of 6s.
Heavenly Morsels in the chat says, I love that Dan doesn't tink. Yes, Dan Heimiller, one of the fastest players in the game.
Double down.
Never waste any time. Double down in honor of the blackjack that he'll be playing later on tonight. Joe Ingram says, shout out to Remco. I'm here waiting for Heimiller to take it down. I think we need a Joe Ingram, Dan Heimiller podcast. The amount of The amount of viral social media clips generated by that conversation will be off the charts.
Yeah, that would be a wild one for sure.
And please ask him about canned tuna. Dan Heimiller's old website, a treasure trove of stories, blogs, and information. This man has been around for a long time and has a World Series poker bracelet on his resume. Winner of the seniors event a couple years ago.
Yeah, he won that event. I think he got like, I want to say 10th or 12th or something in another year in that event, and then he got 3rd place in it more recently. I mean, that is not a small event by any means. I mean, that event is huge. Multiple thousands of people. You know, the play has gotten extremely good in it. Like, that's not just some easy tournament to rip off, you know. So green here with the raise on the button. Heimiller elects to call from the small blind with ace-4. Jack 7-6. Did Heimiller check dark? If he didn't check dark, he checked right away. Scarborough checks back, 5 on the turn.
No time to waste, Tony.
Yeah, of course. I mean, let's get it moving.
Heimiller now open-ended. Took about a half-second extra there to check again. River, Jack of diamonds. Check, check once more. And ace-high will win. Heimiller, by the way, had at least one WSOP cash for 25 straight years from 1997 until 2021.
That's incredible.
He is ranked 10th in the number of all-time live caches and 18th all-time in WSOP caches. And I don't think this guy is slowing down anytime soon.
Does it?
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, it looks like you have to really stretch over the table.
Yeah.
You gotta get up, you gotta get out of your chair all the time, man.
Donnie, back in 2014, you and I were both, at this final table as reporters. Phil Ivey winning his 10th bracelet in the $1,500 8-game mix. Negreanu also at this final table. Dan Heimiller finishing 3rd.
Wow.
After which Ivey ultimately took down that event. I want to say Ivey's very next bracelet was not until last year when we covered that. Was the No Limit Deuce, right?
Triple draw?
Triple draw? Yeah, one of those.
I think he beat Danny Wong, I believe.
I'm just going through some Dan Heimiller facts that I've got in front of me here.
Not this time.
First walk of the final table, huh? Wow. Okay.
Going back to 1997, Heimiller had his big break when he cashed 6 times at the WSOP that year, but that was just 3 days after he was completely broke. He had his rent due. He called his father, who sent him $1,000. Heimiller paid the landlord, took the rest to Binion's, and the rest is history.
Wow. That's incredible, huh?
Ended up winning $169,000 in a limit hold'em event, and that was the Kickstarter to his career in poker.
Thanks.
Scarborough here with the raise. Min raise under the gun. Kim is giving it some thought. Puts the ace-4 in the muck. Nothing to play for anyone. Scarborough chips up a little bit here. He is currently the shortest stack of these 4 players remaining.
1 step ahead of me.
Let's save a step.
Oh, you just pulled a fast one, huh? Wow.
That'd be cool if they had a search engine on Poker Go where you could pull up all the videos.
Maybe your
of
good
your
steel
opponent,
hand was a little.
better
Maybe
than
I had
yours.
a better hand then.
If you had a particular,
Study some game film.
if you were gonna have, the one day in a tournament, you know the lineup, grab all the film you got on that person, just hit a button.
You can't search it? Search
Well,
by name, maybe?
It would be cool. You know, maybe the AI can pull it off soon. I don't think.
The face recognition probably.
Shipping up. Oh, it's not a color. Can I go on break?
Heimiller with a raise here, Jack 3 off from the small blind. Six, 5 suited for Scarborough. Enough of a hand for him to come along. He is the shortest stack here, but he's going to take a shot. He is able to play this in position.
Certain people.
And that is a nice flop for Scarborough. 5-4-3, 1 spade. He's got top pair. He's open-ended. He's got the backdoor spades. And he could get some action because Heimiller did connect here with that pair of threes. And
900K is the bet from Heimiller. If you're Scarborough here with 3.2 million in front of you, is this the moment where you pull the trigger?
yeah, I think you can just get it in here. You know, if you do get snapped off by a better hand, you know, you still got a decent amount of equity.
All in.
And he pulls the trigger indeed. Scarborough moves all in.
About how much? Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh boy.
Heimiller not happy, but also not giving up just yet.
3.2.
Probably kind of thinking to himself, what did I get myself in here with the old Jack 3 off?
So it's -2. -0.2, 3. 75. 2.3, 75.
Is Heimiller trying to talk himself into this or out of this? I'm not sure.
Both? Is that allowed? I mean,
Heimiller shaking the head, probably realizing he took this one a little bit too far.
Ah, shit. Oh, I guess I got to call and pray. I call.
Oh, the call and pray from Dan Heimiller, and we got ourselves a monster pot.
Hoping he just had the draw.
Heimiller just looking for a jack or a 3, or his dreams of winning this event will be gone.
3. Jack or a 3.
Anthony Scarborough in a terrific situation to reduce this tournament to its final 3 players. Turn card is the king of spades. Heimiller sees his outs reduced even further. 4 outs now. A jack or a 3, but it can't be a spade. River card is the 10 of diamonds, and that is it.
Let's see,
Dan Heimiller
1.5.
3.
3. 175.
will double up Anthony Scarborough. Apologies for my enthusiasm. For a second there, I thought that Scarborough had Heimiller covered, but those roles had been reversed in the last few hands.
I mean, nevertheless, Heimiller left with 5 big blinds here, so severely short stacked going forward. Bit of a misstep there from him.
And we're
Sure,
going
now
on
in
a
hindsight,
quick,
he probably wants that one back.
Yeah, going on a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
I would assume they're going twice.
Yeah. They got that money in so fast.
Well,
I didn't like to snap call me.
I guess I could have thought about it for a minute.
Oh, you're going to call anyway.
No.
Never
Why,
get
why, why waste everyone's time?
Right, right, right.
No point in the
Small,
theatrics.
small. Oh, no, that's not good. 10, no. I don't.
10's cool.
10's cool.
Queen.
Yeah.
10, no.
Queen or 10 is cool. 9.
Even 9's
Wow.
great.
10 or 9 are kind
Another jack.
I can use PLO. I'm like,
Yeah, I
oh,
was
Jack
gonna
does
say,
it? Yeah,
yeah.
Jack. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, no.
Not in this game.
I guess I want a picture.
Yeah.
Clean for Brandon on the first.
Yes, sir.
On the first.
I hope we chop. I really do.
I hope so too.
I think we will.
Queen.
Oh, gosh.
Not
Tough.
today.
Yes. Oh, dead space.
Doesn't really change anything. She
no.
still needs the queen.
Gotta get the queen
Can
in.
she find it?
Silly. I should not have come back. I'm very unlucky today.
Oh, boy.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, when I stop playing with you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Nice to play with you.
Nice to play with you.
I'll give you a hug, actually.
Okay, a hug. I like that. Thanks.
Good playing with you.
Thanks. Is that third? Oh, third.
Saddle, yeah.
Looks like you could get about 20 buy-ins for your ring.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Ladies for Tilly.
Yes. Robles in.
Pretty one for Roble.
Jack 3 of diamonds. Brandon says, I like it. 7-4 diamonds.
Yes.
All right. A couple of ladies and a whole lot of diamonds.
Only 3 people I need to get the fold.
Oh boy.
Hey, how about this?
This is bad for Tilly AJ.
Man. Jen. She fires 20 grand in there. Roble calls. Tilly finds a queen.
From the brink of disaster, AJ. Tilly's back.
Exactly.
By the way, this lead from Roble is actually quite nifty.
40 grand?
Where he just calls multi-way and then leads. These are nice ideas. Unfortunately for him, we can see he's drawing to the lone 10 of spades. Does not come, and this is very bad for Mr. Roble. Let's see, AJ.
Let's see.
$60,000.
60 grand.
Goes for 60 and against the impending jam. This will be a brutal decision for Roble.
Come on in.
All right. All in. 231,000 and change.
How much is it?
Pot's almost a $500,000.
I guess one of your cards where you show me.
You just guessed them. Jennifer is not moving a muscle, barely blinking. Roble's trying to get some information out of her. But
You're right about that, AJ.
she's not going to give up anything.
Roble's really trying to elicit something.
Probably beat. Feel I can beat, but I don't know if I can fold. Okay, I call.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yep. Nice hand, Jen.
Nice hand, Jen. Oh.
And that was the biggest pot, for sure, so far this season.
Chestnuts roasting on the open fire. I can't stop. Really been singing
You
lately.
sound great.
Thanks, pal.
And Roble makes it 135,000.
Feels like it's going in, does it not?
I would imagine. As you said.
How much do you have behind Roble?
He might just call.
350 to start the hand.
Boy.
It's the same. On.
All
There it
right,
is.
he's all in.
Once or twice, guys.
Ooh, 716 in the pot.
I got scooped on this already.
You're
Twice. 2 times as good.
This exact scenario cost
three,
Rubble just
just
south
change
of
it up too.
$500,000 last week against Sammy.
I don't care. We're to a 3. I just couldn't take getting scooped again.
Okay.
Actually, 2 times. Good for TV if I get
Twice.
Twice. 2 times. 2 times.
2 times.
All right, there it is.
Good luck, guys.
Little
Thank you.
discussion about a rare third board. They've settled on twice. More outs rare ball now.
Wow, that's super juice.
Clubs.
It's fun.
Don't waste it, airball.
He doesn't want to waste the diamonds, that's for sure.
Very green fine.
Airball's breathless right now, AJ.
Yes.
Calm before the storm.
That's you.
You can breathe now. Can't happen again last time. There you go.
Rubble got one?
2 diamonds come for the
Little sweat.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, that's
How much?
bad
Oh, my
for,
gosh.
for airball. He's asking how much. Needs hard or 10 jack or ace.
Jack's the only chance you got.
No, big time card for airball there.
Hearts can chop.
Actually, a road to a win.
Yeah, that's the best turn of the day.
Form of a non-heart J.
Literally, the very
yeah.
best.
Yeah.
The very best.
Yeah. Jack was fine too. It was 50-50 for the best turn of the day.
Okay, take it, Roble.
So this is 200.
Couple of tens
Stanley,
for DoorDash
yeah.
in the straddle.
Mhm.
Forgive me, AJ.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Makes it 25,000. Sammy calls.
Brandon, let's go. The Jack 3 heads up. Oh,
my
top set for
goodness.
Stanley. Open-ended for Sammy.
Interesting.
56.5 in the middle. 355 back to play.
35,000 for Tang. Sammy's been relatively well. Wait a minute.
Oh, don't do it, Sammy.
Wait a minute.
Fools rush in, my friend. Oh, boy.
Fools rush. Cranberry pie.
Have a straight?
No, I have a draw to the straight you.
Oh, my God.
Once or twice.
You guys are both
Jeez.
Production, okay? You guys got enough?
That happened fast.
Well,
Twice, I guess.
Yeah, twice. Okay.
putting the 6 or the Jack, running 8s.
4K is bad for the game.
Yeah, it's no good. Raise, all in call. Do you have anything? Yeah, pair. Oh, top set. Top set.
When someone calls that fast, it's usually.
It's usually the 8s.
First one's for you.
You have the 8-8 draw too. You have quad draw.
That's nice, buddy.
You know, that's nice.
That's nice.
That's a PLO thought.
It really, it really is.
Oh,
Baby.
not over yet.
Not over yet.
Baby.
Oh, Sammy makes the straight on the turn. Can he hold?
Yeah, let's see.
Needs to fade the board pairing, AJ.
Say it. Now it came, I can say it.
Oh, the board does pair.
With Stanley, I never until.
Big win.
Yeah, I don't like that.
What do you have, Stanley? I should have probably counted.
This is a huge game, AJ.
Really, this game
Dude,
just
Stanley's
blew
gonna
up.
be the biggest winner.
Robo, Ace, Jack, speak of the devil.
High-end restaurant.
Yeah.
I haven't seen these two in a while
Yeah.
Literally connected via tunnel,
get
like, it's
involved
so
in
easy
a
to get here, you know?
heads-up pot.
Right.
Really, the restaurant.
Yeah, it's super close.
I didn't even realize Humboldt had straddled to 4,000. We really
I missed that too. Yeah.
It's just such an action game. It's easy to, because it feels it doesn't matter in a way, but the action here is 500, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000.
Right.
And a big flop for Humboldt has the diamonds working.
I like it over there.
The balcony scare me.
Yeah, I like the balconies.
And he bets 29,000.
I like being able to get some fresh air without walking.
Let's see what Sammy wants to do with his backdoor spade draw.
Thank God they're Vegas heads
Has the
up.
4, 5, 7. Of course, just 10 high. Oh, he's reaching, AJ.
Cranberry's on top. 109 grand on 10-7 of spades. I like it. exciting. That shut the table down.
Yeah, they're kind of letting this one breathe.
Yeah, yeah.
And as we can see, Humboldt's not going anywhere.
165 for my set down. I can maybe afford the game tomorrow.
Humboldt just doesn't back down.
If
Not that he should hear, but
Yes.
Right.
makes the call.
all I want is my dignity back. That's all. You can't put a price on dignity.
Fair enough.
I was saying to Phil, I can't go out this way. I can't. I can't end the season.
And now Sammy's possibilities outside of just barreling off are done. On the flop, we have some back doors. Maybe something like the 6 of spades is more natural to start piling money in. But now with just 10
Yeah.
high,
Yeah.
does he still want to
Just I don't know.
have a go at this? Or
I mean, it's not GTO. I mean, you can play how. I mean, somebody could play however they want, but I mean.
go ahead, Sammy.
All
This
right.
is, oh boy.
I mean, no problem.
Oh no.
Go get your shine box, Humboldt Mike.
And for Mike here, the question is call or just put it in.
Right.
I believe at least, you know, nut flush draw and the gut shot now.
Welcome back to Venetian Poker Live. The MSPT Poker Bowl final table still ongoing. The final 4 players. Dan Heimiller on the ropes here. Down to 1.5 million as the blinds are now. 200K, 400K with the 400K big blind ante. And there he goes. Heimiller all in on the very first hand back from break. Anthony Scarborough, who just doubled through Heimiller.
All in.
Next to act with ace-king, and he moves all in over the top. We're going to have an all-in showdown here right away.
Wow, I was crushed both ways. That's crazy.
If I had saved my chip, I might have had to gone all in anyway. I saved $2 million. Yeah, just over $3 million. I would have had to gone all in no matter what.
Dan Heimiller held the chip lead at his final table for quite some time, but now he finds himself on the ropes. Heimiller looking for a 9 or hearts.
I would have had 3.5 million left. I would have probably gone with it.
Here comes the flop. Deuce 7-3. Heimiller looking for a 9 and a 9 only to survive here. He could back his way into a chop, but that is very unlikely. Well, it's more likely now. 4 of diamonds on the turn gives Heimiller an escape. A 5 would chop it. 9, though, the only card that can double him up right now. Let's see the river card. It's the 6 of diamonds. Dan Heimiller eliminated in 4th place. A deal was made 4-handed, so Heimiller will walk away with $136,000. He was the chip leader at the time of the deal, but the remaining 3 players will now battle on for the additional $40,000 bonus that awaits the champion, along with that Winged Lion trophy. Anthony Scarborough on quite a run here. First doubling through Heimiller, now sending him off to the rail. Rick Green and Alex Kim also still in contention. It's a hard-fought battle here for the first trophy to be handed out at Venetian Poker Live in Las Vegas. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Final table started at 1 p.m. Las Vegas time here on the stream. These players are all guaranteed a 6-figure payout.
When are you going to raise me?
Just to give you all those numbers. Rick Green guaranteed $123,000. Anthony Scarborough $112,000, and Alex Kim $105,000. One of those 3 will add $40K to that total. Blind battle here between Kim and Green. Green betting 400K on the flop. Kim comes along, makes the call. Aggression will be a major factor here as we enter the closing stages of this tournament. 892 players participated. Just 3 remain.
Check. Check.
I might have showdown.
Kim shows 10-8. Green shows 10-9. Chop it up.
Sounds good.
What a terrific launch it has been of the Venetian Poker live streaming setup. Thank you all so much for joining us, watching. Venetian also running a ton of promos. If you watch us on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, we have special commands in the chat that'll give you an update on all that they have going on inside the poker room. Most notably, I should say that the Card Player Poker Tour main event starts on Wednesday. It'll be 3 starting days, then day 2 on Saturday, and the final table streaming live on Sunday. Donnie and I will be on the call for that event. It's also $1 million guaranteed payout. Possible to see similar payouts to this event. Same buy-in, same guarantee.
Yeah, I would anticipate right around, give or take 200K for first place once again. You know, this one before the deal was 189K up top, so would expect very similar, probably the same sort of field size, you know, 800, 900, maybe 1,000 players in that one, so really great price point, accessible at $1,600. You know, I did mention those $200 milestone satellites that are going to be happening here at Venetian over the next couple days, so it's going to be a great event.
I'll just keep running through these promos as we await the next big pot. And now Alex Kim is going to attack here onto the limp of Anthony Scarborough.
Yeah, probably not enough here for Scarborough to continue. A little bit too disconnected, obviously unsuited as well.
Scarborough lets it go. Gives me a chance to dive back into this. Venetian Resort Las Vegas is running a $200 take it or risk it high hand giveaway. Fascinating giveaway style. Take it or risk it gives you a chance to draw for a mystery envelope that could include a prize bigger than the one that you are given.
Could you imagine ever taking it? Like
No, you should always gamble.
You have to risk it.
You always have to risk
free
it.
money.
Yes. You always have to risk it for the biscuit.
You should get booed off the island or booed out of the poker room if you just say, yeah, I'm just going to take the 200. No, let it ride.
Let it ride.
Let's
always.
go.
Next one, Venetian March mystery hand, high hand giveaway. That is coming up in March. So if you're planning a trip to Vegas, keep an eye out for that one. Then we have the Las Vegas Bat Beat Barrel promotion. It's also a cash game promotion that you can win a variety of big cash prizes. The total prize pool for the Bat Beat Barrel is 150K. So get your
I
share.
think that's aces full of kings get beat. So if you have aces full of kings, don't fold. So, I don't care what the person puts in on the end.
And then
aces full of kings.
I have 2 left. The Venetian Card of the Month promo. Every month has its own card of the month. In February, it's deuces. In March, it's threes, and so on and so forth. Special giveaways for players who flop 4 of a kind or make a straight flush using the card of the month.
Yeah, so if you got 2 deuces in your hand, you flop quads, that works. Or if you can have a deuce in your hand that plays into flopping a straight flush. Let's say you have ace deuce of spades, for example. It comes 3, 4, 5, all spades, boom, you're getting paid.
And then last but not least, this is important for all travelers. The poker rate I think anyone who's ever traveled to Las Vegas to play poker has inquired about the poker rate. Well, it's pretty simple at Venetian. You can call 866-255-8936 to ask about the poker rate. Use code or mention code MPOKR24. So poker minus the E, MPOKR24 for the poker rate. I feel as though that was good timing, getting in these promos prior to us going back to the action here as Brian Green, what am I talking about? Rick Green, confusing my greens here. Rick Green raising with ace-7. Makes it 900K. Anthony Scarborough coming over the top to 2.7 million, 300 play, always highly volatile. Green started this hand with 18 big blinds. Scarborough applying the pressure on him. Three-handed, can we ever decide to jam?
I mean, maybe if you think your opponent is just way overdoing it. I don't think anything from this final table would tell me that Scarborough has been overdoing it. I mean, he did have that one well-timed 3-bet pretty early on against Dan Heimiller when he had the ace-4 diamonds and made Heimiller fold the 8s pre-flop. But other than that, you know, Scarborough has been very down the line, extremely solid. So I would lean fold here and, you know, just live to fight another day, pick a better spot.
Scarborough sitting comfortably over 10 million. Green now looking up at 2 bigger stacks. But given the size of the blinds, it is really anyone's game here. Playing 200K, 400K. With that 400K big blind ante, there are no free hands left anymore.
You know, chip leader Scarborough's got 26 big, so expect these chips to fly. And I would imagine it starts here with the king jack off on the button for our chip leader.
Sounds good.
Raise and take it there for him. Even more chips. Up over 11 million is Scarborough. Kim's turn to raise on the button, and Green's got a hand he's very likely going to jam. A couple of 8s here in the small blind. Green working with about 14 bigs here.
All in.
There is the shove.
Can I get a count, please?
Scarborough out of the way, and Kim asks for a count.
5,650,000. 5,650,000. Call.
And the call gets made here. Enormous pot, 12.1 million chips in the middle. A pure coin flip to potentially reduce this
Leave it up
event
to the poker gods.
to its final 2 players.
Good luck.
Pleasantries exchanged here as Rick Green hopes for his 8s to hold up. Kim with ace-9. Looking to hit something. Queen 5-10. Kim looking for an ace or a 9.
I think I'm gonna hit. 4 spades on the turn.
Green doing a good job at fading for now. And the turn is the 8 of clubs.
Not just yet.
Green hits a set on his way to a double up unless a jack hits on the river. And that would give Kim a straight.
After turning a set, that's kind of brutal. I'll take any paint.
River card is the ace of clubs. Rick Green with a monster double up to 12.1 million. And with that, the chip lead, and Kim now back to being the short stack.
Yeah, Kim goes tumbling down the leaderboard here. He's going to have just over 10 big blinds left in his stack.
4.
Green shoots himself all the way up into the chip lead now.
Absolutely rattled right now.
30 big blinds for him.
5.6. 50.
Take a deep breath.
Now, well, now I have a fun stack.
Yeah.
This is a
Take a deep breath.
it's a
Battle
fun
back.
stack.
We'll all be even.
Super
No one's ready to
tilted
be
right
done.
now.
Nothing to lose now for Kim, Donnie. Winner take all for 40K. He's the short stack.
Yeah, he's the short stack. When the deal was made, he was also the shortest stack, so he got the least amount of money. He did lock up $105,000. So, you know, still a ways to go, of course, but hey, much like Green did there, if Kim's able to find a double up, I mean, he's right into the thick of things.
Oh, yeah.
Not that he's not right now. I mean, 10 bigs is certainly nothing when the chip leader's got 30 and you're three-handed.
Nice hand, Rick.
Thanks.
If you told me an ace was going to come out, obviously would still call.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go. Wow.
All these players very much happy to cash for 6 figures now. Of course, taking aim at that 40K top prize, but the atmosphere is a little bit more laid back.
So Scarborough comes in with a limp here, and Kim checks his option. Ace, ace, jack. Probably going to favor Scarborough here. But still, you know, somewhat tricky to navigate. Check, check. 7 on the turn. That does favor Scarborough quite nicely. Gives him 2 pair. He's probably not worried about an ace in this situation for Kim, just because given Kim's stack, probably would have put in an ace pre-flop unless it's, you know, really bad ace, an ace 3 off, ace deuce off, something like that. But even that, you know, maybe Kim puts it into some frequency. Check, check again. 8 on the river. Check mark to Scarborough as long as he doesn't fold.
7.
Good.
Check, check, and that 7 is going to win it. 2 pair for Anthony Scarborough.
I had you on the flop, though, for sure.
Takes that pot and
well, 8 high would have
cuts
won.
Alex Kim down a little bit further. 3.3 million for
I wonder
Kim.
if the mic can pick up my stomach growling.
8 1/4 big blinds.
I've been trying to hold some hiccups in too. I don't know if they're getting them. I can hear them in
I mean,
my head, but
I can't hear you. I haven't heard you hiccup. So. Rick, I think we're getting it in.
This one?
hand. Like just feeling my cards just now. Like
Feel the heat?
felt the energy.
Ace deuce might be enough of some heat here. In ace, you got 8 1/4 bigs. You only got to get through one player. And there it is. The jam from Alex Kim. Jack 7 off.
Oh, wow, decision.
No, you got too much.
Green, let's go with the Jack 7 and Kim. With ace deuce.
Is good.
Picks up some much needed chips.
Yeah, back over 10 bigs now for Kim. Green and Scarborough are just about tied here.
Now, you know? I couldn't do that earlier.
No. Now it's spendy to call you.
Huh?
Now it's spendy to call you.
Yeah, a little premium now, you know? My stomach is going off right now. I really don't know.
Pretty hungry too.
I'm starving. I mean,
Donnie, the players in the booth are on the same page as we are.
Oh yeah.
It's been a long day of poker
in the
action at
last
this final
4 days,
table.
whatever,
Like,
it's like
you know,
I eat breakfast and then don't eat until at the end of the day. So I'm eating at 10 a.m. and then like midnight. The weirdest.
Scarborough checks back here in the big blind. Ace 9-5 with a couple of spades out there. Check, check. 8 of clubs on the turn. Not a whole lot of incentive from either of these players to just clash in a big pot, so conservative proceedings do follow, understandably so. Scarborough here with the open ender is going to take a stab. 550. Gets it done. Separates himself a little bit from Green. See Kim over there posting the big blind and the big blind ante, so keep an eye on his stack. Ooh, nice one here for Scarborough. Ace, queen off.
Raise 1 million.
makes it $1 million, hoping that Kim finds something, and he does. Finds ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, this is bad news for Alex Kim, just in a horribly dominated position.
And he moves all in. The snap call follows. Ace-queen versus ace-10. Alex Kim dominated as his tournament life is on the line.
Sorry.
No matter what happens, there's
The
still like
pre-apology.
Yeah, very strong. Very strong. Kim looking for a 10.
Feeling a 10 of spades. Actually, I don't feel a 10 of spades.
Yeah. If you hit a 10, at least a spade. Make it fair.
9, 8, 7, 2 diamonds.
Ugh.
Fine, 9, 8, 6, 2 diamonds.
Lots of speculation on those first 3 cards. Let's see what they are. And it's 9, 8, 4, 2 spades. Kim still looking for a 10.
I'll take
7 of spades on the turn?
Oh, yeah, I'll take a 7 of spades.
Backdoor straight available for Kim as well, as his tournament life is on the line. 14% to survive here. As Scarborough looks to extend this chip lead going into heads-up play. Turn card is the 4 of clubs. Kim down.
I'll take that card.
To
I
his
will
final
take that
card. 3 outs once.
9, 8, 10. 8, 9, 10.
Can
And
Kim
king, right? King chops still.
find a way to hit the 10,
chop
or
or
will he
no?
chop to stay alive?
Rick, don't needle me like this.
Now it's coming. King for sure.
Oh, yeah.
River card. is the 8 of
Oh,
clubs,
wow, yes.
and we
Let's
will
go.
chop it up. Three-handed play will continue.
Good hand, good hand.
Alex Kim
Skill
lives
game,
to
skill
fight
game.
another day.
It's funny how rare those boards come, like just in regular circumstances. But like all ends, there's like straights on the board. There's 2 pairs on the board. Just crazy stuff. You could be playing all day for 6-7 hours and never see a straight on the board, never see a flush on the board.
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't feel it. I thought I was out the door. I thought that was a 9 too, so I was like, oh, well, good game.
9 was good for you too.
Well, oh,
9
true,
over.
I guess, yeah. Tired.
Race, 8 iron cards.
Scarborough gets that raise through from the button. Now up to 13 million. Largest stack we've seen so far today. Kim's on the button. 9 1/4. Big blinds in his stack.
What day did you bake?
The same day as you. I was what Friday? Oh no, we were playing. Yeah, it was just Friday. Yeah, Friday. No, we were playing at the end on Saturday. That's
Yeah. Like 5 hands.
Yeah.
That was quick.
That was a little weird bubble though, the 9 to 10, how they were just.
Yeah.
No,
And then they make the guy in 9 to take the picture anyway.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Fuck that, I'm out of here.
Kim looking to pick up some chips here with the shove.
3.7.
Haven't seen his cards hit the reader yet, so for now, we'll call them mystery cards, but
Wait,
gets it done.
Wait, what happened?
Series. Welcome. We're good.
Just say what you had. Wait, mine?
It's the rescan, but he said it's all good. I didn't catch it.
Okay. You didn't catch mine?
Oh, you get the free
Yes.
pass.
All right.
Give them cards
I had,
back.
okay, I'll tell the truth. I had aces. No, I'm just kidding. King 10 of hearts. That's for the viewerships at home, you know?
Wow, how pure do you run?
I mean, I ran pretty pure this yeah. This. I felt massively good when I shoved the queen 10 suited, and he like snapped me. I was like, probably has like, you know, ace king or something.
Such a good spot there for Queen 10.
I mean, I loved seeing ace king out of every single hand, you know.
If you get called, for sure.
Loved seeing that.
Raised 1 million.
Scarborough attacking there from the small blind against Kim's big blind. Gets it done. Back to 13 million for him.
It's good?
Yeah.
All right.
Seems like we're okay.
Cool.
Still that $40,000 top prize awaiting one of these 3 players, and they are gonna all battle for it as if they haven't already earned $100,000 in this event. I absolutely love the fact that no one's, you know, quote unquote, giving up.
Talk about the ray one there. Okay.
Good.
10-4-7 green. Flopping spades. Perhaps a slight issue here with Kim's card reader.
400,000.
Haven't picked up on his hand just yet.
Whatever he has, I can't imagine green is going to be letting him have this one with this flush draw. Also has one over.
Call.
There's the jam.
Wow. All in and the snap call. So we will see the cards. Are those pocket tens? Top set for Alex Kim as Rick Green looks for a spade.
I know how I feel right now, honestly.
Wow.
How can you feel bad? You got it in with top set. I mean, what?
What else do you want in life?
Do that to me. Come on.
You're ahead.
Show some etiquette, man.
You're ahead.
Rick Green trying to find a spade to send Kim to the rail, but Kim in a very nice spot to double up here. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Green still looking
you have
for
9-10
a spade.
Ace 10 there.
Top set
Can I use
well
my
on
one
its
time
way
now?
to survive here.
If you want.
I'll wait.
Let's see the river card. Can Alex Kim survive another all-in? The river is the 3 of hearts, and he does indeed survive. Top set holds up. And Alex Kim now up to 8.2 million. As Rick Green gets knocked down to 5.6. Scarborough's chip lead all of a sudden got a little bit bigger. As we're still three-handed here at Venetian Poker Live. At Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Our first ever stream from the new studio. By the way, if you're coming to town, please come and check out the poker room. The new Venetian Poker Room on level 2, the Palazzo Grand Canal Shops. Beautiful location near tons of restaurants and shopping opportunities. They got a full calendar of events as well as tons of cash games going.
It didn't come up again?
Yeah, it's the card.
Okay.
You get the same card every hand or what?
No? You guys would have done that last hand, before last hand.
No one running now, or should I wait? Just go up? Okay, seems like last time too.
7.
All it takes sometimes is one double up to get incredibly comfortable again. Kim now right back in it. By the way, shout out to everyone who is watching and tuned in. It's been a 5-hour stream already. I appreciate you all hanging out with us, whether you're on Poker Go on the YouTube channel or on the new Venetian Poker Live channel.
I have 5.5.
Please let us know where you're watching from. Perhaps give us some inspiration on what to order for dinner, because Donnie and I are starving.
Good?
Yeah, it was just I believe it was the card. We'll see.
Gotcha.
Raise 800.
Two players with the king queen. Lots of paint might lead to a clash. Kim makes 800K, and Scarborough comes along and makes the call. 3, 4, 6, 2 hearts. Both player with 1 heart. Might be a case of whoever shows aggression here can take this one down.
Check.
Action goes check, check. Turn is the 5 of spades. Both players probably thinking the other might connect better with his hand.
Check.
Scarborough again with the check. Let's see if Kim wants to take a stab here. He also checks back. This might lead to a hand that gets checked down all the way. As we see a straight on board, 3rd heart pops up.
Board.
Same.
All right, boys.
Wow.
Let's move on.
Same suits too. Here, switch hand. Then we could have played turn.
Wow. We both had just awful, like, you know. I don't know, 3-bet, eh? Interesting. A little trappy.
I was about to 2x pot river. I was like, oh, this fucker will click me right back. I know this.
I mean, we both had some good blockers, you know?
Yeah.
So that's very interesting. That would be very interesting. Oh, it's on me? Good fold.
Well,
Scarborough limps in with ace deuce. Donnie, do you like taking a more passive line, or would you always prefer to see aggression there?
No, I think passive in this situation is fine. I mean, I think you have a good enough hand that you want to continue. You know, I don't think you want to go too crazy against Kim. He's the one that could ultimately hurt you the most. Now, I know that does also flip in that you can put the most pressure on him, yes, but I think you can just play that one fine out of position should it come to it.
I'm good. Can I get 15 back, please? Actually, can I get the water?
I've always preferred kind of a heavy limp strategy out of the
sure.
out of the small blind. I mean, especially when deeper. Now I know they're not super deep here, but relative to where green stack is at, they are the two deeper stacks. So.
You can take these back ones, yeah. Thank you.
Kim might just come with this one. Oh, he's going to come with the call. Okay.
Remember, I limped 10s before, so just refresh your memory.
A bit more passive play now, as we see Kim limp in. And green does the opposite of passive. He moves all in for 5 million.
Weird feeling. I can't know. Call.
What kind of hand can we call here with?
Sounds good.
I mean, I think you're calling with. I think if you take that approach, limping like that, I think it's going to be.
I was supposed to shove my
the pretty good hands. Yeah, I do agree with Kim's thought there that I would have preferred to shove the king-9 off.
Right.
I lose about half the hands and I win.
Because there's going to be times where
you beat half the hands.
Beat half the hands, I lose half the hands.
Your opponent there, like, let's say he has a queen 10 suited, right? He's going to probably jam that one. Not that he's not going to call if you jam,
Chat's
but
gonna roast me for that.
you have to fold the king-9,
Like, what is
right?
this guy
So
doing? How
I
you not
prefer
shove
just to
king 9,
jam
man? You're clearly
with
beating
that
so much of his range.
specific type of holding.
Yeah, king 8. How did you not shove?
Not cheating confirmed. That was a mistake, but it's okay.
8s are hot.
8s are hot, though. You are right. 9s are really hot. Yeah. Remember 9s at the final 2? Oh my goodness. Yep.
Scarborough, you know, with all this action going back and forth, is just sort of quietly working on extending his chip lead. He's got 52% of all the chips in play now. It definitely feels like it's his tournament to lose.
Yeah, he's played extremely well, solid the entire final table.
Raise 1 million.
He's going to attack again here. Gets another one through on Kim and chips up even more,
We're gonna
now
get
up over
roasted.
14 mil. This is really working out in Scarborough's favor, you know, exactly as he wants, where both the other stacks are getting ground down kind of equally, and they're
For sure made
getting
mistakes
close in
last
chips.
hand.
Alex still kind of kicking himself over a mistake or two that he might have made. But hey, mistakes are going to happen in poker. Everyone makes them. It's how you kind of get back, you know. Shake them off, move on, learn from them, however you want to approach it. But keep your head up and just keep on going forward.
Raise 800,000.
Chip leader going to attack again here. King 7 off. And nice looking 10s for green. Great timing, too.
Sometimes in tournament play, it is just about the timing. You can pick up kings and aces with no action, or you can pick up 10s when there's a raise in front of you and you're sitting on just 14 big blinds.
Yeah, I would imagine he's going to be jamming this here.
And he moves all in for 5.2 million. Scarborough with an easy decision, lets it go, but still important pickup here for green. If you're Scarborough, would you rather be the one dishing out the pressure, or would you almost rather sit back a little bit, have Green and Kim battle each other, and you just sort of be patient because of how many chips you have?
Well, I think it works out just like he's approaching it right now, where he can just kind of continually chip up, take a little bit from Green, take a little bit from Kim, go back and forth, you know. If they get in a huge clash and they ultimately, somebody gets eliminated, they get the heads-up play, well then Scarborough's stack versus that person is going to be much closer, right? Versus if it kind of stays this way, three-handed, he's able just to kind of continue to stretch out that lead and keep them down close to one another in chips. I think that's only going to benefit him in the long run. Here we see a raise from Kim on the button. A couple of 4s here from Green.
Now, this is maybe a stupid question. How different are 4s from 10s? And he gives me the answer right away by moving all in.
Yeah, I mean,
6.6.
I mean, obviously on the surface, 10s are obviously
Yes,
way better and
of
whatever.
course.
But
yes,
you know, I just a pair here. It's just too much of a hand. I think that you ultimately have to go with. There's no sense really in
Screwed with the blind.
3-betting, not all in off that stack size. Even just calling is tricky. So just go with it.
4.5. Rick, how much you doing?
8-2.
Wow. What a come up.
quick little reminder to myself here, looking at the chat, you guys have been suggesting some great food items here. Poke,
Real
tacos.
thing. You just like make a blunder in poker, and then just you get punished by the poker spirits.
AZ Brownie said short rib pasta. By the way, if you are in Vegas, my wife and I went to Boom Bang Fine Foods in Henderson. Highly recommend. If you're off the strip in the Henderson area, the reason why I was reminded of that is because my wife had the short rib, beef short rib. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
All in.
Scarborough, ace-9 of spades. Utters the two best words in poker. Goes all in. And look at Kim. Stack starting to dwindle on 4.5 million. Still alive, though, and that is ultimately all that matters. Seeing some more food items suggested. I'm definitely getting more hungry by the minute. Orange chicken and rice. We got some crab cakes in the mix. I appreciate you all for hanging out with us. We got more streaming coming up from Venetian Poker Live. Don't forget, final table of Card Player Poker Tour main event, $1 million guaranteed, coming at you on Sunday. Streaming again at 1 p.m. local time. That'll, of course, come after many nights of live action from the Poker Go studio. Donnie and I calling the action for the day one bonus coverage of the Poker Go Cup. Jeff and Brent will be calling every final table of the Cup in the afternoon. And those will all be free on YouTube as well on the Poker Go channel. So, absolutely firing on all cylinders with the poker action over the course of the next 2 weeks. The first Venetian Poker Live cash game streaming on February 21st. That'll be a 100-200 game with a 20K minimum buy-in, headlined by JRB and Brian Oken. No trophies in that game, but I'm sure we'll see lots of spectacular plays. The Venetian channel up to 325 subscribers. I can't mention it enough. It's so cool to start something from scratch and be part of this new and exciting channel launch. As Kim looks down at King 3 of Spades.
Raise 1 million.
Makes it $1 million. And green, the third pocket pair in, I want to say, 4 hands, goes from 10s to 4s and now to 6s. Let's see if he pulls the trigger yet again. This time, however, he has Scarborough behind him, and Kim is the initial raiser off the short stack. Perhaps feeling a little bit different about this, but I could still see the appeal of a shove.
All in.
And he goes all in for the 3rd time. Look at this, 2 quick folds, and Rick Green doing a terrific job at chipping up without showdown. Of course, picked up a pocket pair 3 times, but right now he's back up to 9.2 million, and Alex Kim staring down at just 3.2 million. His chances of winning this event have been reduced dramatically.
You don't even have to look.
7-6 off here in the small line for Scarborough. He might just put this in against the stack of Kim there. Does give him a walk. Kim likes that. Doesn't have to fight for it. Easy chips, of course.
Not sure on that one.
Those are the easiest chips to come by when everyone just folds to you.
I don't think so. I'm so short that, like, I feel like I call a lot, so.
It's probably a fold.
Suited.
Yeah,
Yeah,
suited,
maybe have to
right.
think about it. I was suited.
I think suited even. I'm supposed to fold there, maybe.
I feel like I would maybe call. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Because I feel like I'm not that dominated in a lot of spots.
A couple of 3s here for Scarborough. Could certainly put the pressure on. He is the big chip leader. Green's not going to really want to get too crazy given how short Kim is, but that doesn't mean Kim can't find something to play. And the ace-9 off might be just that. Raise to 1 million from Scarborough. Let's see what Alex Kim decides to come with, and he's going to go with all of it. Green going to get out of the way here with the 7-6 suited. Scarborough does make the call. He's going to be ahead with those threes. Alex Kim's tournament life is on the line. Ace-9 off for him. Kim all in for $3.5 million here.
Relax, dude. Let's show some etiquette right now, guys. You know, we've been through a lot.
King 8-5 Rainbow. Scarborough's threes still out in front and pretty dry board there, making him feel even better. 7 on the turn. That does open the door a little bit more for Kim. An ace, a 9, or a 6 would give Kim the double up. It is the ace. Ace of diamonds on the river. Alex Kim finds good old Barry Greenstein.
3.5 points.
He's going to double up and stay in the game.
Good aim.
Nice.
Kim shoots up to $8 million, right there with Rick Green, who's got 8.2, and then Scarborough is still the chip leader despite taking that hit. $10.6 million for him. Anyone's game, really. I mean, these stacks are as close as I can recall them being. We got a game. We got a game. Yeah, for those in the chat asking about the payouts and or a chop, a deal was made four-handed. They did an ICM chop. They did leave $40,000 to play for the winner. So the winner of this three-handed match between Rick Green, Anthony Scarborough, Alex Kim gets an additional $40K. Green did lock up just under $124,000. Scarborough locked up just over $112,000, and Alex Kim locked up $105,000 even. We did lose Dan Heimiller in 4th place. At the time the deal was made, Heimiller was the chip leader, so he took home $136,000. This is the final table, the final 3 players from an 892 entry field of the MSPT Poker Bowl 9 $1,600 main event here at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. And we see a jam from Scarborough over the raise from Kim. Difficult decision here from Kim. He does have an ace, but offsuit variety. Kicker, not all that great.
That's $9 million. More than
This
9?
would be for all of Kim's chips. He just doubled up. He's going to put it in the muck and elect not to play for it all once again. So it gives up 2 big blinds there on the raise fold, but still sitting on $7 million. Don't forget to subscribe to the brand new Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Plan is to be streaming twice a week cash games, and then there will be some select final tables in the mix as well, such as this one. Got another final table coming up on Sunday with the finale to the $1,600 buy-in Card Player Poker Tour event. Also part of this Venetian Deep Stack Extravaganza Poker Series. That tournament should be pretty similar to this one overall. $1 million guarantee.
Wow.
Would expect the same sort of turnout, payout, all that sort of stuff. A lot of fun, of course, at the final table. If we get a final table on Sunday, similar to the one we got today, I mean, we're winning, guys, because this has been a fun one. It's been entertaining from start to finish. These guys have certainly not backed down from putting chips in the pot. There's been some big clashes, so it's been a good ride.
And the other one's a club too. I'm being real greedy.
You won it all.
Yeah, I'm being real greedy. you know. All in.
All in.
Alex Kim all in here. King Jack off. Up against possibly the Jack 8 suited for green. Somewhat pretty looking hand here, but not sure if green will want to call this one off. He does not. Three-deuce suited for Kim on the button. Into the muck it goes. Queen 8 suited for green. He could jam this one. Certainly well within the realm of possibilities for him.
All in.
There is that jam. An A7 suited for Scarborough. Think he's going to get called here.
6.95. 6.95.
Just shy of 14 bigs, and Scarborough does call it off, and he's going to see the good news that he is ahead. He's also dominating those spades for green. Rick Green going to need to hit to stay alive here.
Not a bad second card, but you know.
I guess all the spades are gone. No spades left in the deck,
9-10 jack spades.
Ace, 7, 4. It gets even better for Anthony Scarborough, flopping top 2 pair. Those backdoor spades for green would be dead because Scarborough has dominating spades. So you guys can see the percentage on your screen. Just 2% for Rick Green here. Turn card is the 8 of diamonds. Not drawing dead yet. Rick Green needs one of the 2 remaining 8s. 8 of clubs or the 8 of hearts on the river, and he gets a double up. The 7 of clubs on the river is not going to do it. Close, but not close enough. We lose Rick Green in 3rd place here at MSPT Poker Bowl 9 at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. As a result of the 4-handed deal that was made, Rick Green takes home just shy of $124,000. Now heads up between that man right there, the chip leader, Anthony Scarborough, with $18.5 million. He's up against Alex Kim. You can see him on the right of your screen, $8.2 million for him. They are going to be playing heads up for $40,000.
How much do you have? Hey, remember on the end of day 1C when I come up to you and I was like, you edged me out by 30K or whatever?
Right. Oh yeah, we're like the 1 and 2.
Yeah, and I said 1 and 2, let's finish 1 and 2. Here we
crazy.
are. Never thought that night I'd be playing heads up for 40K, but.
We can make it 30.
30 and 10?
If you want. I mean, I'm good with whatever you want. Whatever you'd like.
I had to say no right now.
No
if we get even, we could get close. We'll bring it back up. Let me see how much I have here.
Talk of chopping the chop here.
I just want to win a trophy. That's all I care about.
Return just in time. for those wondering whether I had fallen off the face of the earth.
Whatever you'd like.
I just
Can we,
inhaled a
run to the
hamburger
restroom?
in about 2 minutes, and I come back and we're heads up.
No restroom break. I need all the edge.
No, I don't need to.
No, go for it. Go
If
for
it
it.
was if it was going to be a minute, I was going to. But
Go for it. I'm down to take
Looks
a
like the
2-minute
players
break. No,
might be taking a
good.
short 2-minute restroom break before play commences here for $40,000. No big deal. All right, players will be going on a short 2-minute break. We'll be back for continued coverage of this final table in just a few. Don't go anywhere. This event is about to be concluded with a $40,000 heads-up match. We'll see you in a few.
I mean, Robles got way the best of it. All in.
500.
No problem. Right in.
Ace king.
Look at that pot. 981,000 and change.
No, I think it's yours. Yeah.
Buckle up.
Please, poker gods. Please.
Why have you forsaken
This is your
me?
friend Andrew.
Please, yes. Why have you forsaken me? It's your old pal. Remember me? We had so many good times together. One more good time. One more good time, please.
By the way, note Sammy's genuinely laughing.
Yeah. The king of diamonds. Derek, the king of diamonds.
You can get the king if you put a jack and a queen with it.
Oh, Sammy.
Okay.
It's all Sammy.
Roble might have summoned the gods too hard.
Yeah.
To what in your hand?
10 jack.
Oh, yeah.
2 of his chop outs.
God, it sucks losing the first one.
Please.
They are running it twice.
Just a couple of guys laughing over $1 million. No big deal.
Now I can't
Please.
look.
Please.
Oh, boy.
Put a king on there. Put a king on
Come
there.
on.
Put a king on there.
I never thought I'd feel bad for Roble.
I actually feel bad for Roble.
Oh my God.
Another king is coming.
Window guard. Dude.
Oh, I have one of them. Oh yeah, there's still
How much do you have?
There's one king left.
Of diamonds.
There's one more king in there.
Yeah. Andrew's waiting to say he had the other king.
You got a shot. I didn't have it.
Wow. Well, we knew there was going to be a clash between these two players. They ran it twice, and Sammy won them both.
That was 100.
One of the biggest pots in high-stakes poker history. He calls.
Going just for the call.
Oh, look at
Oh, and
this.
somehow puts that set on Gaffrey. This guy's bad run continues this Gaffrey.
Unreal, man. He bets 4 dimes
Rule
here.
that out of my range.
Imagine big blind defense. You're just drawing a 1 out right off the bat.
Oh, man.
Purposely exposed it.
Welcome back for
Can't
one
chat as
final
much, they're so far
stretch
away.
of live
I can
poker
still hear you.
action from Venetian Poker Live on the Las Vegas Strip. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters
Feel like I got
alongside
put in the
me.
corner.
Now taking center stage, that beautiful trophy. That, along with $40,000, is what's left to play for at the final table. of the MSPT Poker Bowl.
All in.
And Scarborough quick with the shove. Snap call from Kim, A7 versus A7.
I mean, this is a sign.
Kim has been the chatty one here, calling for cards, talking about perhaps some run good coming his way. Right now, both players with a 7% chance to win this hand, but of course, this will likely end up in a chop as we are playing 250K, 500K. Absolutely enormous stakes as 10-4-6, 2 hearts rolls off. No way for this to result in a winner. This will get chopped up.
Here, you could break this.
It's been a grind for these players to get
Should I
down
just
to this point, but
go
Donnie,
right here, right?
you
So
just
that
came
it's easier for
in
the-
with
for
a
you.
phenomenal stat
good?
that I hadn't even picked up on myself.
Yeah, so entering day 2, a couple days ago after all the day 1s were complete, the overall chip leader with 99 players remaining was Alex Kim. Second place was Anthony Scarborough. And now here they are, a few days later, heads up for the title.
That is insane. I want to just say that, this has never happened before. Maybe it has, but I think it's phenomenal that the 2 chip leaders are duking it out here for the win. And, of course, that trophy that Kim so desperately wants to take home. Ace-10 deuce, rainbow flop. Aggression will probably decide this one. Who have you been most impressed with at this final table so far? I feel like Scarborough had a bit of a slow start, was very much reserved, even when there was lots of table chatter. He kept to himself, the farmer from South Dakota, while Alex Kim started out very short-stacked, sort of hung around for a while, then went on a major rush, and on top of that, he's been one of the more talkative players at the table.
Yeah, I think equally I've been impressed by both of these players. Maybe, gun to my head, I'll give the nod to Scarborough. I thought he's played extremely solid all final table. One of the reasons why I say I would, I'll give the nod if you made me vote to Scarborough is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like Kim made a few more hands, which ultimately makes it easier to play. I mean, quad 4s, flops those set of 10s, right? Like that sort of stuff. Whereas Scarborough has, in a way, had to work a little bit harder for his chips, but I think equally both players have done well to navigate themselves to this situation, and now we play for it all.
Exactly. Top prize and a trophy at stake here. As Scarborough takes this one down with a bet of 500K, maintaining his chip lead. The shades come back on for Kim. TH said, you can't go to the restroom in 2 minutes. Well, let me just highlight something here. The Venetian Poker live streaming setup, which is located inside the Venetian Poker Room, has its own bathrooms inside the poker room. Wonderfully located, super efficient and quick. And if you couple that with the in-room dining that is on offer here, I will seriously say there is no reason to ever leave because everything is taken care of. Donnie and I just received some food. It was phenomenal. I had a burger. Donnie had a sandwich. I'm still working on some fries. Just a top-notch experience overall. And, not only is this the first time Venetian Poker Live is streaming, this is also, Donnie, the first time we've been in this room in this capacity. You and I have logged many hours in the old Venetian Poker Room. Since then, we've, had priorities elsewhere, but it's good to be back, and it is quite remarkable how this room has evolved, changed, and now has this streaming setup as part of it.
Yeah, the room is great. I mean, you walk in, I think you notice it right away. Everything is bright. It's well lit. The TVs are nice and big. The chairs, they look comfortable. You sit in them, they are comfortable. Like, I mean, everything just seems like it was done the right way. And when I say the right way, I mean with the thought of a poker player first, which I think is ultimately how you want to design and create a poker room that attracts big, robust fields, player pools, etc. You know, it's always packed for cash games. We talked about how Saturday night I was in here, there was not an empty table in the room, you know. So Venetian is certainly setting the bar, and they're setting it quite high.
Action building here now between Kim and Scarborough. Quite a bit to fight for as we see Queen 9-3, 2 clubs. Kim made a 1.2 million. Scarborough made the call. Every single pot right now is just enormous. And Scarborough with the pair of nines might be feeling pretty comfortable. 3 of spades on the turn. Scarborough's 9 still in front. Donnie, do we have to protect our 9 here? Are we okay with perhaps Kim seeing a free river card, or even are we okay with facing a bet?
I think now you can bet your hand.
800 bucks.
I think even if Kim did have a 9 with a better kicker, you probably would have heard from him as the pre-flop raiser. You can certainly get called by worse. You know, we talk about it many times when you get down to heads-up play. Everything just kind of widens up a bit, so you know you can get called by a lot of ace highs here. You can get called by a lot of king highs here as well.
4 of diamonds completes the board after Kim calls 800K on the turn. Action on Scarborough, 4.5 million in the middle. And look at this, reaching for chips again. Looks like 2.5.
2.5 million.
There it is, 2.5 million is the bet. Pressure on Alex Kim, who is left with just ace high. And Kim tosses it in.
1.5.
Heard Scarborough there say he meant to bet 1.5.
Oh, wow.
Not 2.5, so I mean, maybe he gets called if he bets 1.5. Maybe he costs himself.
Well, Scarborough now up to 20.3 million chips.
Meant to bet 1.5.
That is 76% of the chips in play.
I had an ace.
You fold right every time.
I'm a field player.
Green Wave asking how many places made the money. I believe it was 99. Everyone that made day 2 made the money.
Yeah, so for every day 1 flight played down to the money. Very nice way of running a tournament. I'm a big fan of that format.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to do it when it's like this price point, right? I mean, just get people in. I think they have that expectation now that they want to hit the money. Gives you that sort of goal to achieve at the end of the day. That's a little bit more so than just putting chips in the bag. You know, you start playing like a 5K main, a 10K main, stuff like that. Okay, maybe then you can start drawing it out. You cash on day 3, whatever, maybe the end of day 2. But in these events, you know, these are the perfect types of structures. They're also the structures that I like, you know.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned, Donnie, I would be doing this stream by myself, given your appetite for action.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wanted to play this event, but work calls. I'm not going to leave you hanging just yet. But knowing the numbers that Venetian puts out, seeing this room, seeing this this final table, ultimately having the goal of getting here, like, I'm certainly going to have to dabble at some point.
Scarborough facing a shove from Kim. He's got the Jack-10 offsuit. 11 big blinds into the middle.
Yeah, king here, halfway decent kicker heads up. I mean, Scarborough might call this one off. I could also see him folding, but I think this might be kind of like right on the line where you probably have to call it.
He makes the call, and we have an all-in showdown for the trophy and $40,000. If Anthony Scarborough comes out on top here, he will be our champion. As Alex King looks to double up with Jack-10, he is the underdog, but still has plenty of outs. This thing is far from over. 5 cards still to come. 11.5 million chips in the middle. Here's the flop. 10-8-4. Both players catch a pair, but it is Kim who is out in front. Scarborough looking for a king or an 8 to seal the deal. Kim just looking for some clean cards to fade elimination. Turn is the 4 of hearts. That is clean indeed. 5 outs for Scarborough to end this tournament. And otherwise, we'll have a much more fair heads-up battle. River card is the queen of clubs. Close but no cigar for Scarborough. Kim finds the double up, and now will be up to 11.5 million as stacks are relatively close. 15.3 versus 11.5.
Good hand.
Thank you.
30-10? I have 15.
You want to do 30-10?
You want to?
Yeah, let's do it.
2-4.
They did say going into
I have
that last break that
15.3.
they might talk about it should things even up a little bit. So here, they're talking about it.
Wow. 30-10 proposed by Scarborough. Almost snap accepted from Kim, who, you know.
I just want the trophy.
Me too.
The way it looks right now.
400 WSOP daily.
Oh, I thought you were about to say like the Colossus or something.
No.
I've never won a tournament.
5th in the Lucky Sevens is my biggest.
Oh, nice. Very nice. That was the first time I ever had a score was the Lucky Sevens.
Was it?
In 2022.
Yeah, big 10 bigs on day 2 and bigged 140 mil chip lead.
Wow.
Day 3.
140.
I'm a little surprised Kim accepted that 30-10 split during heads-up play so fast. But both players really want the win. They want the
Second
trophy.
place had 70 million.
Wow.
I went out in 4th.
Yeah, I think given how close they were, I would have tried to get
even.
Yeah, or take a little bit less, but more than 3-1.
25-15 maybe. Either way, these guys are
seems right.
Fighting as hard as they can for the trophy at this point. It is a really sweet trophy. Alex Kim admitting he's never won a live poker tournament. You never forget your first. It is still all possible.
You saw all my limps with the 10s and
Top 2 pair here for Scarborough. Check, check. Deuce pairs the board on the turn.
$700. Flop 2 pair.
Counterfeited? That's fine.
Yeah,
yeah. If we go back on it, you know, it's like you're gonna run so bad for the rest of your career.
Yeah. I'm not too worried.
Sorry.
Raise here on the button from Scarborough. And Kim's got a playable one here from the big blind. Raise was to 2.5 bigs from Scarborough, 1.25 million, and Kim comes along. So here we go, 3 million out there. Let's go.
King 10-5, rainbow flop. Scarborough again flopping 2 pair.
Yeah, but heads up, even if you connect with just bottom pair, you know, it's often enough to continue at least to some degree past the flop. 700K there. Kim has been able, this final table, to make some kind of spidey sense folds and, you know, bob and weave at the right moments.
2.2.
This is not one of them because he comes with the check raise and he's stepping right into it.
Oh, boy. I mean, with how strong Scarborough's hand is, he must be thinking, what can Kim even have that'll go all the way here?
Yeah, I mean, I think best case, you know, he's got a king 5, right? And you're like, oh, this is great. I have him absolutely crushed. I think he could also have maybe just some kings that he's electing to check raise here. Maybe there's some queen jacks in there, of course, for the draws.
Jack of diamonds on the turn, second diamond out there. Kim does have the ace of diamonds.
Check.
Kim decides to check. Perhaps a sign of him letting go.
Yeah, I think Kim here is probably waving the white flag a little bit.
All in.
Scarborough's just going to put it in. There are some draws out there, so I don't want to, you know, give any free equity to anything. Just put it in. If you call, fine. If you fold, okay, I'm fine with that too.
Nice
No need to get cute. Opens that lead right back up to where they started.
All right, back to where I started.
Redo.
Right now, it looks like Kim made a great deal, asking for 10K.
Yeah, well, and Scarborough was like, I shouldn't have given him the 10K.
Kim here with ace-7 of spades.
I guess this is going to go in. At minimum, he's raising. Oh, trappy trap, okay.
Deuce 5, 2 hearts. Scarborough pairing up again. This time, however, it's just a deuce. Nine of diamonds on the turn. Check, check to the river.
I was already getting the sense that if this ends up going to showdown and Kim doesn't improve, he might be kicking himself a little bit for not coming with some aggression pre-flop and just winning it right there. Of course, hindsight is always 20/20. Easy to say that here from the booth.
Who still believes in the Alex Kim comeback? Let yourself be known in the chat. Scarborough seemingly with a hammerlock on this battle right now. 4-1 chip lead. A terrific situation to be in. Finds King 6 suited on the button.
All in.
There we go. Moves all in. Can Kim find something worth calling? And he does with Queen 10. Excuse me.
Deja vu.
10 million in the middle. Scarborough with his second chance to end this tournament, claim the trophy, and the additional prize.
Can tell how much he wants it. Look at him.
Oh,
He's
man.
just- might as well be pacing back there.
Scarborough once held the chip lead in a big WSOP event. He fell short in 4th place. Can he close it out tonight? King 8-9, a bit of a slow roll there from the dealer, but ultimately what this shows us is that Scarborough has hit top pair and Kim is looking for a jack to make a straight or else his tournament will be done. Anthony Scarborough pacing around. Almost can't bear to look. It's the 7 of hearts on the turn. Now Kim picking up additional outs. A jack or a 6 would give him life in this event. Anthony Scarborough 1 card away from winning the MSPT Poker Bowl. The river card is the 4 of spades, and that is it. Anthony Scarborough, yes, he is hyped up. He's going to take that trophy home to South Dakota. Alex Kim with a terrific showing as well. He takes home a large payout after it's all said and done. With the chop in mind, Alex Kim receives $115,000. But Anthony Scarborough is our champion, taking home
I started playing poker and
$142,000.
2019.
Oh man, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
What a
Pretty stoked.
terrific final table this has been. And look at Scarborough eyeing that trophy, knowing he might have to reserve another seat on his flight home. There it is, arms in the air. Absolutely love to see it. Scarborough overjoyed, winning the largest tournament of his live poker career. Thank you all so much for watching. This was the first ever event from Venetian Poker Live. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me in the booth. Would you look at that beautiful Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you again for the final table of the Card Player Poker Tour main event on Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. For now, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.